Devin. Okay, cool. Glad to see you here and coming back. What's up, David Mon? How are you, mate? Right, lad. Right. Eugene, how are you? What's going on, guys? What's up? What's cracking? Absolutely nothing going on right now. Nothing to see here, folks. America is just, doing dandy like normal. No excitement, no craziness going on. Quiet day, quiet Sunday is normal. Just another quiet day. Make sure you guys smash that like button. Help a brother out. Oh my goodness. I actually don't have all that much news. Some little fun things to go over. I started watching a new TV show. I saw a new movie. Well, I don't even know if it's in the movies or what. I'm guessing it's on some kind of streaming service, but we'll talk about that. We'll talk about the news you can use. And yeah, of course, the big thing is the riots right now going on in LA. It's getting crazy, and I'll go over that. I've been watching a lot of coverage of it. Um, it's yeah, it's definitely something going on there. What it is ain't exactly clear. Hello, Bina. Fortnite has super skins. What do you mean super skins? They've always had superheroes in it. I've got a bunch. David, like I said, if David Mon was playing with me, he could switch up to like 5,000 different skins. Like that boy, his account is so old. Like I think not only did he play day one, they gave him like he's got like every damn skin. I swear he does. Oh, you rage quitter, David. As far as the gaming stream was going, I was going to start streaming Rock Band 3 actually. And then I looked that up and it's the same thing with Fortnite Festival. Apparently Epic Games has bought the Rock Band franchise off of EA. I guess they acquired Harmonix. And if you stream it, yeah, it's like instant copyright strikes, like across the board. They just, unless you're going to edit out the music where you can't hear it. I watched a guy stream and it was like he was singing Say It Ain't So" by Weezer, and like he's singing it, but the music in the background is not that song because the YouTube AI has to switch up the music now, or you can use YouTube AI to switch up the music. Like the only thing that was still intact was the guy singing, so I was a little disappointed about that. Oh, so there's new skins for DC in the new Superman movie. That could be interesting. I mean, I guess they'll have Metamorpho in there. Yeah, just be careful, David. Like I said, I was going to live stream it because I've been doing well. I've only done one so far, me playing games. Um, but I was definitely going to do all the Fortnite crap, like like the music thing with you and like in Johnny Concrete or whatever, and then maybe run a couple games with you. Like we can still run the games, and to be honest with you, the Star Wars stuff, it didn't crap out. Like it didn't give me copyright strikes or any of that stuff. So that's good. Let's look at our Wolverine right where I left him. Yeah, but it's not even about the game itself. That's the problem, David. Um, it's all about the licensed music that's on the game. That's the problem. Let's get him broken back apart. I mean, the yellow's got to get touched up and all that fun stuff on him. Now that we're dry, we can actually see. I think if I bring it in, you might be able to see where it's not completely saturated. You know, I because like my whole thing is I must have a couple hundred songs. I think it was like 300 songs for Rock Band because there was a point in time on Rock Band where you could. So like I got Rock Band Green Day, for example. You could put the disc in and it came with a code to it. And actually, you want to talk about hysterical? The real way I did it was I got a used copy. Nobody redeemed the code. You could redeem the code and it would put all the songs on Rock Band 3 and let you keep them in your library. So I got like Green Day Rock Band on there. I've got Beatles Rock Band was separate, but I had a ton. I have a ton of music. Like we would buy it as it was coming out. Yeah, but you can turn off the music with non-music games. You can turn down the background music and all that. Um, it's just legitimately the whole goal to like a Guitar Hero or a Rock Band in particular is that it's all about the music. It's the whole point. Why would I stream it? All you're going to see is me hitting like colors along the screen, like it doesn't mean crap. It's all about the music going with it, how you're playing the guitar out and all that stuff, which is why, in my opinion, Rock Band 4 failed because they did this thing where it was create your own solo and they made it where you couldn't turn it off. So something like Through the Fire and the Flames, where the most of the song is a solo for the most part, you weren't actually playing it. You could play any notes you wanted. And it was just like, well, I'd just sit here and smash buttons and win. Like it was crap. Yeah, and David, that's a good call right there. Like David Mon just said, it's like turning off violence in a war game. I'm actually a little thrown off. Where's Miss Sheree tonight? That's interesting. I think this might be a poo poo stream, guys. We don't even have Sheree here, which is odd. Shout out to Sheree, wherever she may be. Greatest mods on these internets. Um, yeah, it's definitely had a pair of days because I did that whole gaming stream. Was up way late, got up early, went shopping with the wife, did normal food shopping, all that. Got a battery, terminal replacements, and a spark plug for my riding mower. Replaced everything. Sucker still wouldn't start. Tore it all down, drained my gas tank, make sure it wasn't bad gas, and it completely fresh gas in there. Um, tried firing it up, nope, nothing. So then I started breaking everything down, and yeah, there's something wrong. Like I even took apart my carburetor and cleaned it, but there's something wrong in the carburetor. I don't know if like the float or the points in there are stuck or broken or something, but yeah, I've got to order a replacement carburetor. So I spent like basically wasted yesterday doing that. Got done, jumped into ABL, which was interesting and entertaining. And then watched some TV, some movies, right? Caught up on news, stuff like this. Then Smurf did a Green Hell stream on Twitch last night. I watched that. I passed out watching it. And in between there somewhere, I watched the WWE pay-per-view too last night. So, hey, yeah. Yeah, poor Toga. My wife's making fun of me. I got her sitting in a box with my wife got me like biodegradable packing peanuts for it and everything. She's like, "Yeah, whenever you feel like giving me that damn thing to send out, man, I even forgot I had it for a minute." Like almost completely forgot I had it. Yeah, right now it's just I think David and Eugene watching. Like I said, it's weird. I don't even have Sheree in here. Normally, I have my mod. What Green Hell 2 June? Where did you see that, David? Green Hell on June 29th. I haven't seen anything advertised for it. Nothing. Where did you even see that? Because I just got done watching the Xbox Expo too. Matter of fact, I'm going to start actually painting right now. But I even watched the Microsoft Expo, and yeah. Watched the Microsoft Expo, and it was disappointing as all get out. Like, not good. So there's a trailer somewhere too. Wow, I think we lost Eugene too, David. You guys must really like. Well, it is Sunday. I guess everybody's busy. It's just weird. I'm not seeing anybody here. But yeah, the Xbox thing. There were. Let me see. I wrote them down too. There's one. It's called like Chronos. Yeah, let me see. Chronos. And it looked like it was the only one that kind of had me interested in it, but it looks like Dead Space. Then there's another one called No Ghosts at the Grand, and that one looks kind of cool. Like you get a gun that lets you rewind time for the most part. Like you have to shoot the environment and then reveal stuff. Um, then Solo Leveling, there's a game for that coming out, and it's 4-player co-op. That looked all right. They're of all things, they're redoing Gears of War, the original Gears of War, and making it cross-platform, cross-play, all that. And I'm just like, yeah, I have no interest. Microsoft announced a new little handheld system that's basically like if you used your cell phone to play video games on. Like, oh, who wants that? And the last game that was of any interest was a 3-on-3 game called Invincible Versus. Wow, that's crazy. Code Vein is definitely down in price. ChatGPT said regular people shouldn't be worried, but the elites and power brokers should. Why? I don't understand that one, Eugene. Regular people should definitely be worried at this point. I mean, we can knock the news out. We'll knock out the most important thing going on, I guess, first. I'll go into my like little conspiracy theory on Donald Trump, Elon Musk in a minute, or in a little bit. But right off the fucking rip, LA riots, ICE goes in, deport people. All of a sudden, people start protesting, then start attacking them. Turns into a full blown riot. Trump sends in the National Guard. They're there now. They're slowly picking off protesters one at a time. But then it was just announced earlier, and I don't know how true this is, so take it with a grain of salt. But apparently Antifa will be stepping up tonight to go attack the ICE facility in San Francisco. That's what the word on the streets is. That they're going to go attack the ICE facility. If that happens, right, then it's expected that you're going to see Minnesota, New York, like everything. It's going to be like Summer of Love 2.0, basically, is what they're expecting. The only thing is this, and this is why I don't think it will be. If AI became sentient, well, yeah, I mean, there's an AI part to this whole rioting crap too. That's actually a little terrifying. But yeah, Donald Trump last time when the riots started, the Summer of Love and all that, he reached out to all the different governors of the states and was just like, hey, look, I can send in the National Guard. You want me to? No, don't you dare, and all this kind of crap, right? And he respected their wishes. He was like, all right, I'm not stepping on toes. This time, California, he asked them, do you want me to send in the National Guard? They said no. He immediately sends in the National Guard. Like, didn't screw around at all. Sends in the National Guard. They're there now, and it's crazy. Like, Don't get it messed up, but it's definitely a lot more managed and controlled than that for a Summer of Love so far. And I would expect people to get fully prosecuted too. Like the first time they kind of let him go with it. This time I don't think I think Trump's just like, yeah, I'm not playing this game anymore. I'm done. So expect that stuff to get uber crazy, you know what I mean? Hey Sheree, how are you? Oh, you're fine, Sheree. I like I said, it's probably going to be me either talking to an empty room or what you call it, because everybody's busy this Sunday, and that's fine. I don't expect people to show up really, you know. Um, but yeah, I'm just happy you're all right, to be honest with you, because usually you never miss. So it's good to know that you're out there and okay. Plus, I got Eugene and David Mon and everybody to keep me company. But yeah, the Summer of Love is going to be like 2.0 will be interesting because, like I said, if Trump isn't putting up with it this time, then yeah, we're going to see people where they think they're going to be able to do the same crap they did last time and just walk away are going to get hunted down. On top of it, what I noticed is that they are apparently going to use now this is one of those things that I heard, take it with a grain of salt, but how Trump wanted to use Palantir to do AI profiles on everybody. They're using that to hunt down the protesters. So, like anybody that is acting out and stuff, like, oh, well, the dude was wearing a motorcycle helmet. You can't see his face and all that. You can only see like the bridge of his nose. Using Palantir, they can go and use the AI to fill in the rest of that face and figure out. So this is exactly kind of what I was like. It can be used in a good way, something like this, or hey, we need to know who this terrorist was. But it can also be used in a bad way to hunt people down too. Oh yeah, 2020 was definitely organized, but well, that's just it. Here you go. Joe Biden, were there crazy riots like this? No. Under Donald Trump, there's going to be. Why? Because Trump is enforcing the law and people don't like it. Those ICE agents were taking out murderers, human traffickers, drug dealers. It wasn't like they were just showing up and grabbing like a mom and her kid and dragging them out of their house. They literally were serving warrants on child predators, murderers, all kinds of stuff that are in the country illegally. And people are like, oh no, you can't do that. Like, what? Like, you want these scum? Like, this dude, you know, one dude's accused of, I want to say, killing like a child. Like, you want that dude floating around your fucking neighborhood? What the fuck is wrong with you? You know, even the worst case scenario, like, let them take him in and vet him, you know? But yeah, it was definitely various groups. Definitely evil people. Evil people in this world doing evil things. But yeah, and again, I think that where everybody's thinking this is going to be Summer of Love 2.0, they set up a Chaz Chop. We're going to see a group of basically almost like National Guard stormtroopers go kick that shit in and dragging people out. Like Trump is not letting it stand this time. Like he learned his lesson from the first go around. I mean, not all Democrats love criminals, but I do have a funny, like a super funny one. So, do you know who Maxine Waters is? She is she's old as dirt, black lady rep for, I think it might be San Francisco. It's one of the California, you know, counties out there. She's a congresswoman. Maxine Waters goes trying to walk into the ICE facility. And you can see all the guys standing out in front of it and all that, and they're not letting anybody in. But, you know, she's a congresswoman, so I can just walk in wherever the hell I want to go. She walks up to the door. The door was like half open. As she's getting to the door, you see this dude's hand reach out, grab the door, and just slam it in her face. Like, pull it closed right in her face. And then she turns around and walks away. She doesn't even say anything. She just turns around and about face and walks away. But the visual of it was hysterical. Like, yeah, well, I'm important. I'm in Nope. Like they're not playing around this time. I mean, Minnesota. I guess Tim Walz's wife's going to be happy because if they start setting shit on fire in Minnesota, she gets to smell those burned tire smells that she loves. Stuff like that. It's going to be a mess. It's going to be a mess. That's pretty much what's happening. It's going to be messy. It's going to be crazy. Um, it, they're it's crazy. You had guys that like the police are all like herding them together, and then they'll throw down like a tear gas grenade or a smoke grenade, and the protesters are like kicking it back. They're basically like playing a game of soccer with it with the police. Like they kick it back and forth towards each other, and then like the guy went to go kick it, cop just straight out gripped him as he went to go kick it and took him right to the ground, put the cuffs on him, and like drug him out. Like they're taking protesters out one at a time. Anytime they get close enough and they can get their hands on them without getting attacked by the rest of the group, they're just taking them down real fast, and then four others move in front of them to protect the guy arresting. Like they're coordinated, and I'm not going to lie, it's nice to see law enforcement being law enforcement. I don't want to see everything that happened with the first Summer of Love, where you had cities in fire and people losing their businesses or their homes, their livelihoods, and all this other stuff. What's up, Steve? And Beans, Sheree said she'd be back in like an hour. She was gone. I told her it's okay. Probably be me just speaking to dead air, or just me and Eugene chilling. I figure all you guys are kind of busy today. I know good old Steve, my version of Street Beats, is probably watching the riots unfold as we speak. Because I'm not going to lie, that's what I was doing before setting up to rock and roll. But yeah, the Maxine Waters thing had to be the funniest thing I saw, because they legit just slammed the door right in her face. Like, I don't care who you are, lady. Like, you're not getting in. But it's the same shit that happened in New Jersey with those people. Like, what are you? Like, you think because you're in Congress, you can just go where you'd like, Like, that's not how that works. It's like, oh, well, I work in, I'm going to go work for Congress, so I'm just going to walk right into FBI headquarters and go looking through the Epstein file. Like, no, dude, you can't do that. You're not part of this division. You're not part of this. Oh yeah, dude. Like that's just it. I like watching the cops take people out. And I was just saying this, Steve. The only thing that worries me is like I don't know if you saw there was a guy with a motorcycle helmet. He was throwing rocks at ICE as they were coming up the road, like bouncing rocks off the car, off the windshield and stuff. And they're apparently using Palantir, that whole shit that Donald Trump had authorized to start doing profiles on every American citizen to unmask him. So they're using AI to unmask him. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, Salty's just salty. He's just talking. Um, I think that's just his vernacular, like how I drop f bombs all the time. Like I'm trying to be a little bit better with my language now on stream, because I do think I swear just a little too much, just a tad bit too much, guys. Just a tad bit. But yeah, I mean, just going over the news now. Like I said, the riots have been everywhere. To a point where I haven't seen anything going on with Russia. The last thing I saw, they bombed. Oh God, it wasn't Kiev. It was Kharkiv. I want to say they hit them, killed like 40 people, and then they bombed Kiev. Like the next day, killed like another 3 people, like Russia, and then they just hit Kharkiv again. So you're gonna see a whole lot of covering up of how bad Russia is inflicting damage on them. The last thing I saw was Russia launched, I guess, the biggest scale attack of the war as far as missiles, drones, the whole 9 yards. And then all this rioting started. So all that kind of news has gone the way of the dodo because everybody's focused on what's going to happen with these riots. So are you watching the whose riot stream are you watching? I was watching D Day Cobra. He is by far like he's watching ABC News and a couple independent streamers that are actually on the ground and like in the middle of the riots and just filming them, filming everything going on, which is really, God bless those people because you wouldn't catch my ass anywhere near it. Like I want nothing to do with it. There was people that did January 6th that had filmed it, and that's what ended them in jail. Was oh well, you went into the Capitol, yeah, but I was filming, like I'm independent press. I was filming what was going on, and you guys are using my stuff to nail out people for January 6th. What the fuck? Nope, don't care. You're going to jail. I would stay the hell. Like if I lived in LA, I wouldn't right now. I'd be on vacation somewhere. I'd just grabbed all my stuff and gone. Been like, yep, pack the family up, pack the pets up. We're out. Bye. Bye. I don't care if the place burns down. I'll just make sure my insurance pays for it. I'm the hell out of here because you don't want to get caught in a nasty riot. Terrifying. No, it isn't. So that's one of the other things that's come out, Beans. Right now it's kind of organic, but apparently now, I'm going to say I take it with a grain of salt, but apparently Antifa has officially announced that they will be getting involved tonight and going after the San Francisco ICE facility. Whether or not they do, I don't know. But I'm going to let you know now if you see that San Francisco ICE facility get attacked, 100% organized by Antifa, and then expect like the other cities like New York, Minnesota, Illinois, like all of them to just follow suit and start going into riot mode. Because that's Antifa's MO. Like this stuff is too centralized and quiet and just it locate everything's people in one place doing this riot. So it's going to be one of those. Yep, got to wait and see. Yeah, it hasn't spread to other cities yet, but and that's what I'm saying, Steve. Is if Antifa once Antifa gets involved in it, but the whole thing is if Antifa has any kind of intelligence, any kind at all, they would just stop now because the response so far isn't the Summer of Love 1.0. It's the Summer of Love 2.0. Trump has learned his lesson. He's already mobilized the National Guard against the governor and the mayor's wishes. He doesn't give a shit anymore. He's like, nope, I am done. I am done being nice. I am done playing this game. Yeah, and Eugene's right. It will be blue cities only. They don't do that shit in red cities. You kind of can't. Too many people with guns and have no problem at all pulling the trigger. Everybody's a marksman. Like, everybody's ready to roll. You know, it'll be goofy fucking places that, like I said, like Minnesota. I'm just wondering who the Kyle Rittenhouse at this time will be. That's all. Like, who's going to be the Kyle Rittenhouse that was like, yep, I was trying to protect this business from getting burned down and clipped out 3 pedophiles. Like, oh. Yeah, I was going to say, I thought you lost your firearms in a boating accident because, you don't want to get in trouble for that. But yeah, unfortunately, that is the biggest news. Um, Let me look. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah, the Maxine getting the door slammed in her face was hysterical. Um Actually, yeah, I'll wait for what's her name for Sheree to get in here before going to that. But here's the thing. Here's something I noticed. This was an observation. I actually wrote it down too, just so I wouldn't forget it. So these guys are out there and they're protesting, right? And they're waving Mexican flags. That's another rumor is that the Mexican president is telling them go out and protest. She's kind of helping incite this shit. How true or not that is, I don't know, but I'd be remiss if I didn't say that to you guys. But yeah, so they're standing there and they're protesting because, they're taking these illegals out. People are standing there with the Mexican flag. And I'm thinking to myself while I'm watching it, I'm like, so wait a minute. They're basically deporting these people and sending them to Mexico, right? And you're going to wave the Mexican flag. So wouldn't you be happy they're deporting them and sending them to Mexico if you're willing to wave the flag of Mexico? Like, I don't understand. Does that mean Mexico it would be a better place, or is a better place? And if so, how come you're mad they're sending them there? Like they're getting a free trip back to Mexico. What's your problem? What? What's stream beef? What are you talking about, Steve? I don't have any beef. Have you heard me say anything or anything like that? Like, honestly, I have no beef. No beef. No beef. No fucks given either. So, I mean, I don't know what you mean, Steve, unless you've got something, if you got something to share with the class, sir, please speak up. Okay, go ahead, Stevie. Well, no, Beans, Steve had asked me a question, and I was like, I don't have any beef. I don't care. I kind of move forward and on. But I didn't know if he had something that was like, yeah, man, what the hell, angered him. Because I'll address it. And she said she couldn't because she heard bad things. Well, well, that's a shame now, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, I have no beef. I I can enlighten you to an extent. I mean, I can enlighten you to an extent. I could tell you this much. I wish him nothing but luck. And hey, man, good luck to you. And you were in the stream. And you can go back and watch the stream because I've left it up. Eugene, Steve was in the stream too. He was in the stream. Oh, I mean, hey, look. That's Well, one, that's silly. That's just flat out silly, right? If you remember, I did a stream when Alien first got monetized, and I said, I talked about him having way too many mods and stuff like that, and said, hey, that's just some friendly advice. Nothing nasty. You were there for the stream. Well, Alien banned me from his stream so I couldn't speak, and then proceeded to talk smack. Basically, that's what happened, Steve. Like, and then I don't know what's happened since then because I was banned from his stream. So I was like, hey, you know what? That's fine. That's cool. You got your feelings hurt or whatever. And I just basically left it there, and I'm leaving it there. But I'm not telling people to unsubscribe from him, not follow his stream, stuff like that. I wish him nothing but the best. Best of luck to him. And I'm not even going to talk smack on him. I've just kind of like forgotten all about him, to be honest with you. Yeah. But I mean, if I was going to talk smack, I know where he lives. I do. I can pull it up on Google Maps and show it to you guys if you like. I know his actual full name. I know where his family lives too. You know, um, but I'm not that guy. Like I don't look for drama. I'm not looking for drama. Not trying to start any drama. If I wanted to have that conversation, I would. I got the loot in my pocket. I'll go buy a ticket and fly to Louisiana and go have a conversation in person. But yeah, I don't need any of that. I'm doing a fun show about painting and enjoying time and all that kind of stuff. Nothing he says can bother me, and I'm not going to spit a whole bunch of smack on him because he's not in here to defend himself. That's kind of fucked. What's unnecessary? I mean, the whole thing to me is unnecessary. But like I said, I ain't trying to do nothing or start nothing or cause no problems. I just want to paint. Have a good show. Talk to you guys. And Beans, people can twist it however they like, but you know what? The stream stays up and it's all right here. You know? Like I said, wish them nothing but the best. Good luck to you. Whatever. Yes, I agree. Beans, 110%. I'm 1,000% with you on that one. Give no attention to it. Because honestly, I don't give a shit. Yeah, but so I understand, Steve. I understand where you're coming from, but that's fine. Um, like, that's fine. If that's the way things are, that's the way things are. But, and, my personal opinion is kind of petty, but honestly, that's fine. I don't have to be petty too. I'm a grown up. I'm way beyond that kind of shit. Yeah, I know. And you know why it's news to you? Because I wasn't going to address it at all. Like the other night when Essie had come in, and honestly, Essie's pretty fucking cool too. Not gonna lie. Because I looked at some of his content, and if he was here tonight, I'd have a discussion with him about some of that stuff, and it's pretty awesome. Because I like some of his videos, and he actually Like it's funny because he must have been, I think he said his mom was like Northeast Philly or something like that. But you can tell by his accent, he has that Jersey boy Philly accent. Like it's funny. Oh, you've been inviting people from the other stream to this stream, Steve? I didn't know that. Like I honestly didn't know that. I mean, doesn't shock me. You invite people here from ABL stream all the time, so I'm guessing other streams you're just like, "Hey man, you want to come hang out here?" Not thinking anything on it. But no, I mean, that's just it. I I don't know. I don't make people choose what they want to watch. I feel everybody should be able to watch whatever they want. I definitely am not like, if you go and watch this person, then I'll disavow you and you're banned from my channel or something. Like, I'm just not that guy to do shit like that, you know? Freedom of speech, everything else. Like, no matter what happens, you have, Sheree could tell you if she was here, I've banned nobody from this channel. Just gonna let you know. Yeah, you're not wrong, Beans. And Steve, yeah, I got you. I feel you, brother, and I appreciate you too. That's awesome. Um, I mean, I I don't know. Like, what are you gonna do? Say like my whole audience decided they wanted to watch. I don't know, like young Hassan Piker. All right, we'll use, because I don't want to use the current bullshit. Let's say everybody here went and watched I Hate Hassan Piker. I can't watch his shit. And I say, you guys go watch him, I'll ban you. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, there you go, Steve. Like, I understand. I get it. I get it. I 110% get it. But yeah, I mean, you're not going to hear me say anything bad. Um, Nor threatening, nor, threaten any of my viewers with. I don't care. Not worth it to me. Like, not worth it in the least. No drama. Save the drama for your mama. Like I said, I'm just going to have a fun time, do me, and hopefully everybody's along for the ride. And if they're not, and they don't want to be, well, that's on them. That's fine too. Yeah, and that's just it. Like I would like a community of decent people, um, with good ideas. But yes, and you're not the first one to bring stuff to my attention either, Steve. And people remain nameless. I never, just like a newspaper or some shit like that. You never give up your sources. Same kind of thing. I won't tell me who tells me what or what I've heard and all this kind of crap. I'm just going to say that there has been stuff brought to my attention, and I usually say the same fucking thing to each and every one of them. Thank you. Thank you for and speaking up or letting me know. But honestly, I'm not tragically concerned about it. I'm just going to do me and just enjoy the time. But yeah, I mean, other people, if you come across people that are cool, absolutely invite them the hell over, Steve. Invite them. Invite people to do whatever, like you run into a guy because in like a chat or whatever, and it's like, oh yeah, man, you're cool, and you invite him in here. Well, one, it's a sub to me, right? Like maybe they'll sub to me and it boosts my subs. Boost the view hours, all that kind of stuff. But the bigger thing is, then we got another interesting person in here that's throwing down something that maybe we're not thinking about or adds to the conversation in a different way. You know, um, each person always brings their own set of experiences in life with them. And yeah. Yeah, SE Wolverines is cool. He cracks me up too because he reminds me of he does. He reminds me of somebody I would be chilling with. And as a matter of fact, next time he drops in, I gotta fucking tell him. I gotta tell him some interesting shit because I watched this one video and he was talking about like he's sitting around his campfire. Well, first I tell him what video of his I thought was the coolest out of what I watched. But the one he has one where he's sitting at a campfire and he's like, the craziest thing that could happen, or the worst thing that could happen, would scare me the most, is like a UFO basically showing up over the campfire. And I'm thinking to myself, like, that is not the worst thing that would scare me out in the woods. Yeah, I agree, Eugene. And I was even telling him because I think you had logged out when he hopped into the actual chat. I legit told him, was like, yeah, Eugene and Stranded in particular, the two of you guys were like, hey, he's good people, man, you know? And that's, but yeah, he actually is like watching this video. I was laughing because legitimately, I'm camping. Three scenarios. Scenario one, the thing that would scare the hell out of me the most, that would scare the ever loving, like, oh shit, out of me, right? Like, oh my God, I'm going to get fucking jacked up. Yeah. You're sleeping in your sleeping bag. You got the campfire going. You're in your tent. You get up. You're like, I gotta go to the bathroom. So you stumble out of the tent. It's pitch black. Your campfire's pretty much gone out. Walk a few feet, and you're gonna pee on a tree. And all of a sudden, you hear the leaves rustle right next to your leg. Now you got, you pulled yourself out, and you're ready to take a slash. And you hear that rattle next to you, those leaves rattling, and it kind of, what the fuck? So you hurry up and you put your stuff away and all that. And then you reach down into your back pocket and pull out the little flashlight that you keep on you, off the little carabiner on your side or what have you. And you move real slow over the leaves and you don't really see anything. But you can hear that rustle. Moving a little bit to the right, and all of a sudden, you see it. You just see that diamond shape of that head. Like that. And a body like this thick around. Coiled up. And the tail. And you realize you are standing next to a fucking rattlesnake. And you know it can strike you within 4 feet. But you are 2.5 feet from it. Yeah, I mean, that's just it. How would I stream the riots though? I'd have to bring up somebody else's coverage. I don't know if that comes with copyright strikes. Bigger channels can get away with that, right? Um, I can't because I'm a little guy. Like CBS or whatever, you would think you'd be able to get away with it. I mean, I could stream the riots. Is that what you guys want to watch? I just full full screen the riots going on. Yeah, well, Eugene, the whole thing is Penguin Zero's audience. That's its own entity. You know what I mean? What what Steve's talking about is it's people that he normally has conversations with. Like, for example, if I go to ABL stream and have conversations with, like, Mister is in ABL stream a lot, or Devin or Steve or what have you, and we have conversations a lot. I don't go out of my way to tell them I'm streaming a lot of times, but if it comes up in the conversation, like, oh, you stream? Like Bob KMT was like, MIT was like that, which I don't know if he's lurking or he's around, but hey, Bob, what's up? Um, yeah. Yeah, that's when you say, yeah, I stream or, I make videos. Oh, you do? And then you can have that conversation and invite them to your channel. Nice. Bob is here. See? And like, I'm out there. I just dropped the, hey, what's going on, Bob? And here he appears. Miranda's cool as hell too. If you remember, I said she should be a mod. She's a good person. Actually, she's a very good person. I like honestly had plenty of conversations with her. Very good person. And is what it is. Well, thank you, Bob. I'm very happy you're here. But yeah, as far as campfires, like I said, you see that snake, and you're like, yep, that is a diamondback. Well, actually, no, it'd be an eastern diamondback rattlesnake, and you're just like, yeah, that shit. I move too quick, that thing's gonna bite me. I don't move fast enough, it's gonna bite me. I need to get the hell out of here, but I have to do it in such a way to get away from it. You might be able to back off slow and not trigger it, but once you trigger it, you're bit. That would be my number one terrifying thing. The number two terrifying thing is because I live in the southeast, swampland and all that. You're out there, you're laying in your tent, campfire's going out, same kind of scenario. Not even that you get up to take a leak. All of a sudden, you hear rustling, like something heavy moving, and you get the smell in the air. Like that smell, and it's off putting to you, and it bothers you. And you hear something like brush up against your tent, and you can tell it's heavy, and it's moving kind of slow. And you turn on your light inside the tent and you shine it. And you can see the outline of something, but nothing really. It just looks like a log. What the hell? Did a tree fall down while I was laying in it? I'm like, no, that doesn't make sense. So you go and you open your tent and you look out, and then it, sure enough, there's a fucking alligator staring dead at you with its mouth wide open. Yes, Steve, you are 1,000% right. The people in my chat and that watch this and everything else, I appreciate the hell out of all you guys. I will always tell you to broaden your horizons, watch anything that you enjoy, and everything else that comes with it. I don't ask for some undying loyalty or weird shit like this. No, if you enjoy my stuff and you're good people and you enjoy being in here, welcome to the party, pal. And I'm happy for the people that I have here. I got lucky. And I've had this conversation. There's people in the chat that can tell you I've had this one-on-one conversation with them. I got super lucky with the people that watch me because they're good people. They bring something to the table. I enjoy everybody can enjoy each other, argue, and get into fights and stuff, and be happy afterwards. That's a smart man, Bob, right there. That's very smart. Yeah. Another scenario would be, you're sitting there and it's dusk, you're cooking food over a campfire, like roasting some weenies and making some s'mores, you're just kind of chilling, kicking back, and all of a sudden you get this foul odor in your nose. Like, what? Man, it smells like rot out here. What is that musky, nasty smell? And you hear like the bush next to you rustle, and out comes a little tiny piglet. Like, oh, look at this little piglet with all this black fur all over him. Oh my goodness, so cute. And then you realize as you bend down to touch the piglet, because it's all so cute, that here comes 20 pigs, boars, just bum rushing your ass. They're moving in a whole pit, and you have gotten a little too close to a baby who squeals and summoned its mama and the rest of its pack, and they just fucking tear at you. Teeth so fucking nasty they chew right through your bones and shit if they get a hold of you. And tusks razor sharp, cut your fucking limbs. That's number 3 for my terrifying things. Because with pigs, I'm not joking. Like wild pigs or boar, down here we have them in the woods, and that's happened. Somebody's like, "Oh, look, a little piglet," and it's like, "Oh shit." That's okay, Danny. You think your culture's very enticing and everything else? We will ship you a plane ticket. We'll fly you right directly into LA. You can come check out our culture and see how that shit's going. Because it's bad. Definitely bad. But yeah, this one story I got written down. I got to wait till Sheree's back, because I had told her, I had mentioned something with Don Lemon, and I was just like, if you know, you know. And she was like, I don't know, and I don't know if I want to know. And I was like, oh, remind me to tell the story. So I'll tell that one when Sheree gets back. One of the things, though, on ABL Live, he went over that mayor that was like, I'd be Trump's worst nightmare or whatever. There is something actually cool about that guy that ABL missed or didn't cover. And I don't know if ABL saw it or not, and that might be why he missed it. But they did a debate. There must be like 12 people running for fucking mayor of New York, right? But that same guy who said that about Trump, they asked somebody before him, and it was, I hate to use the word cringe, but it was like cringe. He turned around. The question was, what country will you go visit? Which foreign country will you visit first as mayor of New York City? The first guy was just like, I would go to Israel first, and then I would go show my solidarity against terrorism and visit Ukraine. Like, what the fuck? What do you mean you would go to Ukraine? So then they asked that same guy, the guy who was like, oh, I'd be Trump's worst nightmare or whatever. They asked him, which foreign country would you go to? And he turned around and he went, none of them. I'm here to be the New York. I'm running to be the mayor of New York City. I don't care about other countries. I'm only worried about New York City. It was like a solid answer. So then Andrew Cuomo, who's also in the race, started to jump on him for it. And he turned around and like kind of turned it back on him, but they went back and forth for a second. The next day, that same mayoral candidate goes on CNN. I want to say it was CNN, something like that. Maybe might have been like local news or whatever, but I had seen the clip of it. And he's on the local news or CNN or whatever. And they said, yeah, about that answer, you wouldn't go to Israel or what have you. And he was like, why would I go to Israel? I'm running to be the mayor of New York. And they're like, yeah, but aren't you worried about, anti Semitic tropes and all this kind of stuff being hurled at them? And he's like, I would be worried if, if anti Semitic tropes being thrown at New York Jews because that's who I represent. He's like, but I wouldn't be worried about it over there because they have their own government and their own issues. I'm worried about the citizens in New York. And I was like, leftist everything else, but at least he gets it. Like, why, if you're a local mayor or whatever, like, look at Bass out in LA. Remember the wildfires happened? Where was she? She was over in Africa. While LA is burning to the earth, her city, why wasn't she in her city? Because that's where she should have been. Not like I wanted her to get burned up or anything, but she should have been there. Even if she wasn't able to help or anything else, at least be there invisible to your people so they know there's some kind of leadership. No, LA is not Gotham City. New York City is Gotham City. They don't need Batman out there. No, no, no. No, absolutely not. They need the West Coast Avengers. They need like Rhodey and Hawkeye. Um, what's her name? Polaris. They need them out there. That's who they need. Tigra. Like they need them out on the West Coast. No worries, Danny. They're lighting all types of fires now. Dude, it doesn't shock me. Does not shock me about lighting fires. Yeah, I'm telling you. And do me a favor if you are keeping an eye on it. Same time, Steve. Let me know if they do hit the San Francisco ICE facility because then we know it's full on Antifa. Yes, I agree, Bob. That would work too. Fire trucks with water cannons. I mean, what they've been doing so far with the tear gas, they're all lining up and then kind of pushing them back, but pushing them into a circle. So they back them into a building and then taking them out one at a time. That seems to be working as well. Like they're thinning them out and it's taking longer. But I don't want to see it turn into a shooting gallery either. You know what I mean? So like a water cannon on the top of a fire truck, that would be fine to me. Like knock somebody down real quick, zip tie them, get them the hell out. But I don't want to see it turn into a shooting gallery with people like civilians getting killed. Oh yeah, Beans. I could definitely picture that. After the last summer of love, I 100% could believe that shit. Like, yeah, I can picture it, and that's probably why. Make rooftop Koreans fucking great again. That's fucking epic, Eugene. But yeah, I mean, it's terrible, right? Here's what scares me. I'm not going to lie at all because it's a double edged sword. Like, do these people deserve to get arrested and all that kind of stuff? Yes, because they are destroying property, everything else. They're not just peacefully, it's not civil disobedience, in which case they get processed and basically let out. That's one thing. When they start breaking shit, setting stuff on fire, all this, now you've gone one step too far. Like now you are beyond your First Amendment right to peacefully assemble. That peacefully part, going out the window. And, you'd kind of lose your right to protest. What scares me, though, is what happens if Trump turns around and says, yes, this is an insurrection. Those people will be tried as domestic terrorists. That's not good. I mean, that's just it. The violent criminals, okay. Yeah, but insurrectionists, Like, I mean, if they're trying to overthrow the state government or the federal government and federal mandate and stuff like that, I'm just saying, once that kind of shit gets declared, what scares me is the slippery slope. Because then if Democrats get in full power again and they pull that shit like they did with January 6th, like they locked people up for 4 years and just threw them in a hole and forgot about them. Didn't even let them go to trial. None of it. Like some guys got their day in court and got out, but there was a lot of people that were still there before Donald Trump pardoned them that didn't even have their trial yet. Weren't even technically charged with anything. Like they were charged with, oh, you're participating in an insurrection. Okay. So show me the evidence, give me my day in court with the judge, everything else. Well, we'll get to that when we get to that. You can't do shit like that to people. That's against your constitutional right to a fair and speedy trial. Yeah. Patriot Act. Yeah. Look, I'm for less government, not more. For our constitutional rights, all that kind of stuff. Do I think Trump's a good president? I do. Do I think Biden was a dog shit one? I do. But I also don't want, I'll never be a fanatic for anybody. I always look for either the long con or the lie, or how does this take away from my life? Like, would you give up your freedom to feel safe? Well, no, I wouldn't. I would rather be able to defend myself and not feel safe. You know what I mean? That kind of thing. I see stupid people. And Bob K. Well, we'll call you. You want? Should I call you Bob K MIT or Chesapeake Bob? Which one do you prefer, sir? But either way, I was saying this earlier. I was like, so all these people are out there waving Mexican flags. Well, the whole thing is ICE is deporting people basically back to Mexico. So why are they so upset? Because you're basically going to a country you're saying is better than ours by waving their flag, right? So we're giving you a free trip. That's all. Just Bob, you got it. Callie, well, it didn't turn red last time. It didn't happen on the last Summer of Love. Yeah, you never go full retard. Never go full retard. Speaking of full retards, let's talk about, a retarded person who has been streaming. And by that, I mean Greta Thunberg. You guys thought I was going to say me, huh? People have had enough of this shit, Beans. And I'm not going to lie, the MAGA people in particular have really had enough of this shit. And Greta Thunberg decided that, she's going to take a road trip, so to speak, but actually more like a sea trip. And she's been out at sea, sailing towards Gaza to protest the war and protest Israel. And this little Riri, like dancing on the fucking deck and all kinds of stuff and singing Kumbaya songs and everything. I'm watching these different videos, and all of a sudden there's this video where you've seen this guy. He's, I guess, the captain of the boat, and he's been in all the videos. He let her else he's one of her handlers. And all of a sudden he's like, guys, we just spotted drones flying over us. Please send help. And I'm like, what the fuck, dude? Like, can you imagine, like, she's sailing in there and all of a sudden, like, an Israeli drone, like, oops, sorry, we blew up Greta Thunberg. Didn't mean to do that. But apparently Israel is aware that she's on her way, and they're like, yeah, we're refusing her entry into Gaza or Israel. So she's going to have to sail all the way back. Dude, she doesn't have a lot of security. Like, I'm not going to lie, Beans. If you see the fucking boat Greta Thunberg's on, like, I would not be shocked if, like, a pirate ship came up on it and just, like, you're walking the plank, matey, and just started, like, unloading cannons into the side of this thing. It's not even just the people over there. Who the fuck? Look, I got a pretty big mouth, all that. And I'm not a huge guy. I'm not all buff and, cock diesel, and I'm definitely way past my prime. I would never even think about going over to Israel and being like, what you're doing is bad. Are you fucking lost your goddamn mind? They don't give a shit what kind of celebrity you are. They'll be like, oh, okay, well, there's no international journalist out here in Gaza. We basically have been bombing them every goddamn day. Yeah, you know what? Maybe you should go and interview like some Gazans that are over that away. And as soon as she gets away, like, oh, well, we're sorry about that. Looks like Hamas got Greta Thunberg. Like, are you stupid? Who, Agent 48? I would welcome Agent 48 here. They talk in code and riddles and delete their own chats, whoever they are, whether it's guy or girl, right? They don't really like some of the stuff they say sometimes when you figure out the riddle is pretty fucking anti-Semitic. I'm not going to lie. But at the same point in time, they delete it as soon as it goes up, it stays up for a minute or two and then goes away. So if it's just a flash in the pan, you got to figure like somebody like ABL, well, that's another couple hours viewed on his videos, right? And they're interacting in the chat, even if they are deleting it. Well, that's just it. Like, to me, and Steve was like this too. Steve was like, GAM, I don't understand. What is this person saying? So the next time I was in ABL's chat and Agent 48 came in, started posting stuff, I'm sitting there and I would pop back questions here or there. Some of the stuff they post, though, is actually interesting because that person, whoever's running that account, is really paying attention to some fucking news. I'm not going to lie to you. Last night they said something about Palantir. Like they're paying attention to the stuff that's not even being discussed on any of the streams. No, Beans. Dude, ask Sheree. Sheree will tell you 110%. When Sheree gets in here, ask her about Agent 48, and she'll tell you, I don't know. They delete their own chats. Yeah, and you're not wrong about that one either, Beans. Well, that's not all right. So I was watching Max Blumenthal actually went to Iran, and he said like his wife at first was walking around with the hijab, like the full body garb and all that kind of stuff because she was afraid. And then by day 3, she realized that it wasn't that big a deal, and she was walking around just like hair down and everything. Yes, Eugene. There you go. That's a good way of putting it. They are like QAnon, but the shit's interesting. Like it's some of the stuff they're saying is fun and interesting too. No, I'm telling you, ABL's not zapping them. They zap themselves. Let me see something. Hold on. I'm going to test your theory right now for you. There you go. You can see where I said it, right? Did you see message retracted come up? You can see where it says it in the creator main chat window, but you don't see it on the sideline. Like if you're looking at just live chat, I typed in rubber baby buggy bumpers and then I deleted the message. Now, it disappeared from the actual chat. On the creator's chat, I can see where it says message retracted, like how Beans just did hers. Like, I can see message retracted on the main chat. Like, if you're looking at the chat that's on the screen next to the Wolverine painting, right? You can see where Bina retracted one and I retracted one. It shows up, right? But not in the actual live chat itself. So unless we're looking at it from ABL's end, right? You saw message retracted, and if you look at the creator's chat, it says message retracted, but only you are seeing message retracted. The rest of the chat is not seeing it. All right, yeah, type something in and then delete it off, Beans, and then ask Eugene, you're paying attention. Let her know if it comes up message retracted for you, because I'm looking at it on my tablet and it doesn't. If I look at it on my creator stream, it does. So on the creator side or a mod side, I can see it. But on the average end user who's just in a chat, you don't see it. It's just like their message just disappears. But yeah, good old Greta Thunberg. Yeah, see, Bob K said it doesn't show in his either. Well, Bob says he didn't see it. I saw that, Eugene, and I saw it disappear. And like I said, if you look on the creator screen, you can see it. Like if you look at the shit next to my painting, that's what the actual creator chat is, because I have the YouTube window open. Like if I were to turn off my camera right now, you could see like how many people are watching and all that. I did my chat where you guys are actually seeing what the creator sees. For me, it didn't. I saw nothing about message retracted. The only one I'm seeing it on is my creator screen. Otherwise, it's just disappearing. Definitely interesting. Let me see how much. I think I gotta put his head in. Okay. Yeah, I need painting guides. I'm gonna screw this up. Eugene's laughing. Man. Eugene was like, I can't leave that up. I'll get killed. um, yeah, I mean, I've got fun stuff like Doctor Who and then the movie in this show that I've been watching or whatever. As far as the rest of news, the only other big thing was this, and like, it's I don't even how many it what 300 400 year old mystery or something like this. But back in the day, when they first settled in America, Roanoke, Virginia, they had a colony, and the main dude who had set up the colony went back to, I want to say, England to get resupplies and come back. And when he came back, the entire colony was gone. They just all vanished. He was like, the whole colony was bye bye, right? And on a tree or a palisade or something like that was written the word Croatoan. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of that mystery or anything else. And they had ideas that maybe, hey, they went with the Croatoan tribe of Indians that were there, or Native Americans that were there, but they had just disappeared. Well, the Croatoans, it was called Croatoan Island, and they've renamed that island. It's called Hatteras, Hatteras Isle. and they found trash piles. Well, while digging through, like, ancient trash piles, while digging through them, they found metal workings that had been thrown out, and only the settlers knew how to make those metal workings, like those iron workings, what have you. So they think they finally put a pin in the mystery that yes, the settlers did actually end up with the Croatoans on that island, and they just incorporated into their culture and into their tribe, basically. Yeah, Beans, but on mine, it doesn't even flash message retracted. It just disappears. Like on my tablet, it just, it, boom, gone. All right, we need to get some blue on him. I'm just looking because I think I got a metallic blue around here. I need a dark metallic blue like this one. Let's see, what do we got here? Midnight blue. I think this one will work. But yeah, craziness, just absolute craziness. That they finally figured out the mystery, and they found it by looking through people's trash, basically, like ancient people's trash piles. And since I'm pretty sure Sheree, I'm probably doing something with the family or whatever, I guess I can go into this story, or might as well. But I had put in ABL's chat, Don Lemon was, I was like, Don, smell my fingers, Lemon. If you know, you know. Well, Don Lemon, back when he was working for CNN, had gotten hit with a lawsuit because he and I don't know if it's his husband or his boyfriend, were in a restaurant, and he was flirting with the waiter, like hitting on him, and the waiter was a straight dude. But then the guy said something to him like, "Hey, I don't appreciate you flirting with me," or something like that. Don Lemon took his hands, jammed them down his own pants, under his beanbag, we'll call it, pulled his fingers out and put them in the guy's mouth. And that guy sued him for like sexual harassment, everything else. I believe he settled that case out of court. But that was a real story. I don't know if they're gone or not, Eugene, and I have no idea. I don't know, but that was the whole article, was just, you know, I guess archaeologists, researchers, or whatever, were going through this trash pile on Croatoan Island, or Hatteras Island, found the metalworking in with that trash, and it dated back to that time when those settlers disappeared. Yes, Bob, you are 1,000% right. It is. And that's what the big stink was. And why it wasn't covered more, I don't know. You guys are more than welcome to look it up if you want to. But yeah. Yeah, that was the deal with Don Lemon. That's why I said that, and I said if you know, you know. In the meantime, though, since Sheree is back, Sheree, you can settle this debate. I'm trying to see if I want to just go straight with the metallic on here, or if I'm going to need to blue this up first. It's looking like I'm going to have to go to an under blue and then layer it out with the metallic on top. The metallic's going on nice and smooth, nice and shiny too. Like we're getting a good shimmer off of it, but it's kind of fading into the black. So I am going to have to blue this out. Um, but yeah, Sheree, the discussion was that we just had Agent 48. Bina thinks that either ABL or the mods are deleting his tweets or their tweets. We don't even know if it's guy or girl, but deleting their tweet. And I was like, no, it's not. They delete their own tweets. Yes, Steve, it was covered. There was a lawsuit and he settled out of court. Like he settled that lawsuit out of court. But that's what I mean. When I said that last night, nobody knew what the hell I was talking about. And I was like, you guys don't remember Don? He basically sexually assaulted a waiter at that point. Yeah, see, there you go, Beans. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Told you. Sheree doesn't delete that, and ABL doesn't. Agent 48, whoever they are, they delete their own stuff. Let's see. It's actually a brighter blue. I can probably go use this as a baseline then. Yeah, like Agent 48, interesting character. And like I said, I wouldn't even have noticed him except for it being pointed out to me and then me deciphering. That's the only reason why I like even saw it to begin with. Steve asked me a question about it and then pointed it out again while I was in the chat. And I was like, oh, yeah, look at that. But deciphering what he was saying, actually, I covered it on stream before what he was saying because he was going into some interesting things. But he definitely, he definitely, he definitely watches a lot of news because some of that stuff isn't stuff that just comes up. Like you're not going to see it on Fox or stuff like this. Like he's looking at stuff that's definitely some alternate media. Not really shown to the public, and if it is, it's only shown for a second and then disappears, kind of like his messages. And he definitely has his opinions on things. Welcome back. Somebody get Devin some popcorn, please. She loves her popcorn. And get her an ice pack, too. Poor Devin. Evan's like a walking furnace at this point, I believe. Right. They say message retracted on Sheree's end because she's a mod. But they don't, to like me. Ask Steve. Steve will tell you because he's been watching dude's messages for a while now. He'll tell you. Like, it doesn't show up to your average user, only to the moderator and the creator. Now, you're not seeing things. Who knows? Well, now you don't have moderator powers anymore, right? Like, those have been gone for a while, and especially on that one, right, Beans? Like, I know you surrendered them. I wonder if, no, because even if you weren't a managing mod, then you'd be able to see it. But yeah, who knows? Maybe you do. Maybe it's something because aren't you on like, don't you use like Apple products? Maybe it doesn't show up on Android, shows up on Apple. Maybe it doesn't show up on PC, shows up on Mac. I don't know. I don't know, but I've never seen it say message retracted when they do that. Yeah, I don't, like I said, if anything, even though he's deleting them, it helps the show. Like it helps ABL with viewership, chat interaction, things like that. Even if he is deleting them and people respond to him. And I don't think ABL really cares about what he's saying because you have to decipher it. Like it's not something that the average person seeing one of his messages is like, what the hell is this dude saying? And if you ask Agent 48 what he means, he won't explain it to you. He'll say something else cryptic or cryptic. I'm listen, I'm not saying you are hallucinating. I believe you. I'm saying that I don't see it. Like I have never seen that when it comes to that end of things. I don't know about a Charles, but the only one I know is McQuaid is the only one that he bumped from being a mod. And I mean, I had asked the backstory on that, so I went to the one person who would know and asked them, and they laid out the whole story, and it was an interesting one. I can't believe I just slipped. I was doing so well too, right up until that moment. It was at that moment he knew he had fucked up. Rapper 10,000? I don't even know who the hell Rapper 10,000 is. Who the hell's Rapper 10,000? What was the story with that one? Yeah, it wasn't. Yeah, because I remember when that happened too. And honestly, I wasn't even participating in chat at that point on his channel. Like I would watch or whatever. And I always wondered, like, what the hell was the deal with that? Like, because kind of came back in and ABL even addressed it, like stopped the live stream in the middle of the stream, was like, no, 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 you need to go. I was like, God damn, dude, what the fuck? Like, what did I miss? Luckily, I made friends with somebody who pays attention to everything that happens. And then I made friends with more people that pay attention to everything that happens. So this way I don't have to pay as much attention to everything that happens because it works out. Oh, really? Yeah, I mean, you can't listen. I've watched enough ABL that you can say something in the chat like, are you going to address? Right? You can say it politely. But if you outright tell them, like, hey, cover the riots in LA right now, for example, like he last night's show, ABL kind of tells you where to go and when to get there and how to get there. And good for him because ABL runs in a format on his show. Like, yeah, I've got my videos lined up a certain way. I'm telling my story a certain way. Maybe he's building into one thing or another. So if you try to rush him, you are throwing off that entire flow, and it screws up not just his videos that he's got queued up already, because now they're not in order, but it also interrupts his show. So I can understand why he gets upset. That's interesting. Yeah, I don't know who the hell Charles Turner is. I'm pretty terrible. You know, the only mods I actually remember from my entirety of being there is like even Anthony McQuaid. I barely remember him. I wasn't really paying attention. But the only mods I really paid attention to was Beans, who has admittedly like had to cancel out some of the shit I've said in that chat. Beans has censored me before, guys. She was mean to me, hurt my feelings and everything. And was Beans, Sheree, and Zatachi, whatever, Sword. Those are the only mods that I really recognize. I mean, Anthony McQuaid or whatever. I remember him too, because I remember the whole like you said, Steve. Hey, chill out with that, and then he just kept going. He's like, yeah, you got to go. You didn't lose any mod powers, Beans. You surrendered them. You're like fucking the George Washington of mods. Like, I don't want to be a mod. Just take that shit right off me. People would keep their moderator status on you in a heartbeat. You know that. It's just you want them surrendered a lot of times. Like you want to be able to chill and enjoy the show. And that's from your own lips. Well, your own fingers, because you told me that a long time ago. You really want to just chill and enjoy a show and enjoy yourself and time with your friends. You don't want to be moderating. Yeah, exactly. That's it. Steve, that dude. I thought it was Zatachi. Yeah, and you're right. There is like a Zealand cat or some bullshit. But the fact that I don't know his name and I, watched ABL twice a week all the time should tell you something. However, Sheree and Beans, everybody knows. Why? Because they were there every time. Like when Beans was a mod, I don't remember her missing a show until she went on that vacation right before she quit being a mod. Same thing for Sheree now. Like it's weird when you don't have Sheree on your show, and it's like you automatically initially notice she's missing. Speaking of people that are missing, here's one that we're missing and have been, is Duke or Rebel. Like the two of them are usually here by now too. So shout out to them. And Duke actually posted Mel's whole T-shirt, which was fucking epic, on the Discord. I was like, that's fantastic. Good old Art Bell story. So Tachi's cane sword. That's it. Yep. Nope. Zealand Zencat is from that stream. I don't know if that's the Zealand though. It definitely sticks out to me. But the whole thing is disappeared. Like hasn't been there in a long time. The only moderator outside of Zatachi Cane Sword that and he drops in infrequently is Sheree. She's there every time. I wouldn't want to meet him in real life. I'm not gonna lie. I'd be kind of bored if I met him. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure he's a nice guy, but I would be bored. Be like, yo, tell me about your, give me a good story that you can't tell online about misspent youth. Like that's the shit I want to hear, you know. And I bet you'd be like, well, I was kind of a nerd, like, well, I didn't really get into trouble and I didn't really chase tail or anything. And last month I was allowed to finally say faux shizzle, that kind of thing. I'm sure he's a nice guy though. I don't know. I don't feel like I could geek out with him on stuff either. Like I would be afraid to hang out with Steve in real life if I ever met him, because like Steve's the kind of guy that I have this bad feeling that I would amplify off of, and we'd end up getting in fucking trouble. For shizzle, I always wanted to say that. No, I know we'd get along, but that's just it. We'd get along too well. Like to a point where, like I said, I think that shit could get us into trouble. It would be like, what was it? Was it Mr. Deeds with John McEnroe and, oh God, what's his name? Adam Sandler, where they're out there and they're smoking cigars and driving, is smacking golf balls through people's windows and shit. Like 4 in the morning. That'd be some shit we'd do. Oh, that's okay. So I got a story for you guys because you guys remember who, yeah, and he's been in the chat, Frogzilla. Frogzilla's my old boss, right? So me and the wife were out shopping. I guess this is like 2 weeks ago. And I see this dude standing up against the truck. And I mean, spitting image of Frogzilla. Same age, same height, same build, same gray in his beard, the whole 9 yards, wearing sunglasses. And I was like, that's kind of odd. He usually doesn't wear sunglasses like that. I'm like, but I haven't seen him in years. So we're starting to leave, and it's just outside this gas station, and like he's smoking a cigarette standing up against the truck. I said, man, I'm pretty sure that's, Frogzilla right there. Maybe I should say hi to him. Like I should say hi to him. Like it'd be rude not to, seeing him being that close or whatever. So she's like, well, I can swing back around because we're pulling out and going the other way. So we swing back around, and I rolled down the window. I'm like, yo, and I yelled, Frogzilla's actual name. And the guy does this nod and is still looking at me. Like, and I'm like, you know, what's going on, man? How are you? Blah, blah, blah. And then I look, he turned his head to the left a little, and I noticed the tattoo on his neck. And I'm like, yeah, Frogzilla doesn't have no tattoo. I'm like, oh, sorry, wrong person, and left. Man, that guy got in his truck and like drove like it was like the cops were on his ass. I was like, Jesus Christ. Mistaken identity, but I scared the shit out of him somehow. I'm like, I wonder if he was a wanted dude or something. He thought I was like with ICE or something. I've met a couple famous people. Like I've met, I've met a couple celebs, actual celebs, and then I've met a couple pro wrestlers, like just native environment, like Gary Wolf, Pitbull number one, I think it was from ECW, used to come in and rent Blockbuster when I rent from me when I was running my Blockbuster video in Hamilton, New Jersey. He'd come in every now and again. Dante from Clark's used to come into my Planet X store in Freehold Raceway Mall. He was actually cool. Brian O'Halloran. He was all right. And then when I was working in Walgreens down here, I actually had met Tom Berenger like 2 or 3 times. He actually comes in quite a bit. And then Richard Dreyfuss. I met him too. I could believe Alan Alda, as famous as he was. I could definitely see him being kind of an asshole for some reason. Like that one does not shock me, and it does suck because he seems like he would be funny. But I could see him being an asshole. You met well. Richard Simmons must have been a seriously nice guy too, Eugene. Like he just strikes me as that guy that would be very nice. One person actually, my sister when she was God like 23, she was modeling, and because believe it or not, as ugly as I am, my sister is a very pretty girl. Even now, like as a full grown, you know, in her 40s woman, my sister has always been like a beautiful girl. And yeah, she must have been about 22, 23, and she was working at this modeling agency, and she had a model next to Ric Flair, and she was like he was a total scumbag. And I was like, really? And she's like, I was like, it isn't just an act. She's like, no, he's actually like a complete jerk off. Like trying to get handsy with the girls, everything else that were on stage with him, and thinks he's like God's gift to women, the whole 9 yards. She's like, that's not an act. It's not just something you're seeing on TV or whatever. She's like, I actually met him and he's an asshole. Yeah, I mean, I can't blame certain celebrities for being assholes. I can't, because you do get fans. Like you see it with YouTubers sometimes too, where people fanboy or fangirl out on them and just go all nuts. That was another one I met in Vegas by complete accident. I think I've told that story before, but Benny Paul from Pantera, the drummer that from Pantera, met him. He was cool. His bodyguard, like, thought he was going to kill me, but actually, his bodyguard did face plan a different dude. That was hysterical. I still got pictures somewhere with me and him. Maybe when I do the 50th birthday stream and show my face and all that, I will show the picture of me with Benny Paul too. I'll throw that one in there. You ever get shot with like a bean bag or like the bean bag bullet or the rubber bullets? I've never gotten hit with a rubber bullet, but the bean bag one I have, and it fucking hurts, and it welts the fuck out of you. Like it leaves like a bullseye fucking bruise on your ass that's immediately just swells up and raises off your skin. It hurts like hell. Yeah. Yeah, I had I know somebody who was like, I wonder if this hurts or not. And I was like, I'll let you shoot me. Oh, okay. Yeah, as a matter of fact, it's funny as hell. Same guy, and I won't name him, but he was working for me or what have you while he was still in the police academy. And he used to practice on me and two of the other guys in my GameStop handcuffing us. Like, and so knowing the right way, like you're going to do this with your thumbs, you're going to turn them out this way or whatever. And but he had to hit the instructions like perfect for how he's going to put these cuffs on you and how to hold your hands and motivate you. And every now and again, he would be like, and we'd all dread it. He would go, I want you to resist. Like, resist me getting the cuffs on you. And it was like, oh, Jesus, please, not me, dude. Do it to the other guy. See, he would fucking do this shit where he would take a pencil. Like, if he got you on the ground, he would grab like a pen out of his pocket or a pencil and hold it between his fingers in a way and then grab a hold of your ankle by like the Achilles tendon and like put this pencil somehow on it. And I mean, it was blinding pain. Oh shit. Was Billy Blanks like right there? Like, what'd you say, motherfucker? Like, uh-oh. Oopsie. He'll tie Bo your ass out. They should have had him play DJ on the Street Fighter movie. He would have been amazing. Yeah, I know. No, my best friend was in Atlantic City. He's like, I see this dude. He's walking with like a whole entourage and all this, and I'm like, yo, he looks familiar. And then I realized who it was. I walked up to him. I waited till everybody was kind of at a distance and nobody was really paying attention. I said, hey man, I loved you in Black Dynamite. And he said, what's his name? Michael White? Is it Michael Jai White? A guy who plays like Black Dynamite, been in the Dark Knight and all that stuff, played Mike Tyson in the HBO movie. He's like, yeah, he was so nice to my buddy and like just extra cool and the whole 9 yards. He was actually a really cool guy. I mean, why couldn't he be your neighbor? Like, now the dude was like, yeah, Ozzy Osbourne's my neighbor, like they're kind of full of shit. Unless they're living in the mansion area, but Billy Blanks, who knows? He seems like the kind of guy who would just be kind of down to earth and chill. Oh shit. That's a good question, Eugene. I didn't even think about that. That's actually a good one. Letterman was kind of a dick to him. I can go thicker in there. Really got to get this blue laid in here. Yeah, I'm actually surprised. I'm actually surprised Smurf isn't watching right now either. Wait a minute. Sheree, you still out there? Or are you just chilling? I hope everything's okay. Like I'm not do not force yourself to be here if you got other shit going on. Just saying. I appreciate you, but I understand too. And Sheree, shout out to Rick James. That man's got the unity. Dude, I don't know. I think I've told you guys that story though, right? The one girl hanging out. We're talking about how we used to have girls that would come by and straight. Well, have you ever had one of those? An adult entertainer, basically down here. Like, where the fuck are we gonna find a adult entertainer in Bumblefuck, New Jersey? Like, what the hell are you talking about? Well, I am. Like, what? And then she pulled up her website shit. We're like, holy fuck, you really are. I was like, I went to high school with you. When the hell did this happen? Oh, it's fine, Sheree. You know, like I said, if you had other engagements or whatever, hey, I'll tell you this every goddamn time. Greatest mods on these interwebs. That family comes first. Like I don't expect anybody to be here. It's just very cool when you guys are. Like Steve said, if I was streaming the riots right now, I'd probably have like a couple hundred viewers. But I'm not streaming them, so I guess that's my bad. I also don't know how that works. Like anytime I've tried to use um hell, even clips from news and stuff, I get nailed. I don't know how ABL gets away with it. Maybe I should email him and ask him. Like he'd even respond. But it might be worth a shot sometime. Yeah, you told us about Mickey James. Yes, you did. Which she seems like she'd be really cool people. Sheree's all set up and loaded. She's like, "Yep, here you go. Here's Eugene's link to his stuff." Which very cool. Thank you, Sheree. Um, like I said, I was hoping SE would drop by because it was definitely a good conversation on that Friday night. Duke, wherever you are, we miss you, buddy. Rebel, you'll swing through, I'm sure. And then we always got the one guy. Everybody knows him as the lurker. But man, he drops by all the time, and we're always glad to see him. Six, wherever you are, man. Hopefully you're having fun. I figured we wouldn't see CLB tonight because he is living large with that Switch 2 he bought on launch. Smurf probably might have to work, or he's just tired from streaming last night, I'm sure. Bagum, I think, is actually streaming right now. I think he's streaming Marvel Rivals, if I'm not mistaken. That was the last I saw. But he streams on Twitch. Either Twitch or Discord. Yeah, Sheree, I can't believe I've never interacted with him before. Like, he's chewed some of the same dirt I have. Like, it's crazy. Like, the places he was talking about, he was like, yeah, you know where the Cherry Hill Mall is? I was like, I only ran the fucking GameStop in it. Yeah, of course I do. You know where Camden is? Yeah, I know where Camden. Yeah, of course I know everything about Camden. But yeah, that's my other store was right outside Camden, right here. Well, yeah, Eugene, but I mean, that's just it. Remember, she's doing promo work at that point. Like she's got to promote herself. Yeah, he subscribed too. He absolutely 110% did subscribe. Which was cool. It was very nice of him. But he apparently was laying low, like lurking at first, and then he jumped in and started talking when he got here. Matter of fact, that's one shout out to her. She's probably out there, working her guts out, and it would not last mentioned, not last, never forgotten, never imitated, never duplicated. Good old stranded life form. She drops in when she can too. But she said she's been working and dealing with shit. So shout out to her too. I try to shout everybody out that's normally here. This way, if they're catching or watching the replay, they at least know that I appreciate them and I haven't forgotten about them. And trust me, as the channel gets bigger, it's going to be a lot more names to shout out, I guess. Oh yeah, I got you, Eugene. Yeah. It's like so my buddy, I got this buddy Randy. He's 7 foot one. No joke. Maybe I'll show that picture of me standing next to him. I'm 6 foot one, he's 7 foot one. And Randy was in wrestling school. Well, when he was in wrestling school, he wrestled the pit bulls one night. The pit bulls were there, and he did the main, like he did a run in at the end, and like saved the baby face from the two pit bulls, like double team him or whatever. And so it's after the show, Randy, we're all hanging out with him or whatever and joking around. And the pit bulls came over and shook his hand and all that and said goodnight to him or what have you. And I'm like, hey man, can I get a picture with you? And he's like, and like the pit bull number two, number one, I had met again years. Well, no, not even years later, maybe about a year later at the Blockbuster, and he was actually cool then. But when we were at the event, the pit bull number two is like, yeah, it's $10 for each of us if you want to get a picture with us. And I was like, yeah, fuck that. I thought you guys were just cool, like gonna be cool because you're friends with my friend. Like people are like that, man. Like it's just they got to promote themselves. All right, I am trying to see where this blue sits so I can hit the yellows too, guys, so I can fill it in. So all this is yellow. Then I can do this in metallic on the repaint. And of course, I just blew out that fucking yellow. So that's fine. I'll fix it. Happy little accident there. Actually, that was a fucked up accident because I really don't want to try and go over blue with yellow. But yeah, I mean, when you get famous people like that, they're trying to earn loot. Trying to earn loot. Like you got to do your promo. You've got to, hey, come to my events. All this kind of stuff. Like it was cool because the managers conferences I used to go for GameStop, there was a professional girls team, and I mean we're talking, Jesus, that was like 2006, 7, 8, but they were called the Frag Dolls, and I got every one of them to sign my shirt. Like actually, and then the one, her name was Valkyrie, was her like gamer tag handle or whatever when they were playing professionally, and I actually got to be friends with her because I saw her the one time, hung out with her, and then for the next like 4 years, every time I was go out to Vegas or whatever, they always had the Frag Dolls there, promoting whatever game. And she would always say to me, like, yeah, I got to do promo work now. I'll catch up with you after. All right, cool. Bet. She was super nice. But she was like, yeah, I was like, oh, cool. Can I get my shirt signed? She's like, oh, yeah. And she took it over to all the girls and got each one of them to sign it for me. What's the difference between Kyle Rittenhouse and Pfizer? Kyle Rittenhouse's shots work. Dude, that is epic. Like you got to give Kyle Rittenhouse a lot of credit because you got to figure how stressful of a situation he was in. He shot 3 times, and the 3 people that he shot, I think 2 of them were pedophiles, and one of them was like formerly convicted of something else. I can't remember, but they were all like ex convicts. They were all bad people. Like he didn't shoot at like he didn't just like unload his magazine into a crowd or something. He specifically shot. And the last guy, he didn't even kill him. He shot him in the didn't he blow his bicep off because he was beating him with a skateboard. The hell was that? That was weird. Yeah, I you were saying something about that, Bob. That's no good, man. That's actually terrifying. It's a whole lot of no bueno. Think that that was the same thing like Jimmy Dore. I think it gave him like kind of like a palsy, like a cerebral palsy or something. That was his big thing with it. He was all about that shot when it first came out, and then he got vax injured and was like, "How come nobody's talking about vax injuries?" And then realized that they're not reporting from the Bears system, so they were hiding like the statistics. Yeah, I know people like that too, where they something happened from the jab and they're just like, "Oh no, it wasn't from the jab, it was from this." No, motherfucker. And now here's one for you guys, and you guys can enlighten me. I had a friend post on his Facebook shit, and he was like, "Yeah, this is medical misinformation. The jab does not cause miscarriages." And I was like, "I never heard about it causing miscarriages. I heard of it causing heart issues and stuff, but never a miscarriage. Have any of you guys ever heard of the jab causing a miscarriage?" 'Cause that one was a new one to me. Yeah, see, Bob said no. You're saying, well, it probably causes birth defect. Well, we won't know. You know when we'll know? When they do a prenatal to 10-year postnatal study on it. And it has to be in a control where you had a pregnant woman who got the shot while she was pregnant and then seeing what the effects on the kids are. But you need not just one, you're going to need a bunch. Yeah, and that's not Bob. That is not me taking down your comments. I'm going to let you know. And it's not Sheree. If you type something in there and YouTube doesn't like it, they take your comment off. Sheree knows, like, we pretty much let it all fly here. Um, except for spam and certain words. Then you get deported out of the chat for shit like that. But, like racial words that are highly offensive, but that's more in a GAM thing than it is a YouTube thing with that. Because you can get the stream nuked, and honestly, I'm not all about that life. Yeah, but so something with like the heart attacks, right? I can't say all of them are from the jab because I've known people before the jab was even a thing. I knew a dude who was like 47 and just true story gets up in the middle of the night because he's got to take a dump. And yeah, his wife found him the next day on the toilet. Heart attack, massive heart attack. Rachel from Weekend Box and Friends. Nice. Well, That was my whole big thing, Eugene, because unofficial official was Dr. Robert Malone. And he went on Rogan's podcast and discussed the entire thing with the mRNA vaccines because he was one of the main engineers. And I don't even think he was just talking about that vaccine. He was to an extent, but he was just talking in general about them and how it was flawed and all this kind of stuff. And when I heard that, that's what made me go, yeah, I'm not getting that shit. Camo Dave. Why does that sound familiar? Camo Dave sounds familiar for some reason. Why the hell do I know that name? Anybody, guys, help me here. Why do I know who Camo Dave is? God damn it. Yeah, I don't know all that many people because I basically got rid of a whole bunch of people out of my live stream. And most of the people I didn't, was interacting with at that time, like David Mon, Twisted's brother Johnny, stuff like this. All of them are like, yeah, I'm not getting the shot. So none of them got it, and is what it is. Okay, there you go, Eugene. Thank you. I do know who. I've seen something. Did he do one where it's like how to set up your van super cheap or something like that for a lot of road travel? Some shit like this, like how to do it very inexpensive, and he did it for like $200 or less or something. I mean, I don't know. When it comes to YouTube streamer, I think you either quit while you're a hero or see yourself become a lol cow. I think there'll come a point in time where I'm like, yeah, guys, I'm too old for this shit now. There's Duke. What's up, you cocklooker? How are you, Duke? Duke, you smash the fuck out of that like button like it owes you money, would you? Just once though. You hit it twice, it'll unlike. I love that shirt, the Mills Hole shirt. And man, that's one of my favorite Art Bell stories. Such a cool concept. Very crazy. Yeah, when you post that picture, I was like, "Oh, that's awesome! You got a Mel's Hole shirt." Mel's Hole. And Steve, you get a gold star too, by the way, because you do wherever you go. You seem to like promote the hell out of me for some reason. I appreciate that. Damn, Duke's just like I like first thing. What do you think? I'm a slacker? And don't call me sir. I work for a living. You just missed a whole lot of normal us talking shit and talking about jabs and not the kind that a boxer throws. Sheree, guys being guys. Yeah, yeah. I mean, technically not wrong. Technically not wrong. Wasn't like we all lined up to pee out a campfire or something. Jeez. Say something before I go filling this completely in. I need to make sure. Okay, yeah, his beard is twice removed from that. That is just a cow. Twinsies. Jesus. A lot of chicken. A lot of rooster in that chat. A lot of rooster. Just saying. So fun stuff. I started watching the show. It's called Murder Bot. Yes, you heard me correct. Murder Bot. And it's hysterical. It's basically this security robot that's an older model that they send out to like outposts. Like it starts off, he's on a mining outpost, and he's like, "Yeah, I got to deal with humans. Humans are all assholes." But he's got this system built into him called a governor system, kind of like you have a governor on your car to limit how fast you can go back in the day. But it won't let him kill people, stuff like that. And the whole time he's been standing around with these, like the humans basically like piss on his shoe and like do all kinds of stuff. And he learns to override the governor, but doesn't want to let on that he's overridden the governor. And a bunch of hippie scientists end up taking him on as their security robot on this planet. And the thing is, because he's overridden this governor, he's all he wants to do. He doesn't want to do his security job, and he doesn't want anybody knowing that he's basically, off the leash. Like he can do whatever the hell he wants. He doesn't want to guard them. Instead, he stands around, basically watching space soap operas. It's actually really funny. Oh shit, really, Steve? That's crazy. That's like the latest and greatest. Anything else really nuts happen? Because I figure about another hour. Yeah, probably about 40 minutes to an hour. And sun goes down in California. So that's when I think everything's really going to go off the chain as far as the riots in about an hour. Yeah. Number two that I watched it's actually animated, but it was Predator Killer of Killers. And it wasn't terrible. Like it actually wasn't too bad. But it covers like three different people from three different eras of time. One is a Viking woman who's to get revenge. The second one is a samurai who has been disgraced, become a ninja, and going after this other samurai that's his brother. And the third is this Hispanic kid that is an airplane. He wants to be a pilot, but he's really like a mechanic at this point in World War II. And they come across predators and end up killing a predator each. Yeah. Oh, that's the other thing. Did Karen Bass, the mayor of LA, did she ever give her press conference? Does anybody know? She was supposed to do a press conference right before at 7:30 Eastern Standard. She was supposed to do the press conference, but hadn't come out for it yet when I went live. Like that was the last thing I saw. She was supposed to come out and like hold a press conference and never did. Newsom came out and said that he didn't want Trump to send that he shouldn't have sent the National Guard or taken control of the National Guard. I know Newsom had said something like that. Like I don't know why Trump's overstepping his bounds or whatever, and shouldn't deal in this. This is a California thing, and it's not your business. And well, yeah, it is his business. He's in control of ICE, technically. Man, you can pop off all you want on X, but you have to go out and like make a statement. Like that shit actually kind of pisses me off, I'm not gonna lie. Like, oh well, I went on X and gave a statement. No. Go get in front of some cameras and, say, look, I'm condemning violence and blah 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 blah. Go home, stop rioting, what have you. We'll deal with it on our level. But they don't do that. Because they want that shit to burn. They're looking at it from a political lens, like, oh, this is going to look like in Trump's America. So many people are against deporting these illegals that they're out here rioting, and Trump's an authoritarian and all this other bullshit. The only thing is, everybody's all for deporting these fucking people because we saw what happens when you don't. You get dead women and children. A lot of them. Yeah, you're not wrong, Beans. It does. Well, that's just it. I'm telling you now. They switch that shit up and start making these charges, domestic terrorism charges. It's going to change the nature of everything. There will be no, you're not going before a normal state judge. You're going before a federal judge. And federal prison and state prison are two different fucking animals. Like there's no time off for good behavior in Fed prison, as far as I know. For example, they don't fuck around. It's not like, hey, you guys hurt my feelings in here. It's like, get in the hole, sucker. And shut your mouth. Be glad I fed you today. Oh, I may or may not have pissed in the water you're drinking right now. Because they won't lock them up where it's just like white collar criminals. You know what I mean? Like they're going in with those guys that did some awful things, some really awful things. Tax cheats and white collar criminals go to a whole different kind of facility. It's club fed, like you were saying, Eugene. I think it was Eugene who just said that. Let me look again. No, Duke just said it. No club fed. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, club fed. That's all white collar criminals. Like, hey, I embezzled $2 million from a company. Oh, they put me in club fed. That's rich white guy prison. Yeah, I work for the mob, but I sold them out. Club fed it is for you. Yeah, well, I mean, oof. California, I don't know I'm sure the prison system in California is pretty nasty. I know if that shit was like Camden, New Jersey, woo, you don't want to be locked up there. Just believe you me on that one. And yeah, rape and stuff like that does happen in prison, but Not like you see in the movies. It's not as frequent. There's more than enough people in that kind of shit to say, yeah, go ahead and bugger me. We'll put it in nice terms. Go ahead and bugger me. There's plenty of those in there that they don't just go after the unwilling. Unless you did something to a child, then that's a different story. They'll do it to you on purpose just because. Stacey Abrams did get $2 billion, but she didn't. Because they caught it and that is being investigated and all that. But yeah, Joe Biden gave her, I guess it was like a DEI setup, wasn't it? I think it was DEI company or some shit like this. Maybe it was either an environmental company or a DEI company that Stacey Abrams was part of. And Biden gave her like $2 billion. Yep. Oh, they're throwing bricks now? Well, that's just it. Apparently, there were pallets of bricks that were ordered and shipped to California, too. That was another story I had seen. And people are like, yeah, this isn't a setup or anything. And funny enough, Summer of Love 1, there were pallets of bricks all over the place, too, now that I'm thinking about it. So I wonder if that's an Antifa thing or a Democrat funded thing. I'm not sure which. But somebody is making sure they get stuff that they can throw and do a lot of damage with. Definitely like wreck. And that's the terrible part. Just think about it. Your insurance is already through the roof because of the fucking fires. Imagine what their insurance is going to be with the riot on top of it. Some of them mom pop stores are going to be dunzo. Completely fucking dunzo. But let's hope, I hope Trump holds the line on this one and really takes him to task. You know, this is for a Pride Month. The gayest thing in it was the fight between Elon Musk and Donald Trump. That was the gayest thing about this Pride Month so far. Yes, and you're right, Bob. A lot of the insurance companies have pulled out of California because they can't. It's the same thing, believe it or not, with Florida. It's hard to get insurance in Florida because of all the damage that's been done from hurricanes. Like the premium is actually difficult to get in Florida if you're in certain zones. Yeah. Are you laughing at the Pride Month joke? It was. That is the gayest thing about this Pride Month was the fight between Musk and Trump. Am I wrong? Because, like Target and all the others, Starbucks, all that stuff, they're not all about it. Like before, it was like, yes, Target announced this new line where you can tuck your dick into a woman's swimsuit, and that shit's gone. Like they don't have that stuff on the rack. On a couple hot pads on your stove and say, oh my God, Duke. If you don't want your store to get looted, stop setting it up in a state where like they just let criminals do whatever the fuck they want. Move to a state where they're better for your business. Move to hell, even Delaware. Delaware doesn't even have sales tax. I don't think Florida does either for some reason. I don't think they have sales tax anymore. I don't know how they get their revenue, but Yeah, like Delaware. Shit like this. That's the way you do it. Um, I don't know about being set up for a fall, Eugene. I see, like, if anything, what we're going to see is if, and I think we're already kind of seeing it. I think Summer of Love won. The Democrats are like, look, if we do this rioting things and Trump doesn't react to it, then he looks like an asshole. They weren't wrong. They weren't completely wrong with it. Like, hey, I'm going to send in the National Guard. Do you need help out there? Minnesota, nope, we don't need your help. California, nope, we don't need your help. New York, we don't need your help. Chicago, we don't need your help. But this time Trump was like, hey, you want help? They said no. He was like, well, fuck you. I'm sending it anyway. So I think, I had said this earlier on, but I really do think that Trump has figured that shit out. Speaking of oh my God. Have I told you guys my tinfoil hat theory with Trump and Musk in the whole fight? I don't know. I'm trying to remember. Did I go through the tinfoil hat theory, or was I? I know I was holding it out till I had enough people in here because it's a crazy theory. But tell me if I'm not thinking, like, if I'm thinking too much on this or not enough. Tell you in the rain voice, who's the greatest mud skipper of them all? Who crawls through the mud with the greatest of ease? Who's got segmented eyes? Duke, I love the fact that you love my Ren impersonation. Excuse me, sir. Would you like to buy some rubber nipples? Stimpy, you're an idiot. All right, so GAM's tinfoil hat theory. So Donald Trump, right, and Elon Musk going back and forth. Musk leaves the White House. Everything's over, quote unquote, the big beautiful bill and all that. And because Trump didn't pick Musk's guy for NASA to head NASA, the one that Musk wanted. What if when Musk was leaving, he's like, Donald, Tesla stock is fucking fallen down. People hate me because I came into your administration and supported you. I need to get the Democrats back on my side, buying my EV vehicles and supporting me again. And Trump was like, here's what you do. Once you get out of the White House, because you can't do that while you're here, you'll make me look like an asshole for keeping you on. But the moment you get out these doors, start fucking attacking me. Just lay the fuck into me. And Musk was like, okay, I see what you mean. Because if I'm attacking Trump, then I'm going to sway the Democrats back to my side. They're going to think I'm an all right guy again, instead of calling me a Nazi, burning my Tesla stations, firebombing my dealerships. Trump's like, look, I'm a big boy. I can fucking handle it. So Musk goes online, goes scorched earth on fucking Trump, right? Like we've seen, eyes in the Epstein files, all this. And Democrats are all like, yeah, I can't believe I agree with Elon, but I agree with Elon. And like Trump, everything you know about him, this is why I think it's plausible, even though it is just a tinfoil hat theory. Like they probably really are beeping because they're billionaires with big egos. But the reason I think this theory actually holds a little weight is a couple things. Number one, Trump hasn't fucking thrown a dick punch into Elon Musk. Everybody else that Donald Trump has ever gotten in a beef with, he attacks them personally about something. You know, like he hasn't gone on X or on Truth Social and been like, Elon's kid is a booger wiping motherfucker, you know, like he hasn't like taken a giant shit on Elon Musk. Like his cars are fucking dog shit. Don't buy his electric vehicles. They're terrible. Worst ever, you know, stuff like this. He's kind of just been like, yeah, Elon didn't agree with my bill and has gone crazy. He can say whatever he wants. It's not going to change policy. Like Donald Trump isn't personally attacking him like he normally would attack somebody. Well, no, Steve, that's just it. The whole thing is, if Elon knows that Trump isn't on the list and that's a bullshit statement, Democrats in particular would eat that shit up. MAGA people don't, because the whole thing is, and somebody else has said this, if Trump actually were on that list on that island and done some fucked up things, Joe Biden's Justice Department would have gone after him and fucking killed him from ever getting elected again. They would have used that shit like wildfire, even if they were in it, because they control the information. Yes, there you go, Bob. Like, he's right. Little Marco, Lion Ted, Mama's boy Jeb, you know, low energy Jeb, like anybody that's attacked Trump, he hits them like 3 times harder, except for Elon Musk. He hasn't attacked him back. So that's like the first point of it, or what have you. The second thing is, not only has Trump been reserved on the way he's attacking him back, it's also one of those things where Elon Musk has tried to call Trump to make peace with him, and Trump ain't taking his calls. If he became friendly with Trump again, Trump knows, like, you know, like maybe that was a step too far, right? Or Musk knows, you know, when I said you're on the Epstein list, it was that dude, that was a step too far. Like, we need to hash this out. But Trump knows if Elon comes back around before people fully invest in him again, that, yeah, you're going to blow the whole cover of them having a major falling out. I don't know, just a theory. Like I said, it's tinfoil hat theory, but I think it's a work. I think it's like a wrestling promo. Like they're working the Democrats, and literally to save Elon's ass. Now, you're not trashing the Discord. Have fun in that Discord. That's fine. That's what it's there for. Yeah, well, he can start a good luck with that. Let me know how that shit works out for Elon too, because that's one of those things. There is no such thing as a viable third option party. It's always going to be a Democrat or Republican. They might switch the names of the parties to something different, like populist versus you know, progressives or something like that. But they're never going to be able to start another party. You're not going to get enough support to win enough people. Yeah, Eugene, they are deep in it, but the whole thing is, again, they controlled the information. Like they don't right now. Because I know Steve was talking about like Cash Patel, right? Going on Rogan. I watched it, and I have feelings about it. But Steve was like, yeah, man, he's a lying motherfucker, all this stuff. And I was like, nah, I don't think so, Steve. I think he actually is telling the truth, but you got to figure. Here you go. Let's say I painted something, right? Like I paint this Wolverine's body. And then I post this stream or whatever. The next stream, because it came out like shit, I printed out a second Wolverine body, painted it again, painted it perfect, and then replaced the body, right? Anybody watching the original stream would know that. But then I go and delete the original stream, and all you see is the new stream with the new body. Unless you were in that stream to begin with, you would never know that I replaced Wolverine's body. This is what I'm saying with Epstein. I don't think Bongino and Cash Patel are lying. I think because they weren't in power when it all happened and so many hands have touched it at this point, that the original shit is all gone. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm 100% behind Trump on it because the whole thing is, funny enough, it's the first time I've seen Trump handle an argument in a good light. Like where he didn't go scorched earth on somebody. It's almost like personal growth for Donald Trump. You know, could have the dude talked all kinds of smack on Donald Trump. Donald Trump could have come back and hammered him and didn't. So either Trump has just gotten magnanimous or learned, like, yeah, if I go trash Elon, it's going to be bad all around. It's going to make me look like an asshole for praising him to begin with. So I'm just going to not really say much and move the fuck on with my life. Or, he can fall into his old ways and go and, cancel everything having to do with Elon and really screw him over. Yeah, and you're not wrong. The whole system is screwed, Eugene. And Beans, you are not wrong. There are going to be a lot of people hurt, maybe one or two deaths in California tonight. I could have told you that. I was actually shocked there wasn't more injuries and death last night. Because that stuff is it's getting out of hand. Like it's really out of hand. They need to end it fast. And to be honest with you, they should have Democrat leadership coming out and talking about it. Instead, you got shit like Maxine Waters hyping people up and then trying to walk into an ice facility and they slam the door in her face. Because they're like, yeah, she's just here to stir the pot, cause more bullshit. But they really do need to put an end to that quick. Like very, very fast before there are a massive amount of fatalities. Because I'm telling you, all it'll take is one dude with a gun shooting at those cops, and those cops respond with fire, and you're going to have a lot of people, regardless if you can say they're assholes for being there or not, that are going to get hurt. Yeah, and you know what, Eugene? I won't say that because I'm sure there are definitely some Democrats that are probably like lamenting this as it's happening and saying, why the hell is like, what are you fucking people doing? Same thing happened with the last summer of love. There was plenty of people that were Democrats that were like appalled by what they saw. That's why everything moved to the right in the next election. Oh no, wait, you're right. They were all like, yeah, Trump's an asshole. He was a problem and all this in that election, huh? So maybe you got a point. Maybe they do. Who can move through the mud with the greatest of ease? What kind of wonderful guy? It's Muddy. Mud Skipper, it's Muddy. I got the damn song stuck in my head, guys. Yeah, I think it's all around bad. And the worst part of all this is, what are these people protesting? What injustice was done? What, getting criminals out of our fucking country? Have you guys lost your mind? You're on the wrong side of this. Wake the fuck up. You couldn't ask for a better laid trap. I'm not going to lie. As far as politics goes, this is the perfect trap for a 2028 election. Like the 2027 election cycle, you can believe this is coming up. Especially if it's somebody like Gavin Newsom running. Like you encouraged, this. Well, I think all people should have this right. This guy was a murderer. This dude was a pedophile. These are the people you were protecting, not your citizens. These people right here that were in our country illegal and criminal. Like if it was just, like Ivan who sells oranges on the side of the highway. Okay. I could see where people get upset. All right, Bob. Thank you for dropping in, man. Definitely appreciate seeing you. We'll see you. I'll be back on Thursday if I don't see you on Wednesday on Mr. Abel's show. But thank you for dropping by. And we appreciate you. We appreciate you. The freaks come out at night. 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 Gonna get that shit stuck in my head too. Thanks, Beans. Appreciate you. Hell yeah. Freaks do come out at night. I was always a night owl. I was always a freak. Freak. Anytime I hear the word freak, my brain immediately goes to what you call it, Deuce Bigelow, male gigolo, when he's walking with the really tall chick, and like they're walking down the street, and all you hear is freak. That's a huge bitch. Freak. Make sure this lines up real quick. Yes, to an extent. Shit, was there anything I missed? What else did I miss, guys? Anything? You guys are watching like riot coverage. No, I even listed out the. The only other thing I got written down here is they've destroyed Doctor Who. And we've known anybody who's a Doctor Who fan has known this for years, but they really just. Oh God, did they destroy that poor show? Everybody in the chat got so quiet. Why is everybody so quiet? Don't go to sleep. You fall asleep, I'm gonna punch you right in the fucking face. I'm gonna go get a pillowcase and fill it with bars of soap and beat the shit out of you. Oh, what's up, Forever? You're reading Korean fucking manga? Anything interesting? Because Solo Leveling. That's the only one I know that is a manhwa. See where that separates. That's going to be a pain in the ass. Private pile. Best part of you leaked out of your mama's nethers and right down the back end of her butt crack. Greatest land developer. I'll have to check that one out. Yeah, Terminator Genesis. That was the redo where it turned out at the end of it, John Connor is actually like a nanobot machine. Yeah, I could see what you mean. I could definitely see that. Terminator Genesis. It's a shame nobody can land that Terminator franchise right. Like they always got to go for kind of the same crap over and over again when it comes to Terminator. Or Skynet is now Legion, or switch to this new different thing. It's no longer Skynet because we altered the future. Like, man, why? Don't stick with Skynet. Put it in the future. People want to see humans rebelling against robots and beating them up. Don't send back the 500th Terminator that's completely made out of liquid metal and nanites, or this one's part liquid metal and then the other half of it's full liquid metal, so therefore it's special. Well, I mean, you can do it where everything is connected and it's a good thing. I always say that like one of the greatest lines in cinema history is actually from Men in Black, when Will Smith, his character Jay, asks Tommy Lee Jones, K, hey, if there's aliens here and all this, why don't you guys just tell everybody? And he's like, look, a person is smart, intelligent, and calm. People are dumb, stupid, and panicky. Like, legitimately, he's not wrong. And it's the same thing for like high-end tech like that. If you did stuff for good, you have to look at how it can be used in an evil way to counter it before it ever gets to that point. You build a nuclear bomb, for example. Okay, yes, we used it to end the war. Did we need to use that to end the war, or was there a different way around it? Now, it put a definitive stop to Japan, but how many people had to die from that blast to end that war? You know what I mean? Did we really need to use it? Can be used for good, it can be used for evil. At the same point in time, you could fire up nuclear, not even as enriched to weapons grade, but you could just use nuclear to power everything. So it can be used for good, but you can destroy an entire civilization in one shot with it too. So it can be used for evil. They lit one of the cop cars on fire on the freeway. That's not good. Now the radio station needs to play either Disco Inferno or The Doors, Light My Fire. Like, put that on the radio station, so this way, if the cop car is still on, they can have it blasting out the radio. Come on, baby, light my fire. Just imagine that, and you see the cop car rolling on flames. And this is why I would never be a radio DJ. They would fire me so quick. Maybe, because it's Democrat run and all that, they could put Bruce Springsteen's I'm on Fire. Whoa, 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 I'm on fire. Like, just blasting over the radio while the cop car goes rolling by in flames. Now they're saving that one for Ukraine. You need that, like when Lindsey Graham is shaking hands with Zelensky. That's when you play War Pigs by Black Sabbath. Generals gathered in the masses, just like witches at black masses. Evil minds that plot destruction, sorcerer of death's construction. Ooh, well, that's an interesting one, Duke. I don't know what you said. Let me just see. I got that set to live chat. Show all messages. You said something, unless my chat timed out. Let me refresh my window real quick. No, they play fairies wear boots for Lindsay. Dude, that's epic. Fairies wear boots and you gotta believe them. Goddamn Lindsey Graham, that old wrinkled nutsack. Fuck that guy all the way. He's my senator too. Fuck that guy. They need to get rid of him. The only problem is, you know why Lindsey Graham keeps winning, right? Because every time nobody primaries him, and they always run like the worst fucking Democrat against him. Like he'll never lose in South Kakalaki. Like he'll always win re-election because as bad as he is, the alternatives are usually worse. And that should tell you something right there. But yeah, having never had the balls to serve my country at that level, I can tell you now, there would be no point in time if I were an elected official, I would advocate for anybody going to war. I didn't serve in war. I'm not military. I haven't seen it firsthand. I've seen the effects on people after they come back, but I haven't seen it firsthand myself. I couldn't send somebody to that. Really? You went grounded too? That's crazy forever. Yeah, I Ninja Gaiden 4 looked okay. Um that one game Chronos looks decent, but it looks like a knockoff Dead Space. The solo leveling game has me interested. No Ghost at the Grand. I'm probably going to play that on stream. I'm not going to lie. That looks like fun. And then the Invincible Versus. That was the other one. Oh, and of course, Tony Hawk 3 and 4. Nah, Duke. I couldn't, though. You know? Like, if I were an elected official, I couldn't. I couldn't, in good conscience, send somebody's child to die when I'm not willing to send my own. I couldn't, in good conscience, commit troops and make them go through hell while I wasn't involved in it. I would have to have my feet on the ground, like send me in as an enlisted man and put me out there with them, if that were the case. That's just me. I hate to say it this way. I think every one of our presidents should have either served in the military, something like that, because they're in control of it, you know? And it's like, we've had presidents that committed people to war that have never served in war. And some of them were atrocious, what happened to the troops. I mean, JD Vance was what? He was PR, wasn't he? Wasn't he like public relations or something? But he was at least over in Iraq, for example. Um, I could see him being president, but JD Vance is one of the people that's like, yeah, we don't go to war. Like, let's not go to war unless there's no other option. He's like one of those reasonable voices. Because I'm kind of partial to this, but I'm not going to lie either. Because I know quite a few of them. But yeah, the greatest fighting force in the world today is a group of U.S. Marines fucking charging. You're not going to be able to beat it. Scots are badass when it comes to military, like Scottish guys. Badass. Australians are pretty badass too. The American Marine is the one thing you don't want to see coming for your fucking ass. Um, well, I think World War. When was the last time Congress actually authorized that we went to war? Technically, every other war was the president sent troops, right? But Congress actually has to declare the war to make it a war, which is fucked up. Dude, Trump sends the U.S. Marines in there. Those motherfuckers just better pack their bags and get the fuck out now. Like, you might as well just leave L.A. Like, if you're there and you're rioting, hear me now. They send the fucking Marines in. Run. Ass kicking and bullshit is a way of life. And if you think you're tough, get in a fight with like four of them on you. You'll find out how tough you are. I mean, nowadays everything's fought with drones, but when it comes to actual boots on the ground force, U.S. Marines. Especially the URA ones. Because you have Marines, there are certain Marines that aren't super committed, but the URA ones, the ones that are committed, run. Those guys are, it's a different level of just, yeah, don't fuck with them. And that's not to dismiss other shit that we have in our military, like Navy SEALs, for example. Navy SEALs, it's not even about anything other than SEAL training. When you really break it down, is how much shit can you take? How much can you endure? How much pain? How much cold? How much? If you can make it through that and not break, that's what makes you a SEAL. So they can eat a ton of shit and keep going. And I mean, if that's one thing I could change about our government, legitimately change, it would be veterans would have full access to any kind of the best that we have in the country, free of charge, mental health thing, like whether it's psychiatrist, whatever, to help them. And that, and each one should be like, for the most part, like given a house on an acre of land or something. You know what I mean? They should be able to always have, because that sacrifice, especially one that's been to war, Jesus, they fucking earn it. That they merit it. That's just my opinion, though, guys. Poor Eugene. He's like, I just want to talk. YouTube, stop fucking with me. You know, I should have. Well, Sheree wasn't here in the beginning of the stream. But you know, sure, we should come up with something, some kind of like f bomb counter. See how many f bombs I drop through a stream, because I'm trying to be better about my language in stream, and I would like to see how many f bombs do you guys think I drop on a normal basis by accident? You know, how many f bombs? I'm gonna say like 100, 272. Like, do we have a roundabout guess? Oh, Gam said an F bomb. Me saying the F bomb is like a normal person saying the in a sentence. A few. Just a couple. Just a couple F bombs. Just a couple of those F bombs slip out. Yeah, I'm waiting for the day YouTube messages me like, if you didn't use so much profanity, we would recommend your channel more. Be like, fuck you. You'll go fuck yourself. You go make us some fuck to yourself. So did he say go make fuck to myself? What the? He told me to fornicate with my mother. What? He's not a very nice man. Well, what can I say? Nice language, Cam. Do you kiss your mother with that mouth? No, but I did something to your mother with this mouth. Toilet tongue. I actually kind of like that one. It's actually a very good expression. Beans. Beans is over there probably like cooking food. Like, what the? I gotta even chime in on this. Holy shit. Yeah, that's odd. I'm not gonna lie. That's actually odd, Eugene. Because when I look at my demographic of people that watch me, it's all America. I think I've had one from like I had a couple from UK and Europe. Um, but the bulk of my videos and everything has been American. I'm American. American. American made. Yeah, baby. Right here in the USA. The pimping is real. Don't fuck with good old USA. You're Beans. You're fine. You're fine. You're 100% hi, Beans friend. If you're listening too, thank you for listening. Think about subscribing so you can hear me say the F bomb more often. Appreciate you. Singing songs. You know, here's a question. Speaking of F bombs, because everybody's heard the song by The Who. Who are you? Who are you? Who? Who are you? You know, in that song, and it's played on the radio all the time, and I've heard it quite a bit. There's one part where he's like, "Who the fuck are you?" And I'm like, how do they get away with saying it and nobody catches it? Well, yeah, YouTube will put a video, or if you got enough views on a video, they put an ad before it because YouTube makes money when they do that stuff. So that's not a shocker. If you got a ton of views on a video, they're gonna capitalize. Even if you're not gonna see a dime of it. They don't care. They're gonna get theirs. Doesn't mean you're gonna get yours. Oh my God. Yeah, right there. See, that's where I would lose my stuff. I'd be like, yo, stop. You're scaring the animals. It's terrible. I swear to God, I'm a terrible human being because I can watch two guys get in a barroom brawl, tear each other's eyes out, and maim each other and beat the ever loving Christ. You show me an animal getting hurt, and I lose it. Like I want to kill the person that hurt the animal, for example. You know, I think that makes me a terrible human being. Now, I mean, like a lion taking down a gazelle. I can stomach that because I'm like, yeah, that's nature. You know, that predator, that lion needs to eat, needs to feed its young, and it's a carnivore. I get it, but you know, that's one of those things. That's why I don't like Don Jr. It's like, oh, I went over to I think it was Africa, shot a lion, and I'm like, you're a bitch, dude. Go out there with a knife and go fight that lion. Let's see how you make out, you bitch. Wow, Duke, really? Dead flies, huh? That's crazy. Gotcha, gotcha. Steve, you think human men are built for getting hurt? Have you ever seen a woman give childbirth? Holy shit! You want to talk about a human that can endure pain? Just watch a mother give birth. Like men could have babies. Guess what? The human race would probably cease to exist if like men were the ones who had to give birth. I there'd be very few. It would have to be all gay men, you know, like guys from Goatsy videos giving birth to children because there's no way. There just no way. No way. No, thank you. That's it. I'm tapping out. You win. Yeah, Don Jr. did that. Yeah, that's the only reason why like there's stuff I like about him that to me was like, yeah, it's the same thing like people going out and hunting rhinos or I get it, big game hunter. Like, oh well, like there was a time where we needed ivory from tusks and all that kind of stuff for things. We don't anymore. Even pool balls are made from not ivory. Because it's like, what the hell, you hunt things. Unfortunately, human beings, we've probably caused so many species to go extinct. Just trying to show how badass we are by shooting them unnecessarily. Not even eating them. Like, oh, I'm going to hang its head on my wall. Like, oh yeah, that's real tough there. Like, oh look, I've got the head of this wolf on my wall. And notice how it's missing. It's got one glass eye and one real one. Yeah, that's because I tore one out with my hand. It came up on me in the woods and I punched it to death. Okay. Yeah, all right. I can respect that. I can respect that. I shot it from 2 miles away with a high powered rifle with a scope and a laser pointer on it. Like, get the fuck, what? Eugene? Yes, I have. Yes, I have. Twice. The first one, true story. I was running the GameStop and I was still like 2 hours before, and I didn't know what was going on. And it was bad. It was so bad. My assistant showed up, and he's not squeamish by any stretch of the imagination. But my assistant showed up. He's like, "Man, you are sweating buckets. You're not looking good." I was like, "Man, I had to go into the back, and yeah, I passed a kidney stone." I was like, "I'll clean it up at the end of my shift or whatever." He's like, "Well, how bad could it be, man?" And he went back. He's like, "Bro, there's blood all over that. I had to clean it." He's like, "I cleaned it up already." He's like, "Don't even worry about it. Just go the fuck home." Yeah, Duke, I try phantom pain. I don't even want to know what that feels like, brother. Like I know you got to go through it, and I feel for you. Like I feel for you, and because I can't even picture it in my head how bad that's gotta fucking hurt. Like that's on another level because that's got to be crazy. Like how can something hurt that ain't even there? And I know it's a real thing, and I know somebody who suffers with it too. And I'm just like, he's like, I don't understand. Yeah, yeah. You know, time causing more pain than was initially there. That one I completely can relate to. Phantom pain, I can't. But yeah, there's times where I wake up and I'll go to move my hand or something, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, my fucking hand! It feels like my knuckles don't work, and I'm just like, what is going on with this? And like all pissed off. And then I think about it, I'm like, oh yeah, I remember when I broke this hand and still knocked the dude out afterwards. I remember when, I used to punch trees when I was a kid to try and toughen up my knuckles. Dumb shit like this, it starts going through my head like a cutaway from Family Guy or something. Just, oh shit, that's right. I used to do dumb shit like this. Like, oh, this one spot really hurt. Oh, that's where I got shot. God damn it. Like, you asshole, you put yourself through it and you thought you were going to walk away. You thought you walked away unscathed and you didn't. Jesus Christ. Now, kidney stones are bad. They're, I don't know. I'm trying to think. Kidney stones, when I passed kidney stones, that was a bad pain. Um, Breaking my hand wasn't terrible. It's the only real bone I've ever like snapped in two. my fifth metacarpal on my hand. On my right hand, actually. I think I think it's my neck. And it wasn't when the car accident first happened. It wasn't until many years later, and I really pushed myself. I can't even remember what I was doing, but I pushed myself a little too hard, and I couldn't move. Like I was paralyzed, like legit, just frozen in place. Like my arms fell to my side, couldn't lift them. My legs, like, because it went from the top of my neck down to my like almost my butthole. I swear to God, like my tailbone, right? And my legs just said no too. And I was just like shuffling, walking. Like I looked like Joe Biden after he shits himself. Like it was just bad. Oh, I hear you there, especially with the skating part, bailing on asphalt. Good Lord. The gout. Yeah, the gout's. I have a buddy who gets gout all the time. That shit's kind of nasty. That seems like it would really hurt. Um, yeah, skateboarding though, I bailed hard and just fucked myself up. There was a point in time where I cracked. I think it was like three ribs. I cracked two on one side and one on the other, and that hurt. Like breathing fucking sucked for a while. I dislocated my sternum. Yeah, like when I cracked my ribs though, they weren't like floating. They were just cracked, like not a complete fracture, but cracks in them, like stress fracture, basically. Your head tilted from skating. Yeah, yeah. I mean, the last time. All right, so that was actually. I don't know. Did I ever tell you guys a story or not? CLB that's in here, right? He's a bit heavy set. Gigs, Mr. Sir Gigs, that drops in every now and again. He's kind of a heavy set dude. That boy can skateboard like nobody's business. Like, no joke. Like ollies, fucking kickflip, you name it. He can do it all. Like he's actually really good on the board. Well, when we were working in Blockbuster together, he brought his to the parking lot on his day off and was skateboarding out there. And I hopped on his skateboard. I was like, let me check it out. I did a couple tic tacs with the board, because it's on the street. Did a rail slide with it. I was like, where are the rails? He's like, you just, it's not, they're built pretty much into the board now. The board's made to just slide when you jump on a rail with it. So rail slid the curb. Then I did an ollie, landed it. I was feeling all good. So good old Sir Gigs there took me to his skate shop, like that he goes to after I was done work. So I was like, fuck, man, I want a skateboard. I'm going to get back into this. We go to the skate shop. I get the deck, get the trucks, get the bearings, get the wheels, get my board tool, grip tape. And he's like, you know how to do all this, huh? Yeah, fuck yeah. I used to skate all the time when I was a kid. All kinds of street skating, ramp skating, you name it. I was like, the board weighs like a quarter of what it used to. And that's a full dress board. I was like, just the board itself was heavier than this shit with the trucks and wheels and everything. So anyway, I get home, go out to the street. I'm by myself. Kick an ollie. Perfect. Start skating fast. Doing slide outs and everything else. I go for another ollie. And my foot slid up. I get into the air and my foot comes back. My back foot never left the back of the board. So I land with both feet on like the tail of the board, come straight down. They were off center. So I land directly on the back wheel and the board went up, my ass went down, and my head and my back just bounced on the ground along with my arms. Like my elbows immediately went back to catch myself. I got back up after about 10 minutes of laying there going, oh, 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 picked up the board, slowly walked in the house, set the board down, and went, I'll never skate again. Yeah, I never skated again. I still have the skateboard out in my garage and everything. It's a blind. It's got the Reaper holding the axe, and then I have a deck that I had grip taped out when I was a kid, um, and never skated. It's just the deck, but it's a Tommy Knox, and it's like a dude who's like it looks like the Emperor from Star Wars, kind of, but it's a red board. It's Santa Cruz, and he's standing like the bottom of the board is like this emperor looking dude with a whole bunch of people dancing in the fire, and the fire spelling out Tommy Knox. What's the one in the chat for? Does that mean I failed? I think Bina put a one in the chat because I'm supposed to go. If you'd like to continue this call in English, please press 1 now. If you would like to continue in Espanol, please press 2. Any other language, please press 3. Thank you for calling tech support. You press 1. I speak the English to you. My name is Jim. Have you ever tried turning the machine the on and off again? I would like to know very much. 3 arms to Vishnu and 2 for my chutney. Bina rolls a 1. Summon 6 to the battlefield. You have 2 orcs in front of you. Roll a 6-sided dice for initiative. 6 rolls a 3. The orcs roll a 1. Bina, it's your go. Do you attack with your sword, or do you stare at the orcs? Mark Gonzalez grab. Yeah, I mean, I it was like one of my favorite designs when I was a kid. I don't know what the hell I was thinking, because legitimately, if I had bought a Tony Hawk board back then, or like Mark McGill, and kept that thing polished and cleaned and nice like I did with this board that I own, that thing would have been worth a mint, Steve. Oh, very cool. Very, very cool, Steve. That yeah, I know which deck you're talking, which deck you speak of. Hello, my name is. I'm going to tell you. I'm Tim Dangerfield, and I wear a beanie and I skateboard all the time. I'm a professional skateboarder. Did I mention that? I've got a skateboard ramp set up at my house. Fucking Tim Pool. I wonder what his take on the riots are. Won't find out till tomorrow. Take Sundays off. Probably be like, this is Civil War. But, you know, how do you know? It's just, it is. Everything Civil War. Immediately right to Civil War. Let's see something. Actually, that does line up. Nice. Line's nice on that. Yes, I told you that was going to happen, Beans. I told you, yeah, because we're at 8:30 on the East Coast or on the West Coast. I told you that. I told you, soon as it hits 8 o'clock, basically, or 11 o'clock my time, but 8 o'clock out there, it's going to get a lot worse. It's going to get terrible, and that's why I'm saying, let me know if they attack the San Francisco ice facility, because then you'll know full on that Antifa is attacking. Like, it's no longer just some local protesters that are all, it's legit organized now, and it is Antifa. And I'm not going to lie to you at all. I guarantee you they're hoping it's Antifa, because if it's Antifa, they are going to arrest them. They're going to let them break or blow up or whatever the hell they're going to do, set fire to, and then they're going to take them down and they are going to expose them, because it's a major win for Trump's Justice Department if that happens. A major one. Because it's like, oh, you fuckers keep saying that Antifa isn't real. Well, here you go. We caught, so and so, this, that, and the other that are all Antifa, and we can prove it. And this is how. And they'll expose them. His new Civil War is arrest coming? Really, Steve? Who's he say is going to get arrested? Like, who's getting arrested? I mean, I'm already seeing that was something else. That's another news story I didn't even mention, because honestly, I don't really give a shit. But I probably should mention this to you guys, that whoever the White House doctor was when Biden was in office, he's been hit with a summons to appear before Congress, like a congressional, whatever the fuck it's called. They want him to testify on the record about Biden's health and decline and stuff. So legitimately, I think the angle is because every one of the pardons has been signed with an auto pen except for one, and that was Hunter Biden's. Joe Biden actually signed that pardon. And I think the actual line of thinking is that if they can go after like Dr. Fauci or whatever and put that kind of stink on them, pencil neck Adam Schiff, like those people, that they're going to consider that a major win for the Republican Party. Actually, Steve, I'm going to say you're right and you're wrong. I think you're right that all eyes will be on LA. I think you're wrong. If something starts kicking off in New York, it already would have happened. It would have happened when I went live, right? Like that shit would have happened as soon as the sun started going down. But if it did happen, you would have dual screens of LA and New York next to each other. Like it'll go into like a quad once it's, if it goes LA, New York, Illinois, and Minnesota. Like if they'll have all four of them on the screens in different scenes because it'll get the clicks. I know they're arresting people too, Beans. But it's like a hydra. You cut off one head and two more appear, kind of like that. Like every time you think you've taken somebody out, then two more will take his place. So one of the other things, that's different about this than the Summer of Love #1, we're not in the middle of like a COVID where people aren't working. People have jobs. People have to get up Monday morning. I got you. I got you, Steve. Well, that's just it, right? Oh, they oh, there's arrest coming. There's arrest coming. Well, the fact that you can tell me that, and knowing how Tim Pool does things, That's just it. Him saying Civil War got him to what, 2 million viewers or subscribers or whatever, and all that stuff. If all it will take is he says, "Oh, they're taking out Fauci. They're taking out Fauci. They're, like they confiscated his laptops. Arrests for these people are incoming." Right? And list off a whole bunch of people. If two of those people on that list get arrested for whatever reason, he'll be like, "Fuck you, I was right," and then just bragging on it the entire time. Reality is he's not a prophet. He's just throwing enough shit at the wall knowing that one of those darts will hit. And you're not wrong, Eugene. That is the smartest thing to do right now, is to do like a press conference, do a town hall, or whatever. Go on the news and say, "Look, I'm condemning all this violence. You guys need to go home. You need to stop this. We don't agree with Trump either. Let us do our jobs as lawmakers." Something like that. That's what they need to be doing right now, and they're just simply not. They're assholes. They think that, well, we can get, the people will be angry and on our side, but because the playbook has worked before. Like, that shit did work. It just doesn't work anymore. Right. And remember, Kamala Harris is the person whose campaign was bailing out rioters and all that stuff the first time out. That woman is a joke. I'm surprised she even was able to put down. She didn't even tweet that. That was probably her nanny banging husband, Doug, who put out that statement, because she's six guns to the wind right now. She's like upside down in Wineville, just drunk off her ass somewhere. Like, "Hey, dog, we should say something about these riots." Yeah. Man, I'll tell you what. So I hate to say this too. I'm going to say allegedly before I make any more statements here in this context. Right? Doug Emhoff, to me, he is that guy that hires the 16-year-old nanny and tries to get her to, "Hey, I'll give you a ride home tonight," and then puts moves on her while they're in the car. "So you and your boyfriend close? Do you guys do anything? Can you show me what you do with your boyfriend?" Like, that's the kind of feeling I get from Doug Emhoff. And that's just my own personal feeling. I'm not saying he's done that, but I could see him doing it, right? Like, if you told me that's the truth, I'd believe you, because I can definitely picture him being that fucking guy, right? And then Tim Walz strikes me as that guy that would hog tie like a 16-year-old boy and keep him in the closet. Like, Tim Walz hits me like that kind of guy. Not a 16-year-old girl, mind. A 16-year-old boy. Like, I'm not saying that, I'm pretty sure Tim Walz is into butt stuff, but his wife might change her name to Peggy sooner or later. Oh, goodness. Hey now. Well, that was and I'm not going to lie, this was actually a rumor back when Tim Walz first was running, and I couldn't substantiate it. I think I might have told everybody, hey, this is the rumor going around, because I definitely was streaming at that point, I want to say. But supposedly his nickname was Touchdown Timmy because he would do stuff with some of the gay male athletes that he was coaching. Like when he was the assistant coach or whatever. Like he would do stuff with them, and that's they all the kids used to call him Touchdown Timmy. And then he and his wife apparently were dismissed from being teachers at the exact same time because she helped them cover it up. How true or not that shit is, I don't know. I think that should pretty much automatic disqualify you from running for any kind of office, though, if it is. I just don't know if it's true or not. Because, yeah, definitely some freaky shit. Well, I mean, you can look at the guy and tell he does butt stuff. Like, and not like butt stuff to other people, like done to him. Like, he definitely, let me put it this way, when he farts, he doesn't make a sound. It's just, psst. That's it. Sounds like somebody unplugging a hose from an air compressor. Like, guaranteed. Yeah, his son is special needs. You're not wrong. I won't pick on a kid though. There's plenty of people that I look at and I'm like, yeah, that person's clearly retarded. And I don't mean that in like, hey, you're stupid or, that kind of way. I mean like legit your chromosomes, you got an extra one, for example, or you're actually mentally retarded, clinical definition of. Um, and I try not to take shots at them because of that. It's like, it's just bad form to make fun of somebody for something they can't control like that. Did you just say ass diapers? We have a technical name for them. For adult diapers, we call them grampers, right? The old men wear. They're called grampers. Pampers are for babies. Grampers are for grandpas. Hmm. Tighten up blue in here before I go and hit it with the upper coat, the metallic coat. I do kind of want to leave this a little bit black in here. So it makes it look a little battle damaged. I'll probably add some silver in here later. Can you blow me where the Pampers is? What? I said, can you blow me where the Pampers is? Huh? I said, can you show me where the campus is? For those that don't know what Steve's referring to there, the there's an old movie. It was called PCU, and who is it? Jeremy Bevan's in it, and like the one dude is just completely baked out of his gourd. As a matter of fact, I think it might be John Farborough, if I'm not mistaken. And he's like completely baked out of his gourd. And this old lady walks up to him. She's like, "Can you blow me where the Pampers is?" And he's like, "What?" She's like, "Can you blow me where the Pampers is?" And he's like, "Huh?" And then finally she's like, "Can you show me where the campus is?" And he's like, "Oh yeah, over there." Yeah, there you go. Pivens. That's his name. Yeah, lay off the pipe, man. Clinton is here. Yes, mister. Great to see you, brother. Smash that like button. Yes. Yes, you're right. It is Jake Busey that's with him that's the super stoner. Yeah, the rug munchers, who? The lesbians? Like when he's going off, like the one dude is just like completely going off. Mister just comes in out of left field. We threw out like an old school movie reference, and here comes Mister just like, yep, 1-2 dick punch. Pop pop. Yo, are you serious, Mister? You can't find it anymore? One of my favorite lines is when he shows up and the lesbian faction is all like protesting and like they're calling him different names, and then she's like, "You cockman oppressor." That shit had me dead when I was a kid. Damn, it's not on streaming anywhere. That's insane. Yeah. I look, and David Spade, like in the movie, for those that haven't seen it, is like an asshole that's trying to take down the one frat house or what have you. And they're like, "Why do you have such a problem with Jeremy Piven's character?" They're like, "Why do you have such a problem with him?" He was like, "It was my freshman year." And like they show Jeremy Pivens and he's like, got the girl in the room. They're all about to go at it. And David Spade's sitting there with braces on and everything with the pillow over his head. And he's going, because he's got to listen to it. And like Jeremy Pivens, she's like, "I don't know because your roommate's awake." And he jumps on top of him and starts shaking him. He's like, "Go to sleep. Go to sleep. I said, go to sleep." Oh God, it's fucking hysterical. Topher Grace. Topher Grace. Wasn't he Eddie Brock in Spider-Man 3? You mean he did something other than that? Topher Grace, you mean the guy from Predators, directed by Robert Rodriguez? That guy? He did something other than that? Oh, damn. That's what makes Sheree the best model on the interwebs. The way she just threw that right out there like that. Dear Lord. What do we? Yeah. Hey, hey. Ho, ho. Penis party got to go. Hey, hey. Ho, ho. Yep. See, Sheree isn't even screwing around anymore, guys. I tried to tone down my language, and here comes Sheree to boost my language right back up. I fought tooth and nail. Mm. That was something else on ABL, right? I said it, and like Devin was the only one who caught it. I was like, because the dude's like filming a video, and I've told you guys before, right? I had all going to sleep drunk all the time, fucked my teeth all up, got my whole top teeth taken out. I can spot dentures. I can spot anybody who's got fucked up upper teeth like Tim Pool, right? Actually, Tim Pool, even his bottom row of teeth are all fucked up too. But ABL showed a video And like that dude, I was like, yo, he could have at least put in his fucking dentures before filming himself. What is this dude doing? She was the only one to nail it. She was just like, hey, wait a minute. You put your dentures in when you're streaming. I'm like, yeah, especially if I'm going to be on fucking camera. Well, Sheree, you see everything. You are the Sauron of the mod world. The eye sees you. For real, no cap. Gotta love it. What about caps lock? How about that? The Oracle of Cincinnati. You could call her a modest. And this one, yeah, there was one other funny thing that happened on ABL. And this one is specifically a shout out to Sheree. I see a $5 super chat come in. I look at the name attached to said $5 super chat and I'm like, so wait a minute. You're a homeless baker. How did you get $5 to send a super chat? Shouldn't you be saving that $5 for a home? I was like, was that like your last $5? Was it like, hey, I'm going to go buy a couple Lucy's at the local shop, or I can send this $5 to ABL? Yeah, see, Sheree, I knew it. I knew Sheree saw it, and same thing. You guys know who the homeless baker is? It's the yeast they could do. Oh my God. Mister, I'm telling you what. Yeah, I love it when Mister's entered the chat. you do you guys really not know who the homeless baker is? And why he's called the homeless baker? Yeah, Mister is always on point. Like I'm actually shocked because wait, hold on. I bet he's a real baguette. Okay, good. Mister hasn't said it yet. I can't believe he could raise that kind of dough. He's a douche baguette. You better tell me. Dude, all right, so I'll give you guys the hints. I'll let you connect the dots. He calls in to ABL, and he's called over in the past quite a bit, right? He called in the one time and said, yeah, I'm losing my house and all this because I got fired from my job for for saying that Trump won the 2020 election. So they fired me from my job and I'm losing my house. He said this one time on a call in. Another time he had called in and it was either he called in or he was talking in the chat about how he's a wonderful baker. So that's why I call him the homeless baker. Why? Because calling him by his actual name, even though I know Mister's actual name, I feel wrong because he's never said, hey, call me by my actual name. So I just call him Mister because MR. Your name is Mud? Mud? There you go. Ready, Mister? Now I'm going to throw this to you to see if you know. Do you know why his name is Mud? Do you know why that expression came into the lexicon? And why it's such a like put down when you say, his name is Mud? I'm just curious. I want to see if anybody knows in the chat. That's correct. He was a co-conspirator with John Wilkes Booth. And when they were naming the co-conspirators, one of them was his. That's what was said. His name is Mud. Man, I'm telling you, I Cliff Clavin the shit out of things sometimes. Let's see, do I got exposed black in here? I do. I gotta get under there. Yeah, I knew, for some reason, I knew Mister would know that fact. I don't know why I knew he would. I just knew he would. Really? Now that one I didn't know, Mister. We have entered nerd history territory, I'm afraid, folks. Nerds through history. But yeah, I mean, like I said, I know Mister's name, but I don't ever call him his name because he's never said, "Hey, man, call me by my name." I just think it would be rude. I knew a man once. He was a sensei, and his name was Balls on Chin. You should get him in here, Steve. I just want to see Bina's head blow off her shoulders. Like, how come he keeps fucking deleting his shit? Like, how come it doesn't say message retract? Well, actually, you know what? If you can get him in here, get him in here. I want to see if it keeps coming up message retracted. You've tried? Yeah, I believe it too. That's one guy. I've not. Maybe I'll try. Maybe I'll try and pin down who he is in real life and see if we can figure it out. He or she. See if we can't figure out, like, oh, it's this person. Could be interesting. It sounds like a rocky road. Just change his name from Agent 48 to Message Retracted. Fuck all of us up. He'd freak out if he came in here. He'd see Sheree and be like, "My God, she's following me. I knew it. She's a Fed." I mean, you guys know Sheree's last name is James, right? Because her husband's Rick James. Yeah, I mean that is kind of crazy that you find him in other chats. It's interesting. I mean, I guess I don't. That's just it. I don't watch too many streams anymore. Like I used to be in all kinds of streams, and since I started doing it, I don't as much anymore. Like even ABL, I go in there basically just to hang out with you guys. I'm like, yeah, everybody's in there and chilling. Come in, say hello. Ray says hi to him and retracts it. Fucking fantastic. Fantastic. Man, I'll tell you what else is crazy. I just thought about this. Mister, you said you got a 2-pack of DVDs. You still have a DVD player? Like a working one? I mean, I'm not knocking you or anything. I haven't seen a working one in a long time. Like everything I got, I converted over to digital basically. And then I do have a working VHS though. I actually went and hunted one down and found one because I had to convert an old tape. I mean, I can't blame them, honestly. Like, change that shit over to digital. Like, buy yourself a capture card, hook it up to your laptop, and then turn it over to digital. So this way you have it forever and it won't go away in case that DVD player breaks. Like, I mean, most of my new stuff I just sail the high seas because it's not worth keeping. Like, I haven't seen one that's a classic. Although, I'm not going to lie, I am kind of looking forward to Happy Gilmore too. That could be fun. That's either going to be great or terrible. Like that's going to be an amazing film or tragically awful. But any which way you slice it, I don't see it living up to the original Happy Gilmore. I got you. I see what you're saying there, Mister. Yeah, like basically, I use my Xbox as my Blu-ray slash HD DVD player. Well, no, wait, my HD DVD player is on my Xbox. Um, it's like a little side box that goes with it. The Blu-rays, though, they all play through my Xbox, like my 4Ks and all that, because I've got like the entire John Wick collection in 4K. Dude, I don't even remember what the hell else I have back there in 4K. Only ones that are like worthy get bought in 4K. Wow, really? Life Aquatic with Steve. I can't remember what the hell it was with Bill Murray, right? Where he's I can't even remember what the animal was they were looking for in the ocean. It was like a rip on Jacques Cousteau. I haven't seen that in years. I know with what was it, Boondock Saints. When I first got a copy of that, I'll never forget. I had to buy it off eBay. It came from Canada because they were the only ones to make a DVD of it. Most of my DVD collection is long gone. Joe Isuzu. I used to love those commercials when I was a kid. Like, yes, it'll get you 5,000 miles to a gallon and below. Like anything he would say, I would always say he's lying. Joe Isuzu. Good Lord, I have not heard that in a long time. It's almost like, have you ever seen the old Volkswagen commercial with Dustin Hoffman before he was like real big time? I don't think, I think that was right when he was doing, was it Marathon Man? And he was doing Marathon Man. And the guy who played the dentist, I can't remember what the hell the actor's name is, like famous actor too. But Dustin Hoffman's a method actor. Stayed up for like 3 days straight or whatever to get in character for the part because he's a method actor. So he wanted to be all stressed out and disheveled and everything else. And whoever the famous actor is that plays like the dentist, like the Nazi dentist in that movie, said to him like, you stayed up 3 days straight and all this. And Dustin Hoffman's like, yeah, well, method acting, you got to get in and find the motivation, the character, and everything else. He's like, son, have you ever just tried, I don't know, acting? Yeah, that's just it, Beans. There was a point in time when I working Blockbuster and all that stuff and GameStop actually. I had, I think the count was up to just under 4,000 or just above 4,000 DVDs, and they lined legitimately walls. Like I bought these racks from Walmart. They were like $20, and it was just one to wall, just DVD racks. I should see if I can find like old pictures of that room and show it to you. But I had so many fucking DVDs, and Mister's right. Like when I got married, moved down to South Carolina or whatever, I left like 90% of them, 95% of them behind. I was just like, I'm not taking this shit with me. Superman comes out Tuesday. Holy shit! Is it really coming out that soon? I didn't think it was out yet for some reason. I know Fantastic Four doesn't come out till like July, I think, like later part of July. But I didn't realize Superman was coming out that quick. Man, well, Bina, you're gonna have to get on Discord or whatever and do the voice message and give us the Bina review of Superman. It'll be he's no fucking Henry Cavill. What can I tell you? You couldn't even see a bulge in that man's pants. Like, I swear they should have just gotten a woman to play Superman this time with this guy. Like, he's too soft. I'll watch it on the high seas if it comes out. But I am definitely not paying to see that movie. And there's no way I'm talking to my wife to go see that movie. My wife, oh my God. I still haven't lived this one down, guys. Shit, Bina, you are awesome. Now that's some amazingness. Oh, well, I know that, Beans. I know that was part of the joke. I was kidding. I was kidding. Please, I beg of thee. Um, Eugene saying the official release is July 11th. You sure you're going to see Superman on June 11th? Yeah, I thought it was something like that, like later. I didn't realize it was this early. I mean, hey, who knows? Maybe Beans is going to an early screening because there's been a couple of those from my understandings. I haven't heard like leaks of it other than it was like a popcorn film. That was the only thing I heard. Like any review I've seen, that it wasn't the greatest Superman movie, but it definitely was far from the worst. It's the Dean Kane version. Jesus Christ. Yeah, Lois and Clark. I I used to own all those on. Actually, Lois and Clark wasn't terrible. They brought in some of the lesser known villains in that show, like or ones that they really hadn't explored. Wait, but if it is from Craigslist in some guy's basement, I bet you he butters his own popcorn. I just have that feeling. Don't yeah, beans don't eat the popcorn. And if the dude offers you a Jello pudding pop, just say no. Would you like some Jello pudding pops with that popcorn? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I won't. I'm sorry. It's like they did the oh god, what the hell was it? What's the name of the show? I don't know. It's whatever Superman show they had on. It was on HBO. It was on a different channel before HBO picked it up, and like that dude played Superman, and I liked his version of Superman, but I didn't like him as Superman. To me, the only two people so far that I qualify as yes, that's Superman are Henry Cavill and Christopher Reeve. That's it. The only person to ever play Wonder Woman is Linda Carter. Like Gal Gadot, I'd nope. She's not Wonder Woman to me. It's just simply it's only Linda Carter at this point. Snow caps, Mister. Like you can snort them. Like you can snort the actual snow off the chocolate. Hmm. Man, man, Linda Carter now, like in her, I don't even know how old is she? Like fucking 80 or something. Linda Carter, even now, is unbelievably beautiful. Just stunning, beautiful. It's ridiculous. Don't you, don't you Superman me, Beans. Invisible Jet OnlyFans, but only when she's in the invisible bathroom on the invisible jet. She's making that extra Skrilla. Dear Lord. Oh. Was Linda Carter in Super Troopers? The last time I saw, well, all right, so there was the awful Wonder Woman 1984. That was the last movie I saw her in. She played the president on that Supergirl show. And then the latest thing I've seen her in during Christmas, Ryan Reynolds dressed up as Deadpool and had his kid dressed up as Kid Pool. And they did like some kind of Santa's sleigh thing. And I can't remember what it was for. But Linda Carter, like they summoned Linda Carter for it. And like she was in that commercial. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, honestly, when I first read it, Mister, I thought that's what he said too. Like, not gonna lie, I honestly read it as star. Like my brain went to Starship Troopers, and I'm like, no, that was Dinah, whatever, Dinah Meyer, I think, and what was the other girl's name that was in that with Casper Van Dieten and Doogie Howser? Trying to remember who the other girl was. One that played Flores, or no, not Dizzy. Dizzy was Dinah Meyer. Played like the pilot. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, six. I can picture that, but I also have it confused with like I said, she was the president of the United States in Supergirl, like on the Supergirl show, so they kind of blend together for me. You know what I mean? Like one of those. Like, am I remembering this correct? Starship Troopers. What a great fucking movie. Sir, we got nukes. Why do we need to learn to use a knife? Put your hand on that wall, cadet. Dunk. Oh! Yeah. If you disable the enemy's hands, they can't push the button for the nuke. Medic! Like one of my favorite scenes in that whole damn movie. The other one was when the big goofy guy gets shot in the head during training, and like Casper Van Dieten turns around and yells medic. You're like, really? What are they gonna do? They can't put his brain back in his head. They can't glue that sucker back together. Yes, the Kurgan was good in that movie. He's also probably one of my favorite iterations of Luthor. Honestly, Clancy Brown is one of those guys that whenever you think about him in anything, even if the movie itself sucked, Clancy Brown was amazing in it. Like he's just a great fucking actor. Like he hasn't picked the best projects in certain cases, but he's always great in whatever he's in. Like he's always an outstanding actor. He's one of those guys where it's like you're going to be in this shitty like $2 budget movie, but he's going to go out there and give you a performance of a lifetime every time. I never saw Carnival. Is it worth watching, Mister? Like HBO, the only shows. Well, no, I've seen quite a few shows on HBO, but the ones that I always repeat watch, or the main one I repeat watch, is let's see, The Wire is one that I repeat watch a whole bunch, and Deadwood. I've seen Carnival or whatever on there, but never watched it. I always wondered about that one. Shawshank Redemption, huh? What's up, Smurf? How are you? Smash that like. I think there's a pill if you suffer from Deadwood. I mean, I think Swearingen's got the cure for it. Shawshank Redemption. Was Clancy Brown in Shawshank? Yes, he was. He was the guard, right? Wait, they made a part two to Wicked? I I didn't even bother with part one. Why the hell would I go see part two? I mean, no. I'm sure I'm sure that's a good movie. I know the play was supposed to be really good for Wicked, but yeah, they actually made a part two already. It's crazy, crazy, crazy. Yeah, Clancy. Like I said, um, I'm trying to think. Clancy Brown. Yeah, the Kurgan was probably my favorite role for Clancy Brown, though. That and then the Sergeant from Starship. Lex Luthor. He was amazing. Like as the voice of Lex Luthor, he gave it that prominence. But yeah, Gal Gadot is Wonder Woman. Spoiler alert. I think Gal Gadot is like a pretty awful actress. She's a pretty girl and all that, but it's she definitely butchers some of those lines. Like I think her and Antonio Banderas have the same coach for English. Oh, really? So a guy was driving erratically and just missed a few protesters, and they arrested him. They didn't drag him out and beat his ass on the sidewalk or anything, Sheree. In a way, Beans, it kind of makes sense. Kind of makes sense. That's that's why you're always singing things. Like every time you talk, you start singing. And I ask you things like, what do you think of this video? And you're like, video killed the radio star. It makes sense now. Oh, Jesus Christ, Mister! Oh, fuck. Wow, that's pretty crazy, Sheree. So he almost wrecked the protesters. You know, I'd like to say I'm shocked. I'm not. I'm sure there's going to be one good old boy somewhere who's going to lose their shit and be like, I've had it. Make me wait in traffic, start running people over. I always get a kick out of the right is violent. The right is violent. Like, man, you have January 6th is the only thing you can kind of point to where shit got crazy. We've got like everybody else has like a ridiculous amount of things. Summer of Love 1.0, now Summer of Love 2.0, where shit just gets violent constantly. Seriously, you actually do that? I mean, I could believe it. There was a. It's the same way. Sometimes I see conversations in my head like old movie clips, right? So there was a show. It was called Dream On that used to be on HBO back in the day, And like anytime the guy was thinking, it always flashed through his head like an old movie clip from black and white films. And my brain does that, but it's just more modern films that it does it with. I honestly don't think this blue is this big of a patch on his legs, but I don't care. Looks all right to me. Like for example, if somebody's like, I get older, like all I think is Matthew McConaughey standing there going, I get older, they just stay the same age. All right, all right, all right. Let Jesus take the wheel. Oh, dear Lord. Oh, yeah, just fucking whole lot of not good in Cali. Somebody put in the chat, and it was last night, and I about pissed myself, and it's your fucking fault, mister. Somebody typed in the chat, like, it's okay that all the riots are going on in California because there's going to be a major earthquake that hits it at any time now. And like when they typed it in, Mister made a joke about it, and the guy fired back something, but he was dead serious. Like he's like, yes, California's going to fall in the ocean in like the next couple days or something. And like Mister's like, what are you, like a psychic or something? Like it ain't the first time somebody's peed in my pants other than me. You just got good aim, that's all, Mister. Sheree's doing Fortnite dances now. Oh, well. All right, that's got to get touched up. That's got to get broken up. That's got to get covered up. Hmm, pain in the ass. Yes, exactly, Mister. That guy. But like when he said it, I saw it too. I was like, yo, does it is some shit that I don't know about going on? Like, and then you made that joke about gypsies or whatever, and I was like, oh shit. But he was being dead serious. Like he really believed, like in an hour, that California was about to fall right the hell into the ocean. Now, granted, if he had been right, like I would have shit myself. Well, then I would have peed in Mister's pants, right? But like, I don't know. I don't know how the hell, like where it even came from. Like, what the fuck is this? Escape from L.A. with Snake Plissken? Like, what are we doing here? Hey, I mean, so that's actually funny, Eugene, because that is part of the premise of Escape from L.A. Right? The movie Escape from L.A. The whole thing is it's whatever year, and an earthquake had hit Los Angeles. The person who was elected the president was a super religious guy, and 2 days before the earthquake hit, he said that God would swallow California and sink it into the ocean. And then, sure enough, 2 days later, so they made him a lifetime elected president. And Mister's kind of right. Or, well, not kind of right. He's actually right. California wouldn't fall into the ocean. You would need like a tsunami to hit California to destroy it. But like an earthquake or whatever, it could swallow things. You could have mudslides and stuff like that would destroy it. But California can't technically fall into the ocean. Yeah, and like a tsunami. But the thing is, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but unless you had an earthquake out at sea, that would cause the tsunami to hit California. If there is an earthquake in California, wouldn't that send the shock wave into the ocean and cause a tsunami, whatever's to the west of California? So it would have to be out at sea that you have the tsunami in order to even have that kind of scenario. I mean, a better chance of things getting all jacked up would be Yellowstone erupting into a super volcano. I mean, that's just my opinion on that. Not like it's a pleasant thought any which way you slice it, but it's like I said, thinking about it like logically, if you had an earthquake in California, it would shoot the shockwave out, not in towards it. Because if it happens on land, then it would just be an earthquake, and you could have like a mudslide or what have you, like mudslides, stuff like that, and bad destruction. But it wouldn't. You could wreck California. Well, I mean, all you need is to keep electing Democrats to wreck California, apparently. But you could wreck California, but you wouldn't erase it from like the coastline. You know what I mean? Like that's just where I'm at with it. I could be wrong. I may be wrong. That's why I'm asking Mister. He's the science minded folk in the chat. Yes, absolutely, Beans. Unfortunately, my property will probably be gone too because a super volcano in Yellowstone would it would be over for basically everything east of it as well because you're talking about a cloud plume that would erupt and then the Gulf or not Gulf Stream, the what the fuck is the north one called? The one that causes nor'easters. Is it the Gulf? It's not the Gulf Stream. What the fuck is it called? I can't think of the name of it. Would carry all the ash, the cinder, and everything into the air, basically blotting out the sun. But it's like a northern wind that blows down from Canada out to sea. I've been described as hot lava. Oh, well, that's why they call you Mr. Magma. Magma. Yeah, that actually terrifies me though because Old Faithful erupts for a reason. Let's hope it never erupts for that reason though. It's fucked up when you really break it down. We really are just fleas on a dog. Asteroid hits, we're wiped out. Big well, depending on what you believe, I'm going to throw that out there for Beans. Either the big rock's going to keep spinning or the big plate's going to just wobble a little bit and settle. Yeah, I could believe that, Eugene. I think there was a point in time, probably in Earth's history, where it was all just fire and ash everywhere, like kind of hell on Earth, so to speak. And in the grand scheme of things, time wise, it actually probably wasn't all that long ago. I mean, we know because they found the one killer asteroid that is alleged to have wiped out the dinosaurs. That was Gulf of Mexico, right? And they said when that thing struck, by their calculations, it would have thrown so much shit into the air, even if it did just hit water, that it would have blotted out the sky and caused tsunamis, tidal waves, all that shit. Hey, look, I amended that statement for you there, Beans. I said a plate that, wobbles back and forth like and then settles. Fear mongering, no, just nature and history of the earth. But the whole thing is, when you really break it down, like, well, you guys know that it's not a comet, it's actually an asteroid that is an earth killer that is supposed to pass by us in 2030, that is going to be closer to the earth than the moon is. Like, it's going to be a near miss kind of scenario. Well, if the earth's flat, then it would be like a wobbling plate. Yeah, I want Bruce Willis to save us too, mister. The only problem is, doesn't he have, no, that's Michael J. Fox who has Parkinson's. What, Bruce Willis has what, multiple sclerosis, I think, right? So yeah, we're fucked. I say we just send Steve Buscemi and Ben Affleck up there. They might be able to pull it off. I know he's got, yeah, dementia. Or, in modern medical terms, it's no longer called dementia. It's just called Mr. President Biden. Man, that's like, that is fucking shit, guys. That is a terrible thing, especially for somebody, for anybody, really. Not just because it's fucking Bruce Willis. I mean, just anybody in general. What a terrible way to go out or come to that point in your life where you can't remember things or see things right anymore. And, you know, well, at least he won't be mad at Ashton Kutcher for banging Demi Moore, He definitely will get over that quick. Like, I don't even remember that shit happening. What are you talking about? Who's Demi Moore? Got to look at the bright side of things. That's all. Yeah, no Hudson Hawk sequel for him. Actually, no. You know what? I completely forgot. We don't have to worry about getting hit by an asteroid, guys. You know why? Chuck Norris is still alive. That asteroid may come to hit us, but Chuck Norris will hit it, and it's over. Get that get that bad boy to just whoop 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 right off past us. We'll be fine. 9 or 10 yards. Starscream and Batman. Man, that would be crazy. Actually, they did a crossover between G.I. Joe and Transformers. I think I actually have those comics too for some reason. And they weren't very good. What do you mean? You never heard about it? Chuck Norris was like, "Hey, can I get money for selling my pee?" And they analyzed it and everything else. And then this guy that worked a soft drink company was like, "Mr. Norris, we'd be willing to give you, for every gallon of pee, we'll give you 10 grand." And they canned it and they sell it now. And almost everybody's drank it at least at one point in their life. They call it Red Bull. It gives you wings. Yeah, genetics helps, but anabolic steroids will help when you're younger build up some shit, or HGH. Like the only thing is when you stop taking it, well, then you're going to get man tits, your balls will shrink, and yeah, most of your hair is probably going to fall out. Even Arnold used to do the steroids. He said they were really good to get the extra pump in. Pump, pump, bump and jump. La, la, la. Get to the dealer. Pumping iron with Arnold. In this episode, we will learn how the needle goes in. We will show that we can touch it. You basically look like Brian Stelter. Man, even when Brian Stelter was like a young dude, I don't know if you've ever seen that, like, because Greg Gutfeld just showed pictures, I think. I think it was Greg Gutfeld. He was like on Red Eye with him or something. And like Brian Stelter looked like the same way he does now. Like he looks like Humpty Dumpty in person for him. He really does. You know, I feel kind of bad saying that, but not really because he's a douche. It's not a tumor. Who is your daddy? What does he do? I'm telling you, Maria, I was just helping the maid move furniture. That's all that was. Pay no attention. Yes, my father was a Nazi, but I'm not. La la la. Maria Shriver, I tell you again, I like the Kennedys, but I'm a Republican. That's one of those funny things, right? Arnold was, he was the governor. He was the governor of California for a while, and he's a registered Republican, been a Republican this whole time and everything. When Trump named his ambassador to Hollywood, he didn't even look at Arnold. He was like, "You're a douche," and he fucking named Sly Stallone instead. Like that's the ultimate snub. Like you could have just taken Arnold as the envoy to Hollywood or whatever. I don't even know why the fuck we need an envoy to Hollywood, to be honest with you. Yes. And you are not wrong, Steve. And that's why I prayed to Kram at that point. I was like, Kram, you give me victory on this day, or else I say the hell with you. I prayed to Kram. Kram, why is my nanny pregnant? Now I have to hang out with guys like Doug Emhoff if I want to go out. This is not good. They only have one. It's the CIA. Yeah, that's just it. I hate the fact that people get actors in movies confused with real life people. You know what I mean? So like, there's very few that actually live out the ideals of their characters, which is why I always say Christopher Reeve is actually Superman. Like he was like, yeah, I'll make the piece of shit and put on Superman gear and do Quest for Peace, Superman 4 or whatever. But it's got to be about nuclear and Superman's going to do this in it and everything. And they're like, okay, as long as you put on the fucking suit. He's like, bet. But he did it for that reason. And that reason basically alone. Like he took the pay cut so they could even make the movie. But just a good man. He was Superman. Same thing you can say about Henry Cavill. He's such a nice guy and all that. Dude, how much dirt could you actually have on Arnold? Like they've already exposed that his father was actually working with the Nazis back in World War II. He got caught nailing his nanny, impregnating her, and having the kid behind Maria Shriver, who's one of the Kennedys' backs. As part of the Kennedy dynasty. Like, there's not too much more you could get on Arnie that would shock anybody. Like back in the day, I used to have sex with Brutus the Barber Beefcake. Like, that's about the only other thing you could come up with. I made Hercules in New York. It was a great movie. Best starring role ever. Better than my time. Where I yelled at the one guy. I said, "Come on, Bennett. Put down the knife. See the knife. See the way it twists. Picture it going into my skin. Ow, ow, ow." Arnold Schwarzenegger. Yeah, I think he even did a Spread and Play Girl or some shit. I can't remember. There's just no dirt to nail on him anymore. Like I think it's all been pretty much exposed. And in this day and age, nothing would shock me. I transitioned from a woman. Like, yeah, not shocked there, Arnie. That doesn't even surprise us anymore. Let off some steam, Bennett. Sully, remember when I said I'd kill you last? I lied. Hey, you're that asshole from TV. Funny, I was going to say the same thing about you. Here's Sub Zero. Now just plain Zero. You gotta love Arnie. I mean, back in the day, Arnold was the man. Anybody that says like, "Oh, I didn't like Arnold's movies back when I was like younger and didn't know any better," unless they're talking about like, what was it? Was it the Seventh Day? And then he had the Seventh Day and something else that had come out. The one where he's fighting the devil, which was god awful. End of Days. Is that what it was called? My God, those movies sucked. Not like all Stallone's movies were winners either, though. You're going commando right now. Well, thank you. Thank you for sharing with the class, mister. I'm a lumberjack. That's okay. Give them the air. Which movie, mister? Or, I mean, I'm hoping you're making a joke or something, but you're not recalling End of Days? Be glad you didn't, or you can't. Movie was terrible. It was terrible. Mm-hmm. Bad. Tighten up the yellow. Yeah, End of Days. I want to say it was. Didn't he have to like save a? It was either a kid or a girl, like one of those kind of movies. He's a cop. His wife died or whatever, um, and he has to fight the devil, basically. And you would think it was cool. Give him the air, Copenhagen. I can't remember what the dude's name was. I just remember Michael Ironside being in Total Recall and the chick with three boobs. Everybody remembers the chick with three boobs from that movie. That was wasn't that like Sharon Stone's follow? Was that her follow up role to Basic Instinct, or was she in Basic in there? Was she in Total Recall first, and then did Basic Instinct? That's one of those like 20 most paused moments in history is Basic Instinct with Sharon Stone. It was before. Okay. Yeah, like there's certain things in movies that get paused. Actually, tell you the truth, Henry Cavill when he comes out shirtless, that's one of them now. That's one of the new ones. But it was like Jamie Lee Curtis in Trading Places was one. Phoebe Cates coming out of a swimming pool's another, like in Fast Times at Richmond High. Sharon Stone uncrossing her legs in Basic Instinct is one. Yeah, they probably did, and I didn't even catch it. It was just more prominent because the girl with three boobs in Total Recall was a prostitute, and they showed them. Yeah, Wolf of Wall Street, Margot Robbie's another. You're right. That's another one that freeze frame. Let's see what we're looking at. Okay, so that's got to get yellowed. I got to figure out what the claws look like though. This looks messy as hell, but once the head's on there, it's actually exactly how it's supposed to look. I got to hit spots on his back. I make sure the front's dry before I do them. Yeah, well, good time when we start talking about freeze frames and Mister starts magically, quote unquote, dozing off. I see how you roll, Mister. Nah, I'm just kidding, brother. Thank you for staying up so late. It's like almost 1 in the morning. That's kind of later for you. I appreciate you dropping him. Always happy to see you. I've Got No Pants On, film at 11. Yeah, Beans, like, you can't fault the man. There's nobody else there. Somebody breaks in, Mister wants to catch him unaware, especially if it's a hot lady burglar. Like, what are you thinking? Get that paint. No, that's going to spread, you bastard. Trying to seam this paint on the back, and it doesn't want to. Let them dry. All right, guys, let's play a little game. Somebody hit me with a good ass movie that I may not have seen. Something that's just like, oh yeah, you ever see this, Cam? And I'd be like, no, actually I haven't. Stuff like Baby Driver. Now, granted, I've seen Baby Driver, but that would be that kind of movie where it's a good ass movie, but there's a chance I might not have seen it. Toy Soldiers. Is that the one with Patrick Stewart? Or there was two movies that came out right around the same time. I swear one of them was called Toy Soldiers. Or are you talking about the Gargonites and the Well, no, I guarantee you there's one about a military school called Toy Soldiers as well. Um, or are you talking about like Gargonites and the action figures? Color Me Kubrick. I have not seen Color Me Kubrick. What was it about? Yeah, and if it's Toy Soldiers like the Gargonite one with Kirsten Dunst, and I actually had a couple of those toys. But yeah, there's another one where they're in a military academy called Toy Soldiers. Like I've seen Being John Malkovich, but I've never seen Color Me Kubrick or Kubrick. No, hold on a sec, Sheree. Let me see if I can find it. So there was two of them that came out. I want to say one of them had the Fat Hobbit in it. I can't remember his name. Good old Mikey from Goonies. That dude was in one of them, and then there was another one that had Patrick Stewart, and they were like at a military academy, and Patrick Stewart was like a dick. And one of the two movies was called Toy Soldiers. I'm gonna have to check that out, Six. Thank you. Thank you very much because now I got something new to watch. Because I don't know that I've seen that one. Let me see. Let me put it in here. Figure out what the fuck it is. Sean Astin is the kid's name, right? Toy Soldiers. I want to say it was like 80s, 90s. Yeah, here we go. Let's see. Here you go. Yeah, I'm not wrong. Right here. Toy Soldiers, 1991 film. Soldiers is a 1991 American action thriller directed by Daniel Pt2 Jr. with the screenplay by Pt2 and Dave Coep. It stars Sean Astin, Will Wheaton, Louis Gossett Jr., Andrew Devoff, Mason Adams, and Denholm Elliott. Plot revolves around an all male boarding school overtaken by terrorists while the authorities remain helpless. A group of rebellious and mischievous students decide to put their resourcefulness to good use. Beans, I used to freebase the craft. Yeah, now I got to find the other one that had, because it's got to be around the same timeline, Sheree. But let me see if I can find the other movie. I got like lawnmower parts up and shit. Um, it was Patrick Stewart in that fucking movie, and it was kind of the same type of premise, right? Except for it was like a kid versus like the master at the school or whatever. Let me see: Picard, Macbeth, Avengers Logan, Christmas Carol, Green Room, X-Men, Wolverine, blah 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 blah. Prince of Egypt, Excalibur. I forgot Stewart was in Excalibur. Kid Thing, Claudius, Hamlet, Coda, Canterville Ghost. No, no, no. One Safe House, Magneto, the Captains. No. Where the fuck is it? Page Master, Masterminds. Yeah, here you go. Ashen of the North. I don't know if I've seen that one. What's it about, Beans? Yeah, Masterminds was the name of the movie, right? With Patrick Stewart. And that came out in 97. Tells the story of a computer engineering prodigy who matches wits with a security consultant who has taken over his stepsister's school that he used to go to as a ransom is demanded for the release. Yeah. Yeah, yep, yep. Yeah, old fucking movies, but they were both like when even though it's like 6 years apart, they were both kind of the same premise. Train to Busan? Yes, I've seen that. As a matter of fact, you have that one, and that's I want to say, isn't that a Korean film? That's a Korean zombie film, and the they did a second and a third part. Well, actually, one part of it was a prequel, and it was animated, and then they did a sequel, and the sequel blew. But it's crazy because Train to Busan is a great, great movie, great zombie film. Yeah, it was actually a very well done zombie film. Your Name. I don't know that one. What was it about? God damn dog, what the hell is that? What was that one about? I have not heard of that one. I'm gonna have to watch that damn Kubrick movie because that could be crazy. Wait, did everybody get kicked? Are we at the 6 hour mark? No. Oh, no, it just shot the hell back up. I was gonna say all of a sudden I went from like I had one viewer and I'm like, there's more than one person watching. I know there's more than one person watching. What the fuck? I didn't know know if we hit 6 hours and it kicked. Unless I just bored everybody with this stump GAM. So far, 6 has got one. Beans has got one with this your name thing. That's fine. Silly movies are fine. I'm fine with silly movies, especially if it's goofy and it makes me laugh and I can quote it later and nobody knows what the fuck I'm talking about, to be honest with you, 6. I'm good. I'm good with stuff like that. Oh, it's an anime movie. Okay. I thought it was like live action, but I'll definitely look into it. Yeah, not like anime movies can't be amazing. They absolutely can be. So yeah, that's definitely on the table too. He got a dirty mark on his booty. Tighten that up a little. Getting that fucking yellow on top that black was a bitch. It looks good. Looking solid so far. Eugene, that is a terrifying fucking story, man. I won't be able to sleep tonight. God damn it. Only way that movie gets any worse is if, like, Liza Minnelli enters the sentence somewhere. But no, I mean, I'm open to all kinds of different, film choices and ideas about films and everything else. I don't know if this stat's right, guys. Um, but I guess off and on through this entire stream so far, we're at 120 views. Now, I really wish I had gotten likes for every one of those views. But at the same point in time, that's actually kind of fucking shocking. Yes, Anchors Away, I've seen. Yeah, Anchors Away. Oh God, what was the one with it? I'm trying to remember. Is Anchors Away the one with Kelsey Grammer? Gene Kelly movies, yeah, old school Gene Kelly's pretty cool. I mean, what screws everybody up is when I'm like one of my favorite movies of all time, and I think I've told you guys this before, probably. I definitely like to repeat myself here and there, but it's like in my top 5 movies of all time is actually a musical. Okay, Gene Kelly and Fred Astaire. It's Up Periscope is the one I'm thinking of with Kelsey Grammer. Eugene, you should have felt set up at that point, brother. Moulin Rouge with Ewan McGregor and Tom Cruise's ex. What's her name? One of the best what you call it songs in that was Ewan McGregor singing. I hope you don't mind. I hope you don't mind that I put into words how wonderful life is now that you're in the world. Yeah, down Periscope. There you go. Thanks, Smurf. Nope, not Singing in the Rain. The musical in question, it's in my top 5 of all time movies. Jason and the Argonauts is also in my top 5, right? as far as music, it's a musical, and you guys probably haven't even heard of it. It's called Seven Brides for Seven Brothers. And what it's about is it's set in Oregon country in like the 1800s, I want to say. That's the actual name of the movie. Six is Seven Brides for Seven Brothers. And it follows these seven backwoodsmen that live up in the mountains of Oregon in the 1800s. And the brothers are named Adam, Benjamin, Caleb, Daniel, Ethan, Frank, and Gideon, right? A, B, C, D, E, F, G. And basically, what ends up happening is they're called the Ponapede brothers. Well, it starts off with the oldest brother, Adam, going into town. And he goes into town. And he says, I'm going to find a wife while I'm in town today, because they only go into town like once every 6 months, 7 months, or whatever, and load up on all their supplies and all this and work the backwoods. They have like the property up there or whatever. And he comes across this woman who is working. She's cooking and working in like the inn technically. And he asks her, hey, I want you to marry me. And she says yes to him. She like falls in love with him and says yes to him. And he doesn't tell her that he's got six brothers. So he takes her into the back country. She gets there, and like all the brothers are basically backwoodsmen, just like lumberjacks, basically. And they're all like nasty, dirty, and all that. And she turns them into gentlemen. And they go into town and they like steal basically all the town girls. Like all the girls start to fall in love with them and stuff like this. It's a fucking great movie. Cover Girl. The hills are alive with the sound of music. Snips and snails and puppy dog tails. Those are a few of my favorite things. Yeah, The Sound of Music is a classic. I mean, my favorite comedy, it's a toss up between, geez, I don't even know. What would be one of my favorite comedies? And nobody says Schindler's List. That wasn't a comedy, you sickos. Yep. Yeah, there you go, six. Raindrops on roses, whiskers and kittings, putting my dick in warm woolen mittens. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, I think those are the lyrics. No, I could not stand You Don't Mess with the Zohan. That was actually like I hated that movie. I know when I was a kid, Ghostbusters was definitely one of my favorite comedies. Yeah, I'm trying to think. I mean, my favorite movie of all time is Raiders of the Lost Ark. Only because I saw it when I was a kid, and man, I wanted to be fucking Indiana Jones. Star Wars was probably number two, like the original. Number four, A New Hope, however you want to say it. But Indiana Jones was always my favorite. Wayne's World, nah, like it was all right. I never got into like it was fun for a time. Yeah, that it really is a rough one. It would be kind of an older. Like I said, I'm trying to think. Like Step Brothers was definitely one of my favorite comedies for a while there. Can't lie at all. Like that shit, just some of the stuff that happens in that movie is redonkulously funny. Gilda? What the hell? What was it about? Was that about Gilda Radner or something? Star Trek number or so the journey or the voyage home. What was nine? Was nine let's see. Undiscovered country? I can't believe voyage home. Like shit, I would think oh fuck. Why am I not brain's drawing a blank? Oh Wrath of Khan. Oh, that's awesome, Beans. That's actually really, really cool. Rita Hayworth, Gilda. I don't know that I've seen it. I have to look it up. Oh, you're talking about the redo. You're talking about the J.J. Abrams Trek. That's I never call it '09. I just call it J.J. Abrams Trek. Dude, that's awesome. I had a shuttlecraft that was an alarm clock that sounded the red alert. Yo, Eugene, you know what's funny about that? I don't know if he boned the Borg Queen, but you do know that Data did have sex on the Next Generation, right? There's an episode he actually does have sex. I want to say it's in the first season too, but yes, he actually does have sex. You know, you guys are faux Trekkies. It's the same way people that watch Doctor Who and like to call themselves Whovians, and I call myself an unearthly child because we're from different generations of that shit. Yes, Eugene, with Tasha Yar. That's correct. They have that whatever thing going on where everybody's like acting like they're drunk. And she's like, "Are you fully functional?" And then, yeah, she's like, "Yeah, we'll never discuss this." Yeah, as a matter of fact, you know why they killed Tasha Yar off, right? Like on Star Trek Next Generation, what the reason for killing her character off was. And they tried to deny it at first too, but later on that shit came fully out. In case you, yeah, well, I don't even know if you guys are answering back, but so Tasha Yar was killed off of Star Trek: The Next Generation so suddenly and everything else because the actress went and did a spread for Playboy. Wasn't that big a deal. Marina Sirtis, the chick who played Deanna Troy, she was actually in a film called Death Wish 3, and she showed her boobs, stuff like that. Not a big deal, right? The big deal was when the chick who played Denise Crosby, who played Tasha Yar, appeared in Playboy. One of the first pictures in the spread was of her in her Star Trek gear without her pants on and just like underwear on. And yeah, they got pissed. Yeah, Gates McFadden, Beverly Crusher, her and the first showrunner or director or whatever it was, producer, one of those people behind the scenes did not get along at all. Like, she was too, according to what I remember, she was too vocal about, well, she's a doctor on a starship. She's raising Wesley on her own. She should have more input in Wesley's upbringing than some of the men on the ship. Not wrong. But the producer fucking would get pissed because she would question if, she would question, why am I just saying, oh, Wesley all the time instead of actually giving him real world advice like a mom would her son? And so he shit canned her. Well, she left, he shit canned her. And the only reason why I know that is because there is a show with, what's his name? Michael Rosenbaum. There's actually a YouTube show. And he had Gates McFadden on there. He's also had Michael Dorn, the guy who played Worf, on there. And like, he asked her. Michael Rosenbaum, in case you don't know who I'm talking about, is the guy who played Lex Luthor on Smallville. See, that's awesome stuff. That really is beans. Yeah, Star Trek. Did you ever see Discovery at all? I'm curious of what you thought of that show. Maybe you thought it was good, bad, ugly. Because when it first came out, like the first season, I was like, this could be okay. And then for me, it just went right in the toilet. I was like, oh no, no. They make this big mistake of always touching stuff that you shouldn't touch. Yeah, as soon as they brought, so on Discovery, when they brought Spock in, that made me rage quit. I was like, so you're telling me the most Vulcan of all Vulcans is basically dyslexic and a retard, and his not even real sister is better and smarter than him. Like, she's not even a fucking Vulcan. Like, what the fuck? I did think, what's her name, was great, though, when they brought her in as number one. And Anson Mount was Christopher Pike. Like, when they brought those guys in to play the old original crew of the Enterprise. The ones from the pilot, basically, of Star Trek, the Menagerie. And I'm going too full geek on this. Really am. I have not watched Picard. I heard the first season or two is dog shit, but the third season they redeemed themselves. I heard like third season is like, yeah, you got to see this. And I still haven't watched it because I know I have to sit through the first two seasons, and they were apparently really dumb. But like I said, I can't say that with definitiveness because I haven't watched them myself. Like, I usually don't talk shit about something unless I have some kind of hands-on experience or have viewed it. I mean, there's certain things where I can tell you definitively, like, yeah, I will never watch that piece of shit, like, Cuties or something like this. I'll have to watch it then. I'll have to check that out. The only problem is, so yeah, like, that's kind of what I was saying about Doctor Who. I don't know if you've ever watched Doctor Who, or any of you guys ever watched Doctor Who or whatnot, but legitimately, I started watching the new ones. My wife, Doctor Who fan since we were kids, right? It would come on Channel 12, which was PBS. They would always show reruns of Doctor Who, Tom Baker, the Fourth Doctor. My wife, conventions, everything. All into it. They canceled Doctor Who. they revived it or what have you. And that's when I was watching it. I had seen a couple episodes when I was a kid. And then they did the new series, like they picked up. And I started watching it. And it was actually like a lot of fun. Well, I caught up to not the last couple of Doctors, but I caught up to the what's known as the 11th version of the Doctor. And then it was on hiatus. So I was like, let me go see. And I found all the old black and white, like original classic Doctor Who, and watched every iteration of the Doctor, whole 9 yards. And it was great because from black and white to color and all this, real goofy. And then, really, really got into Doctor Who, like, loved it. I was like, the lore is amazing. The effects aren't so great all the fucking time, but some of the Doctors, some of his companions, some of the lines just uttered on the show were great. Some of the subject matter, the whole 9 yards, just great sci-fi, ahead of its time, like way ahead of its time. And then they did the 12th Doctor, who was Peter Capaldi, and he is the last Doctor as far as I'm fucking concerned. Because after that, the show went completely woke. Like the last season they had Peter Capaldi, it was starting to go woke. And then they just went full on woke. They made the Doctor a woman instead of a guy. No big deal. But it was just terrible. And then they regenerated that Doctor into a gay black man, which was like, what the fuck? And the stories, it wasn't even who was playing the Doctor. It was the stories that they wrote for the Doctor were just awful. Like the stories were like Chat GPT wrote this shit or something. Like it was just bad. And I don't mean like modern day Chat GPT. I mean like they just put Chat GPT into beta or something. It was just fucking awful. They destroyed that shit though. You like Christopher Eccleston was amazing because I could picture like the way he played the Doctor was basically he was Zaphoid Beeblebrox or Ford Prefect rather from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Like that's what he reminded me of. David Tennant was amazing. Matt Smith. At first I was like, I don't know about it, but he grew on me. He was amazing. And then Peter Capaldi, he tried to play him kind of like he was Dr. House in a way, but Peter Capaldi actually really, you could tell he loved the show and loved playing the Doctor. And then after that, they went to Jodie Whittaker, who was god awful as the Doctor. Hello, Leah. Leo, how are you? Wait, who wasn't around long enough? If you're going to say David Tennant, he was around more than every other iteration of modern Who. Sorry, Leo. You jumped into a new a nerd talk. But yeah, Shooty Gatwell, the last Doctor that they did, just the stories were bad, the acting was bad. It just wasn't even cheesy good. You know what I mean? It was just bad. It's just a shame. You know, I really want to see it go back to some format. Another one. Oh, and I don't know. Did we discuss this? George R. R. Martin saying that there'll never he's not going to finish Wins a Winner, and he's getting pissed off at the fans for asking him when he's going to finish it. Like, yo, you took all our money for these books. What do you mean you're not going to finish the story, bro? Like, why? But yeah, um, Okay, so I've got Kubrick. What other movies do you guys think I haven't seen that I should see? What other interesting yeah, Gam, I can't believe you have never seen this. Okay, yellow, blue. Yes, yes, I am making. Well, I already made them technically. I 3D printed them. Um, Lining up, I went with the Deadpool Wolverine variant from Marvel Rivals. Let's see. Can I get his claw in there? I still got to do his claws, his head, and finish out the boots. But I've been painting them slow and getting them there. Yeah, it is the Marvel Rivals version. So if you play Rivals at all, once he's all done, I glue him together and everything else. He should look just like he does in the game for the most part. Maybe a couple freedom of choice decisions with painting and stuff, but I've seen Killer Clowns from Outer Space. Yes. Yes, I have. Great movie. Classic. That's one of those sideways ones. They were supposed to make a sequel to it and talked about making a sequel and just never have. That's one of those great movies. That's why I like it when new people hop in the chat. They throw stuff like that at me, like Killer Clowns from Outer Space. You know, people jump in, yell like Toxic Avenger. Like which one? 1, 2, or Citizen Toxie? Like which one? Or Romeo and Juliet? I mean, it should tell people like a lot about me when I'm like one of my favorite superhero films of all time is probably the movie called Super with Rainn Wilson, and her name was Ellen Page back then before she changed it. That movie's fantastic. Like he takes like a pipe wrench and he's like beating people up with it, and his name's the Crimson Bolt. Predator, first one I saw in the movie theater when I was a kid because I'm an old man. Yeah, as a matter of fact, I just watched Predator Killer of Killers last night, and it was all right, even though it's an animated. There's a stinger at the end that basically connects that one to the movie Prey that they did recently with the Native American girl. Like, it definitely connects to that movie. Snap, crackle, and pop the knuckles. Actually, there is one comedy that I forgot about. It was called Hamlet 2. It was ridiculous. You watch Prey too? Yeah. That was actually really cool like the way they did it was amazing with the predator fighting the bear. Caught me completely off guard. I was like, "What?" Like that's a full-on grizzly you're fighting, bro. Brutal, brutal, brutal. Let's see. just mark this out real quick. Hopefully the blue didn't dry completely so I can hit it. Okay, so top of the boot. Blue here. Gray on the buckles. Blue down the side of the boot. Tip of the boot. Straps are an off gray. Inserts are black. And that is black with a yellow stripe here. Okay. Let's see. So this little ring here is blue. 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 Let me look from the back. All right, so it's blue all the way around. Make sure I mark the blue. Oh yeah, Mac and Me. I saw that. Yeah, I saw that on VHS back in the day. Believe it or not. Here, the first Crow movie. You mean here, fun boy, fun boy, fun boy. Here, fun boy, fun boy, fun boy. City Slickers with Billy Crystal and Jack Palance. Yep, seen it. Yeah, Mac and Me with the little alien and the kid. All right. Let's get the yellow in here before that dries. Wow, what a pain. It's going to be this little ring. Thank God I got to go over this with black and blue, or this would look terrible. Wait, second Predator was way, but you lost your mind with Danny Glover? Alien vs. Predator was, it could have been, I was hoping they were going to follow what they did in the comics with it. But it wasn't terrible. Like, I thought it was an interesting concept where they're using the, like, basically like Mayan temples for the battleground and using it as a training ground. It's the same way, though. I'm like that with the Alien movies, too, though. Like Alien 1 and 2, Alien, and then Aliens. The third one was not good because the studio interfered too much. And then Alien 4, I actually like it right up until the ending when they reveal the new hybrid form of the alien and human. I hated that design on that creature. Part 7, The New Blood, is one of my favorites of the Friday the 13th, where he's fighting the girl with the psychic powers. I can't remember her name. Um, Wait, was that The New Blood? Was that 7? Yeah, because 8 is Jason Takes Manhattan. 9 is Jason Goes to Hell. And then you got Jason X with him in space. And then Freddy versus Jason. That's right. Yeah, so it is 7. Yeah, I think Friday the 13th. I liked the one with Corey Feldman. I think that was that 4 or 5. Where Corey Feldman's all into the horror effects and ends up like shaving his head to trick Jason and to think he's looking at like himself as a little boy. Tina, yes. Yeah, like the girl's dad jumps out of the lake and drags him under. She uses like her psychic ability in that one, right? That's how they beat Jason. Jason Takes Manhattan was. I remember when that came out in the theater. I was like, "Oh, I got to see this," and it was like, "Oh God, why did I need to see this?" Nightmare on Elm Street. It's always the first one, the third one, and then New Nightmare. Yes, I have seen the Doom movie with The Rock. Yes, I have. My favorite's like, this is the BFG, blah blah blah, and he picks it up. He's like, big fucking gun. Yeah, that was a great one. Or, well, it wasn't a great movie, but it was fun. As a matter of fact, there was another movie that did the whole entire movie like a first person shooter, and it was called oh God, what was it? Hardcore Harry. If you like first person shooter video games, it was like the whole movie is shot from his perspective, and it is. It's like you're watching like a third person or a first person video game. Because the Doom movie, they only did it for a minute, but like the entire movie was done from that perspective in Hardcore Harry. You like Freddy over Jason? Well, Freddy Freddy was funny. Like it's crazy the way that worked out. Freddy all of a sudden became like iconic and like funny. But when he first came out, you got to remember they kind of retconned his origin because he wasn't just the son of a thousand maniacs or anything. He was also a child killer and molested the children before he killed them. So he was definitely an evil guy. They kind of made it where he was goofy and breaking the fourth wall, but he didn't start out that way. There are arrests in San Francisco. I told you. Well, there you go. So anybody who is following those LA riots or what have you, supposedly tonight, Antifa was going to hit the ICE facility in San Francisco. And, the fact that I know about it, just some bum that's streaming on YouTube, means that the Fed has to know about it, right? And I was saying earlier in the stream that basically we'll know if it's organized if they do go and hit San Francisco. And it's organized, which means this is going to kick up a notch probably tomorrow. Well, maybe Tuesday. I'm thinking we're going to start seeing it happen in like New York. It'll probably spread to New York next, if not Minnesota. The only thing is, I wonder, believe it or not, Tim Walz will do something about it in Minnesota because he thinks he's electable. Like yes, I'm standing up against this now. Conan the Barbarian. Yes, I have seen Conan. What is the riddle of steel? And if you do not answer right, Kram will toss you from his kingdom. I love my Conan. What is best in life? The open steppe, the wind through your hair, falcons at your wrist. Wrong! Conan, what is best in life? See your enemies driven, crushed before you. Hear the lamentation of the women. That is good. Movie's amazing. Good old Thulsa Doom. James Earl Jones. Classic. Well, yeah, because the whole thing is Newsom may think he's electable, and maybe he is in California. But when you get on to a national stage And you've got to win the hearts and minds of people in states that are outside of California. That's he's going to come up way short. So he can feel however competent he is while he's in that state, but when it comes to reality, he's hosed, like super hosed. So maybe I don't know if he can run for. I don't think he can run for governor again, right? But it's gonna be something. I would have had him odds on favorite for nomination this go around, but too much crap is broken free in California. I got you laughing. Good man. Dude, that's awesome. That's kind of what this channel is. You should be able to come in here, have a laugh, say hi to Steve and Bina and everybody else who's here all the time. And the greatest mods on these internets, Sheree. Come in here, have a laugh, enjoy yourself, maybe relive some old memories or goofy times, catch up on the news, watch me paint stuff, talk smack while I do it. Oh man, I totally hit that right there with blue paint to tell myself to paint blue. Yeah, no, that's actually a strap. I need to hit the line in between the strap to paint it blue. Thank God I'm going over that with a black because it would not be good. But no, Leo, welcome to the channel. Like it, subscribe to it. I do Thursday and Sunday, 8 p.m. Eastern time till whenever. Um, you as far as chat goes, you can use whatever language as long as you're not using racial slurs are the only thing that I don't allow. You're allowed to express your opinion, whatever side of a political argument, religious argument, whatever, you're entitled to your opinion. We're 100% like First Amendment here, except for racial slurs, stuff like this. Because YouTube will kill my channel. But yeah, come in, have fun, have a laugh, say hi, everybody. Enjoy yourself. Yeah, I'm sure. Like I said, Steve, I think he is gunning for the presidential nomination, but it doesn't matter if he is. It matters if the rest of the party in the DNC will get behind him or not. That's the important part. Remember, Bernie Sanders was killing Hillary Clinton in back in the day, and they didn't see him. They wanted Hillary to have it, so they kind of undermined him. And Biden, same thing. The Democrats kind of pick their candidates. They pick who they want to run. They don't really actually kind of vote on it. Like they pretend like they do, but they don't. Oh, nice. They caught that zebra that ran away. That's awesome. And thank God they did it safely. That would have been a tragedy if that thing passed away the way it was running free for a while there. Which anybody who hears that and hasn't seen the video of the zebra running down the road with the car next to it will not understand the whole context of that entire statement. Um, Blessed are the cheesemakers. Thank you, Leo. Honestly, it means a lot to me. I always say thank you to you guys and everything else because I'm just some goof on the internet who paints things and talks smack. But I definitely am thankful for everybody who watches me. Even if you watch me for 5 minutes, you're like, man, it's not my thing and all that. I still appreciate you taking time out of your day just to drop in, say hello, watch the channel a little bit, whatever, and then say, all right, I'm out. You know, I'd still appreciate you just the same. But that's even better. Thank you. I appreciate you. Wait, I'm missing a whole sub conversation here going on. Yeah, I mean so Leo, they stumped me with one. Well, one of them they got me with is actually like an anime film that I hadn't heard of. I got to look up. Then the other one was a John Malkovich film, I guess about Stanley Kubrick characters. So I got to look that up too. But I keep looking for new good stuff to see because I've seen so many things, and it's like what's good and cool out there. What kind of movie has come out that I haven't seen that it's like, oh, I can't believe you haven't seen this. That's your favorite Jurassic movie is the third one. I have seen Jurassic Park, every one of them, including the Jurassic Worlds. Three wasn't terrible. Um, as a matter of fact, I've seen everything but Jurassic World 2, I want to say it was in the theater. That's what it was called, 2 and 3. Like the last two that they did, I saw them at home. I didn't watch them in the movies. Fantastic movies, though. Like the first one's still the best, in my opinion. I always thought the first one was like, because it catches it. Like, I just remember I wasn't even going to go see it in a movie theater. I'm not going to lie. I had no interest in it. I'm like, I don't want to go see another dinosaur movie. And a buddy of mine's like, yo, I'll buy your ticket, but if you like it, you've got to pay the ticket back. He's like, but you need to see the movie. I was like, nah, all right. And I figured I'd get done the movie and just simply tell him I didn't like the movie, no matter how much I liked it. And I walked out of that movie theater just ear to ear grinning, like, yo, that was so cool. The Raptors and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, cool. Now give me my money for the tickets. Like, damn it. Final Destination Bloodline. Yes, I just saw that. Um, it wasn't terrible. I actually liked the setup to it. I thought for a while there, they were diluting and going away from the older Final Destinations. I thought it was kind of a return to form. Like it wasn't just crazy setups. Like the MRI machine part was the one that I thought was like the most brutal. Like when that dude grabs his junk and he's getting sucked into the MRI machine and it's like ripping him in half, I was like, oh God, what a bad place to have a piercing, brother. But yeah, I thought the plot that if death didn't, she'd saved so many people or whatever, that death didn't have time to take them out before they could have children. So what happens to people that aren't supposed to be born? Like, oh, that ain't good. Matter of fact, Sheree was the one who was like, "Yeah, I want to see Bloodlines." I was like, "I don't know," and then I caught it. I saw it because I watch a lot of stuff on stream or what have you, and I seen the movie and I was just like, "Yeah, the movie. No spoilers yet, but the movie's actually pretty good." I was caught off guard by it because I watched one. It was called Until Dawn recently, and I was hopeful for that movie, and it just wasn't that great. Like they started out with a pretty good premise, and it just never turned into something great. It really should have. It really should have turned into something good, and just didn't. What three foods would you take if you were stranded on a deserted island? I mean, in perpetuity? Yeah, the end was kind of funny. You're not wrong, Leo. Yeah, they definitely. I wonder if they'll do a sequel. That's the question. That's usually the question, though. Are they going to do the sequel? Actually, that's one movie that's coming out. I'm curious about, and I'll probably end up seeing it because I'm curious or watching it. But Ballerina from John Wick, like John Wick Ballerina, where it's pre him retiring, and it's following a girl that comes from the same school of assassination that he comes from. That one looks like it could be good. And you take those three foods for a desert island. Like, I mean, are you stuck with just those three foods or? Yes, you're talking the old school black and white one. Yes, I did see the original Godzilla. Actually, I've seen. I think I don't want to say every Godzilla movie because there's got to be one I missed because there are quite a few of them. Godzilla and the Fog Monster and King of the Monsters, you name it. Godzilla Zero or -1 that just came out was probably one of my favorite movies from, I guess that was what, last year, right? That's when it came out. That movie was unbelievable. In a Godzilla movie, I watch Godzilla movies to watch him destroy things because he's a big monster, right? That was the first time I actually cared about the humans in a Godzilla movie. Weird, but great movie. You're not watching what Godzilla -1? Well, Beans, I think you're kind of smart if you take the bread because then you can fish with it too, and that provides you a protein source or what have you. Um, I would say some kind of veg. Actually, potatoes probably because you can cut the eyes out of them and grow more. Um, I don't know what my third food would be. Yeah, Godzilla. Like, did you see Godzilla -1 Beans? Like the last one that they just did? I don't know if you did or you didn't. Yeah, yeah. Like the human element to it was just unbelievable in that movie, in my opinion. Like I thought they landed it. They landed it well. They had a good contrast, and Godzilla was actually a villain again. Like he was in the '54 movie. Yeah. Oh, you did see it, and you liked it because it was more like old school. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like Godzilla should be the bad guy in those movies. He shouldn't be the guy. Godzilla shouldn't be the monster that comes and saves everybody. He should be a terrifying beast that's pissed off because you turned him from a lizard into a giant irradiated lizard. I know it would give people a bad day if they irradiated me until I grew to a giant size, and you know, I'd be pretty pissed. I'm just saying. Like, I just wanted to chill and climb trees, eat bugs, be by myself on this island, enjoying the sun, maybe going for a swim here and there. And instead, you had to come along with your nukes, charge me up, turn me into this monster. I can't even have a lady lizard now. Oh, the ballerina one is the one you're not watching. No? Like I said, it could be good. It could be total crap too. But the fact that Keanu Reeves is going to be in it as John Wick has me a little interested because I'm not going to lie at all. If she's going up against John Wick and it's prequel John Wick, that means John Wick's probably going to kill her. So I look at it that way. So if she's annoying or a terrible heroine or what have you in the movie, there's a good chance that, Keanu Reeves will end up killing her at the end of it. Because they show in the trailer like the two of them coming face to face. So it could be something like that. That could be interesting. But I don't blame you. I have my reservations about it too. King Kong. All right, so the original King Kong, I kind of felt bad for King Kong. Like they put him on a boat, they ship him overseas. He doesn't know where he is. He was just trying to, hit on a girl. They kidnap him, ship him overseas, and then what ends up happening? You know, he's scared, he's terrified, he's in a place he doesn't know, climbs up a building, and they knock him off the building, and all because of a girl. Like it's all the girl's fault. I blame her. Yeah, it just makes you feel bad, So you feel bad for the monkey. Wasn't like he was like, "Hey, I'm going to come invade New York and destroy everything." He was like, "Oh, wait, this ain't the jungle. I just want to go and eat bananas." Now I got to pretend like it's the old video game Rampage or something. Ah, it could have. I don't know. Did you see both of them? Like, there's another one of those coming out too. Right? Godzilla X Kong. See, Leo, you got us on Godzilla now, man. Good job. Gives us something new to talk about. I just the whole thing with a giant monkey and a giant lizard kind of shaking hands, like, "Yo, let's kick this robot's ass." I mean, yeah, it screams Japanese style stuff like anime, but at the same point in time, like, what do you think the chances of that would be? Like, I got an alligator and a gorilla. Do you think, and I throw a robot in between the two of them and let the robot shoot at them? You think the two of them are going to be like, "Hey, man, let's go jack that guy up"? Like, what are the chances? I think the gorilla is going to, start beating the crocodile's head in, and the crocodile slash alligator or whatever going to be chomping on the gorilla's leg because the robot's going to be too tough to eat. Like, I also watched. They did a TV series. What was it called? Monarch. I want to say it was called Monarch for some reason, but it had Kurt Russell in it. That was interesting. That was an interesting one. I'm about to kill my dog, guys, because I can hear him whimpering. How long we been gone? Oh, okay. Yeah, we're almost at that 6 hour mark, aren't we? Actually, I think we just passed 6 hours, so he does need a pee. He's getting really good with that, though. He times that shit out. All right, dog. I hear you. Give me 1 second, guys. I will be right back. Actually felt good to stretch my legs for a second there. Sorry. Off and running. I have a cup of coffee. I haven't even chugged half of it. Oh, dear Lord. Yeah, old kaiju films. How about Pacific Rim? What did you guys think of that with the kaijus versus the giant robots? I thought it was like the first one was okay, the second one not as good. But I thought at least it was something. I don't want to say original because it's really had go back in time. It's always been kaiju's versus giant robots, but I thought like the two pilot system and all that kind of stuff was a twist on it that was interesting. Uh, Dog's got that itch. Hey, what's the matter? Yeah, Pacific Rim, and then you had Cloverfield was another one. I don't know if you guys ever watched that movie. As a matter of fact, the Cloverfield universe or whatever, I still say the best one out of all of them was the one that had John Goodman in it. And it was called 10 Cloverfield Lane, I want to say. Yeah, like they did that one and then they try to follow it up. And it links very loosely to Cloverfield. And I can't remember the name of the movie. It was like a Netflix exclusive film from J.J. Abrams, which J.J. Abrams is pretty good at starting films and then completely botching them, botching the endings on it. Like he's done the same thing for TV shows like Lost. Great epic first couple seasons, and then he left and gave him. They're like, well, okay, well, where does the story go? And he's like, I don't know. I just started the thing. Yeah, it was okay. 10 Cloverfield Lane, like I said, was more. John Goodman has them all in a bunker, and it was just creepy. It was a creepy movie because you don't know who the good guy is, who the bad guy is, or what's going on. Like you don't know if John Goodman's nuts through it or something else. And I won't spoil the ending for those who haven't seen it. Although I think on a different stream I was discussing it and spoiled the ending then. So as long as you don't go back and see that stream, you'll be all right. Or you see the movie before you see that stream. Shoot. Wait, that doesn't. Actually, it does make sense. Never mind. Like looking at them, like that doesn't make sense. They're terminating boots. That's why they terminate up there. I figure I'll finish off his boots and then I'll save the claws and the head, and that'll be next time, and we'll wrap it on Wolvie. Then I don't know. I might move on to Squirrel Girl next. I've got a couple of them to do. Um, I haven't been printing lately. This guy's got to get. I got to do him too. The Batman that laughs. I've got to get paint on his butt. Like I got to get him primed and ready to paint. He's been sitting on the desk for a minute now. He's going to start collecting dust. Zilla. What was Zilla about? I mean, I've seen Godzilla's. I'm just not sure about Zilla. Give me a mild rundown. Because if you're gonna say it's a good one, I might have to put that on the list. Like I said, I'm always looking for good stuff to watch. I don't know if you guys can even see it on the camera. Right in here, and yeah, it's not gonna autofocus, I don't think, unless I put my hand behind it, and even then it won't. Dang it, let me try putting the piece of paper behind it then. See if I can get the camera to autofocus it. You still can't see it. Right in here, right where my thumbnail is, there's this little bump. It's actually a support from the 3D print. I need a pair of tweezers to get it out. Come on, break free. Get it? Almost. There it goes. I gotta be careful though because there it goes. All right, cool. There is a little hook goes into the belt loop on it. Try not to slop up this part too much, even though I'm going over it in black. Simply because then it'll be a pain in the ass to get that blue out of there. Yeah, well, Korean movies, that's just it. So that's one of my big things. Finding like American TV series lately have been rough. I've been watching a lot of anime, because and I've said this before. Something with the anime characters, like the way they're developed and everything else, they actually go more in depth on the character development in a goofy anime than they do in some movies nowadays. Like you actually care about the characters. Um, a matter of fact, one that's had me, I've been watching it lately, and it has me howling out loud. And it's only if you got a Crunchyroll account or like anime at all. It's it's called "I Am the Evil Lord of an Intergalactic Empire," and like it makes me just laugh out loud while I'm watching it because of the ridiculousness that happens in it. Yeah, yeah, you're not wrong if you're talking about Cloverfield. Yeah, I mean that was during when they put that out, that was during the whole found footage craze. So they needed something that was big and monstrous, but they tried to do it because you had ghost stories, like Blair Witch Project and stuff like that. And they were like, hey, what if we do a Godzilla movie, but make it found footage? I Full Metal Alchemist is definitely on like one of those top 10 that you need to see anime lists a lot. I don't know. I couldn't get into Full Metal Alchemist. Isn't the main character's brother like? Doesn't he die and get his soul transferred to a golem or something like that? Oh, allergies. Um, I could never get into it. I'm sure it's great. Like it's like Dragon Ball Z. I can never get into Dragon Ball Z. Actually, that Sir Gigs that's in here, and I always tell the story about how he went off about, oh my god, he went Super Saiyan. You got to see these fights and everything else. And he was actually getting like he would buy the volumes as they would come out of the VHS tapes back in the day. He's the one who actually ruined Dragon Ball Z for me. So I was like, I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't understand what's so important about this dude fighting, powering up for like 15 episodes. What the hell's going on here? Now, granted, maybe if I went back and visited it now, because I can just stream through the entire show, it might be better. Well, it's not just Dragon Ball Z though. That's the problem. So you have to go watch Dragon Ball to really understand because Bagam D he's a huge Dragon Ball fan, like Dragon Ball Z fan or whatever. He told me even he was like, "Yeah, dude, you have to go watch Dragon Ball first because then you get to watch the main character grow and develop." And then when, the gut punch comes in the beginning of Dragon Ball Z, you understand why everything is so important. It's like, oh, okay. That makes sense to me. Death Note was awesome. Butler's pretty cool too. Um, and in Zilla, that's what it is. It's an American version of Godzilla, and but he likes the humans. I'm gonna have to look at it. I'll check that out then. That could be entertaining. That could be a little chill and watch. Good call, Leo. Um, what's the other one you named Beans? Oh, Death Note. Death Note's fantastic. Death Note is one of the is a top 10 must watch anime. If you're an anime person, it's definitely up there as one of the best of all time. Just the premise behind it's crazy. And Ryuk, I think his name is. Isn't that the demon? Ryuk. Cool character. But yeah, Black Butler, that it's interesting you point that one out. They have a new, I guess, series of it. I saw the old one up to a point. Um, that was actually a pretty interesting show because they what's his name, the kid, will butcher his name. I watched so many damn animes; they all kind of run together. But I know he has the butler that's actually a demon that works for him, and he made a deal with his soul to avenge his parents. Yeah, that was a decent one. Attack on Titan is 100% must see, but I never finished it. It went on hiatus. I never finished the dang show. And then when I went back to go watch it, I was like, I'm going to have to go back to a certain point to remember everything that's happened. Unless I can find like a recap, you know? Like I got to the part where they figured out where the Titans were coming from. And that was it. And then they went on break. When they came back, Paul, that's actually in the chat, watched it, and he was telling me, he's like, "Oh yeah, there's going to be another season, or part 2 to this season." He goes, "Oh, and now there's going to be not just a part 2 to the season. There's going to be pretty much another season of it." And I was like, "Yeah, I'll wait till the whole thing drops and watch it." And the whole thing dropped, and I just never picked it up again. It's a shame. But yeah, Attack on Titan was up to what I saw. I really liked it. My favorite character on there was always Commander Levi. Levi was always like, he was just epic. He's just a badass. He's a weird dude, but he was always really cool too at the same time. And again, go figure, a nerd who likes One Piece as much as I do. Which they showed off season 2 for Netflix for the live action. And I'm not going to lie at all. The way they did Chopper, I don't like Chopper as a character at all. But the way they did him, they captured the innocence of the character in a CGI form. And I don't know how the hell they did it, but they did an amazing job. You feel bad, like, because he trusts the humans and they like betray him, or, and I can believe it. Humans are dicks when it comes to animals, so I could 100% believe it. Yeah, and Luffy's definitely extra, um, but he's cool too. Like the whole thing is that when you first start watching the show, it's a kid playing pirates, and then the point I'm at now in the manga and the show, it's just like this kid's got to become the king of the pirates. Like he just has to. Um, Master Chief or Doomslayer, huh? Doomslayer. Yeah, you're not wrong, Beans. It's got to be Doomslayer. The reason I'm going to say Master Chief loses to Doomslayer is Master Chief is basically a super soldier, Has he been through craziness? Has he killed a lot of like unbelievable enemies and survived like in insurmountable odds? Yes, he has. The Doomslayer isn't just a super soldier, he's also supernatural. He starts gaining powers in the game that are supernatural. The more enraged he gets, the more damage he does, stuff like that. So, in a head up competition, like the two of them just took off their armor, threw it on the ground, and knuckled up, Doomslayer's rage as it built would unleash power where Master Chief would just be able to hit him hard. So it would be the energy that's in Doomslayer that would kill Master Chief. I will, Beans. I absolutely will. But yeah, Doomslayer, hands down, would beat Master Chief. As a matter of fact, the latest Doom game, they even have them up on like, they drop them in to wipe out demons in different places. Like they're completely controlling them for the most part up until the end. But he is. He's just press the button and send the Doomslayer. What the? What did I do? Now you think it would be you think it would be Master Chief? Why? And I will check out your name, Beans. It's the same as King Kong. You think because Master Chief is smarter than Doomslayer, where Doomslayer is just simple minded, that's why he'd win? And like where Godzilla's rage. I'm definitely one of those people that like. I just when you break down like superheroes, same thing. Who would win in the fist, or who would win in the fight, Superman or the Hulk? Technically, if they're going punch for punch, Hulk would beat Superman, believe it or not, because the harder he gets hit, the angrier he gets, right? However, Superman would win using the full range of their powers. Superman would win because he could grab the Hulk, fly him dead into the sun, and just leave him in the middle of the sun, and there's nothing the Hulk could do because he wouldn't be able to get out of the gravity well. He'd eventually lose holding his breath, turn back into Banner, and just burn. I always wondered, there's so many different matchups you could do fantasy wise. Who would win? I think they actually have a channel. It's called epic battle or something like that, and they'll list off different things and have them fight. Yeah, well, you're right, Leo. If they're using weapons, the BFG pretty much trumps anything. Well, uh, what Master? Well, no, that would be Gears of War. I'm thinking the Hammer of Dawn, but that's Gears of War because Hammer of Dawn trumps the BFG simply because it's a satellite that beams down direct solar energy laser onto its target and annihilates it. But yeah, you're right. In a just gun battle, the BFG would trump anything Chief could throw at him. That BFG is no joke. All right, so I got a sequin black next time. These straps, gunmetal gray the belts. All these boots are starting to look polished though. I'm still waiting now. Well, I mean, that was actually an awesome question too, because that's some video game stuff that like everybody else in the chat was just like, wait, Master Chief and Doomslayer, like I don't even know who those characters are. I do. Um, I'm still thinking. There's actually a couple shows. One that I was watching that are out of Korea. Since Beans had brought up Korean television and movies and stuff, like you mentioned Train to Busan. There was this show and I'm trying to remember what it is, but basically like granted the visual effects aren't, the special effects aren't very special to it. I want to say it's called Sweet Home and it's on Netflix right now. And like the population starts turning into monsters, I want to say, and they can't even kill them. Well, not at the point I'm at in the show, but it's actually an interesting show. Wait a minute. Sheree, you know the Hammer of Dawn? You know that Xbox, they're putting out Gears of War remastered, right? It's just a mutated iguana. Well, that was like the one that was in the Godzilla 2000 movie too. Was just a mutated iguana. And Steve, there's mass looting in L.A. You love Gears of War. Well, when the remaster comes out, maybe I'll play through it. I'll do that on one of the Friday streams, or I think that's when I'll do gaming on Fridays. I'll play through stuff. It actually wasn't a bad stream, to be honest with you. I was shocked. I thought nobody was going to show up for it. I didn't even realize it was Friday. I just needed a brain break. And I was like, eh. But playing through Space Ace was fun. Played through Space Ace and played a little Marvel Rivals, a little bit of Fortnite. What else did I play? That Ghostbusters game? Yeah, it was kind of boring when I think about it, but I might flip up to something different. Man, how bad's the looting? Like people running down the street with big screens and stuff, or because you got some stores in LA I can't even afford to look at. Any like fatalities, anything like that out of all these riots, though? Just a lot of arrests. Pam Bondi's going to have her work cut out for her, I'll tell you that much. Make Friday fun. GAM plays Friday. Yeah, well, I mean, I can. I was going to do stuff with Smurf, but I don't know what his schedule's like on Fridays because I wanted to play through Valheim. That game's it's fun because you can build your own little Viking village and stuff like that. And some of the critters and stuff like that you're fighting or will crack you up. Yes, I saw Deadpool Wolverine in the theater. That was fantastic movie. Fantastic movie. Good call out, Leo. Yeah, and if you weren't told Train to Busan was a zombie movie, I bet that scared the crap out of you. But the ending of that movie was very touching. She finally sings the song for her daddy. And it ends up saving their lives. Yeah, I'm going to need to. Damn it. I was really hoping. That's pretty much why I'm saving the claws in the face for next time. Because the old hands aren't what they used to be. This has definitely got to get thickened up. Bean is like best part of Deadpool Wolverine was the cavalry, and Leo's like, "Yep, that's true. No lies told. That was awesome." And it's funny too because if you go watch the scene again when he pops his claws out, he does the whole load the guns punches to get the claws out. Hysterical. My wife even asked me, she's like, she's like, I saw the thing from Mission Impossible. She's like, what is that? Do people really do that? I was like, oh yeah, you're loading the guns. Like, welcome to the gun show. I honestly think this stream has gotten more views than possibly any of my other streams on first viewing without replay. Thank you guys. I can't say this enough. Thank you guys for hanging in here with me and watching me, so subbing, liking, just taking time out of your day, dropping in, having a chat, joking around, having fun. I appreciate you guys to no end. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. I don't know about a great job, Sheree. I am thankful for you guys. You guys are awesome. That's why I say, if you're creative and you want to do stuff, like this, you can. This isn't just a GAM thing. This can be an anybody can do this stuff thing. It's weird, Beans, you say that. Like I look forward to the night because I haven't been back to doing Sundays all that much. Usually I do I was just doing Thursdays for a while there, but it seems like people like the Sunday one just as much, if not more than the Thursday one. Maybe it's because they don't have to, end of the weekend and can kind of chill, take a load off, relax. But it's you guys who make this show. It's an interesting concept. Doing a show that's for the most part, it's all chat driven. It's all you guys. I'm just the guy with the mic. I mean, I love the fact that that's one of the things I really do love, though, is the fact that, like Beans, I know how hard you work through the week. And you can come here, relax, chill, have fun, enjoy conversation with friends. Sheree, I know how hard you work being the best mods on these internets. And in fact, you can kind of come chill too, give you that brain break from everything. Oh, play Doom Eternal. That might not be a bad idea. That might be one to play through. You're not wrong. Yes, I have access to it. I've played through it before. Doom Eternal is a fun one. I think everybody here would get a kick out of when you grab the one floater demon and you pop its eyeball out, and it's like every time you pull one of those, like when you melee it. Kind of nasty, but also hysterical and rewarding at the same time. Definitely. Oh, tell me. No, that's fine the way that's painting. Like looking at the paint job. Actually, the cut of the boot. I get this black on here, but I'm gonna have to go back in with yellow. Am I gonna have to go back in there? No, I don't have to go back in with yellow. Thought I had to go back in with yellow. No, because the boot actually does come up like this. Problem with ripping a 3D print from a video game. I'm looking at it. It's hard to get all the line textures in when you're pulling it. You're ripping from a model that's in motion for the most part. Yeah, and you're not wrong either, Beans. It is. It's kind of like chilling with your homies, like hanging out and talking smack, and like I said, enjoying life for a minute. That's what it's all about. Because reality is, most of the stuff is kind of boring on TV. You got to like sit down and everything. It's what the premise of the show is. You're gonna grind through it or whatever, and then it's done. This changes every time we stream. Every time I come in with a handful of things that I know I'm gonna talk about, but you guys tell me what we're actually gonna talk about. And because I'm all right on the fly, I can just switch it up and talk about, well, almost anything. Especially if it's nerdy. I am definitely a nerd. But I'm a good nerd. Let's Get his boot. Like I said, once I'm done the boots, we'll call it there, and I'll do the claws, the face next time on Thursday. Put them all together. I'll do any touch ups, and yeah, we'll have a full Wolvie. Just cool on its face, especially because it's not only just the Marvel Rival ones, but it's specifically the Deadpool Wolverine Marvel Rival variant. Right, hit the strap. And thank you guys for hanging in there. I know we're getting late night. I know you guys are probably tired and tired of hearing my gums run. I know I've got to be tired of hearing my gums run. Shoot. Oof. Of course I did that. Just realized. Come on. Stay steady. There we go. I accidentally clipped out the top of the boot. Had to repair it. Milo and Otis, you think that was the worst movie, Shirai? Um, Mine was actually a comedy. It was my worst movie that I think I've ever seen. Uh, it was called, I want to say it was called Movie 43, something like that. Had Hugh Jackman in it too. And it was just like you could tell whoever made the movie must have worked in Hollywood, and a lot of people owed him like a favor because it had all kinds of stars to it, but it was just the worst movie I've ever seen. It was like it was supposed to be a comedy with a whole bunch of little skits, and it was bad. That's definitely one of them. Another, like, well, it depends too. There's so many movies that I'm like, yeah, that might just be the worst movie I've ever seen. Cloud Atlas. I didn't think that one was terrible. Like, it was a bad movie. No mistaking that was a bad movie. I don't think it was the worst movie ever, though. Um, Cloud Atlas was the one with Tom Hanks, right? Isn't that the one where they're shoot? I screwed up there, kinda. I need to hit that with that other color real fast before the color dries. Um, that was the one where they reincarnate and they're like the same people going forward. Is that what Cloud Atlas was? Yeah, Tom Hanks. That one wasn't terrible. I mean, it's a little confusing, is what it is. Because at least there's like kind of a redemption in that story. Regular blue. Oh no. Oh no. it was okay. I like the idea of them reincarnating and becoming better people as time went, like Tom Hanks' character in particular, because he started off real evil and then redeems himself by the end of the movie. Like he became a better person by the end. Yeah, and you're not wrong about the no neck thing too. Um, Worst movie, like in recent memory, the movie that angered me, it was so bad. 110% was that Crow remake that they did. Oh my God, was I angry because I love the original Crow film with Brandon Lee, and they remade it and just destroyed any heart to the story. Like it had zero soul to it. It was terrible, terrible, terrible. Like I'm pretty sure that Eric Draven and Shelley were not junkies. Like, and that's pretty much what it was. They were junkies. Oh, poor Pupper's having nightmares. All right, Pup, it's okay. I'm right here. Oh, it's okay. I won't let him get you. It's all right, big boy. It's all right. Don't worry. Bad people can't hurt you no more. I got you, buddy. Yeah, it's okay. Your daddy's got you, bud. Yeah, that's a nice exhausted though, man. Going to the beach and having fun out in the sun. Definitely, like Sheree said, excellent way to be exhausted. Great, great way to be exhausted. All right, that fixes that. Now I just gotta catch up these little bootstraps. Another movie. I don't know. I'm thinking about it. One of GAM's worst movies was The Batman with dude from Twilight. I hated it. Oh my god, did I hate it? It had scenes in there. The only thing I liked about that movie, I thought was redeeming at all, was I think it's Zoe Kravitz. Is that her name? Whatever the girl's name is that plays Catwoman. I thought she was like an amazing cat. I was like, I think that might be my favorite Catwoman ever put to screen. But the rest of the movie was just, in my opinion, terrible. Like the dude from Twilight yelling at Alfred, like, "You're not my father." Like, Bruce Wayne would never talk to Alfred like that. He loved Alfred. There was never a point where he was angsty with him or upset with him or anything. He respected and admired Alfred because Alfred took care of him every step from when his parents died. That movie just, it made me angry. Plus, I don't like a Batman. I feel like I could kick his ass. And with that kid, I definitely felt like I could kick his ass. Like it's Batman. It's Batman. Tongue of the boot on both of them. It's actually going gunmetal gray. You were Team Edward. I don't even know what Team Edward is. Isn't that like a Twilight thing? I'm sorry. I still can't view the Twilight vampires as actual vampires. As far as I'm concerned, vampires burst into flames when sunlight hits them because they are cursed and they're walking in technically quote unquote God's light. So therefore they would burst into flames because they're supposed to be evil spirits. They don't twinkle. They turn to dust. The Jurassic World Dominion, that's a good call out for a yeah. That you talk about a disappointing sequel. That is definitely one of them. You're not wrong. You're not wrong at all. Yeah, I was highly, highly disappointed with it. Get the bottom of the boot. Beans, maybe you can answer that. Why do girls like Twilight so much? Because I like for me, I could never understand it. Like I understood the seductiveness of Dracula, for example. You know, undead. Even though he's undead and all that, it was he's looking for his true love, and he finds it reincarnated in a different girl, right? And Mina Harker. And I don't understand what the attraction is with Twilight. I never have. My wife has all the books. I don't know. I just don't get it. Man, that view count cannot be right. Sheree, can you see the view count? If that's the view count on the first run, I think I broke my records on what my view count is. That'll be insane if that's the case, and I appreciate the hell out of you guys, even all that much more. Dear Lord. Oh, okay. I can understand that. I got you. So it has nothing to do with the supernatural element to it. It's all about, it's just basically a love story, is what you're telling me. I mean, that makes sense. All girls want the mysterious guy. You're not seeing the view count? My screen says 140. I don't know if that's accurate, though. Beach was kind of cold. I can believe it, which is crazy. Down here, the water is warm and actually right around beginning, well, late March, early April. The water is pretty tepid. They don't twinkle, they sparkle. Okay. Okay. Where do you say there, Smurfs? Where do you say there, Spritle? Hey, you know something? They don't twinkle, Gam. They sparkle. Okay? Sparkle, sparkle in the sun. Smurf is only the one. What do we got? Any new stories on the riots? How are they panning out? The gunmetal looks decent for the buckles. Definitely the right way to go about this. Yeah, you guys can see the difference if I tilt it right between the black and the. Everybody likes vampires when they twinkle. Nobody's quite sure what to do when they sparkle though. Like the sparkly vampires are the cool ones. It's the twinkly ones you gotta watch out for. They'll sink their teeth in your neck, get your daughter pregnant, and run off, have a half vampire baby. You don't want none of that. Trust and believe. Yeah, where is my man on the street? Where's Street Beats? Steve, you out there and like covering the streets? What's going on, buddy? What is our latest and greatest? Don't even hate us. The last thing I am going to paint on him after the claws, the head, the cowl, everything else, right there in the center. That X has to go red. I'm saving it for the very end. That's the final touch on Wolvie. Oh. Woo! We're right at the magic hour, ladies and gents. Let's put them together, see how far I got tonight. I'm going to say the next one, as long as I'm painting right off the rip, like I did this time, we should be able to finish them. Just want to see how my paint's lining up. Yeah, we're looking all right there. Let's see how we're looking on the other leg. Yeah, he's starting to come together, guys. Let's see if we can't. Oh, almost ripped the camera down. That would have been bad. And then booties, they look good. The headless Wolverine. I do want to do this though. Well, I got it here and I got yellow out. There's a fracture line on the inside of his thigh that I'm not liking. Oh, no, you don't. I don't think so, sir. You can lay down. Right here. Touch that up. I gotta send David his dang toga. Poor kid's been waiting on it for like 2 months now. I'm like, yeah, I'll send it to you. Much better. That's actually hilarious, Leo. You're not wrong. Yeah, 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 yeah. That was definitely a shame. They could have done so much more with it. Kind of a waste of all those VFX for just that a little bit. Okay, so we are. This one, I believe, goes up, doesn't it? I think it's. Let's see. Where am I? No, it just goes out. Like, come on, get in there. There it goes. Yeah. We are up to this point with him, guys. Ooh, almost dropped the camera again. Let's see. Can I pop him up on something? Yeah, I can. Just need something to prop him with. Oh. Oh, god dang. Actually, I'll use these. Funny enough. And it looks so funny without his face and his claws painted. Rest of them looks all right though. I guess we will smoke the butt. In case I haven't shouted it out, Sheree, you are amazing. Thank you for being the greatest mods on these internets. Beans, Duke, Steve, if you're still there, Leo, welcome to the party, pal. Smurf, Six is probably in the background somewhere. Duke, everybody else, even if you're not watching right now and you watch us on the re-up, thank you guys. I couldn't do this stuff without you guys. Like I would have passed out 2 hours ago. You guys keep me motivated, talking and rocking and rolling. I think the Wolverine's coming together pretty decent. And it's really, you guys inspire me. And thank you for even just taking the time to be here and listen to me or chat with me or watch for 5 seconds, even without volume. You guys rock and you're all awesome. And we got him to this point. Oh, all that's left are Claw's face and the X in the center, and then touch up. You'll see him sooner rather than later, Mr. Ray. And, Thursday. Well, you'll see him probably Wednesday, but if not, definitely Thursday. These guys are all like chilling and having fun. Yeah, it's cool. Picked up Leo too, which is crazy because there's, according to my thing, it says there's 12 people watching. Good night there, Smurf. It's good that you dropped in. We appreciate you, Smurf. I was talking about doing Valheim eventually. What do you mean Wednesday has a good chance? Oh, that's right. Didn't you say Didn't you say something about traveling or whatever? That was supposed to be meet and greets, wasn't it, Sheree? And like instead he's just going to travel. Well, no, he said he's going on somebody's podcast or something. I can tell you which podcast it ain't. Joe Rogan. Lots of people still in here need rest and Red Bull before next live. I've got a pair of Red Bull, but it's not that the mind and the mouth aren't willing. It's more the hands are done. Unfortunately. Yeah, he didn't say what podcast though, right? He's going to be on the Ben Shapiro show. I mean, if he's going to West Virginia, we would have known it was Tim Pool. If he says he's going to DC, then it'll be Tim Pool he's going on, right? If he says he's going to Texas, then more than likely that would be Rogan. Actually, no, Shapiro's in Florida now. Who the hell's out in California? What podcast do I know of that it's... I'm trying to think. Who's out in Cali? Yeah, you're not wrong either, Beans. There are a lot of people in here. I mean, thank you guys. You guys are awesome. Yeah, I understand, Leo. That makes sense. It's always bad when they either show you the best part of the movie in the trailer or something that you are expecting to happen does not happen and it's disappointing. It just breaks your heart. Let me see. Anything I missed? Let me look at those just to make sure. Nope, they're gray. They're black. Um, mm, yeah, sugar. There is one spot here, but my hands are too shaky right now to get it. I'm going to have to remember it right where my finger is. That's blue. That little indent, there's a little square of blue there. And same thing off on the sides. There's like little slots in the knee pads, and they're blue. Yeah, Gigantosaurus, it definitely would be. It'd be terrifying to come across one in real life. Anything out of Jurassic Park would be terrifying to come across in real life. I got to give this special shout out at the end too, because I'm not going to lie at all. I know, probably on a replay, Stranded Lifeworm is going to watch this show. And I mentioned her earlier, but I got to give a shout out to her. Yeah. She stuck with me through thick and thin. Appreciate her. Really, really do. A couple people came in and shocked me and surprised me, especially on that Friday night stream. I was like, "Ooh, well, you're here." Shit. Yeah, I know. And shout out to whoever's watching. I appreciate you guys. I see that, Beans. I mean, I can't do the whole at thing like you're doing, but if there's new people watching, make sure you guys like, share, subscribe. Um, Thursdays, Sundays, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard. And then I try not to go to 3, but lately that's been the case. And apologies for keeping you guys up so late at night. Especially, with a Monday tomorrow. Case of the Mondays. Somebody told me I got a case of the Mondays. I have to kick their ass. I think we're going to wrap it. We'll wrap it up. But thank you, everybody. I appreciate every last one of you. I can't ever say thank you enough. Uh, should I play the outro? What do you think, Shirai? I'll let you call it. Should I do the outro or should I just let it ride? Thank you, Sheree. You're epic. Greatest mods on these interwebs. Okay, play the intro. Let it ride. Okay. I'll just let it ride. Honestly, I'm too tired for the intro or outro anyway of, Lever, Johnny Lever. So I'll be back on Thursday, 8 p.m. Eastern time. And then if we wrap up Wolverine on that one, we'll be off to the next one. I'm not sure what it's going to be yet. I'm still working on a Henry Cavill Superman. I still have to do Pyramid Head. I've got priming I'm going to have to do soon for like this Batman Who Laughs and a couple others. I still have the Incredible Hulk sitting on the desk looking at me. I don't know. We'll just go any which way the wind blows, as Queen so wonderfully reminds us. Thank you guys for tuning in. I appreciate every last one of you for taking the time out of your day just to watch me. I can't say thank you enough, so I'll always say it. Everybody hang in there. Enjoy your week till I see you again. And just remember, until next time, don't take shit from anybody. Good night, guys.